morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lieutenant Scott McBride, spelled SCOTTMCBRIDE. I'm the Public Affairs Officer for Coast Guard Atlantic Area. Thank you for attending today's press conference. In a few moments, Vice Admiral Carl Schultz, spelled KARLSCHULTZ, Commander, U.S. Coast Guard Atlantic Area, and Commodore Craig Baines, spelled CRAIGBAINES, Commander of Canadian Fleet Atlantic, and Captain Scott Clendenin, spelled SCOTTCLENDENIN. Commanding Officer, Coast Guard Cutter Hamilton, will provide some short remarks on the international partnerships between the United States and Canada and the Coast Guard's efforts to disrupt and dismantle transnational organized crime efforts in North America, as well as detail the successes from Coast Guard Cutter Hamilton's inaugural patrol. After the remarks, we will open the floor for a quick Q&A session prior to going on board to see the narcotics. We will allow media to observe parts of the offload from the pier following the press conference. When asking questions, please state your name and affiliation for the record, and limit questions to the offload and the international partnerships between the United States and Canada. Most of you are used to covering offloads, but we ask that you please adhere to the following ground rules. There will be no photos of agents in civilian clothes or vehicles transporting narcotics. That's done for safety and security purposes. You may film any Coast Guard member wearing a uniform. We ask that you please do not touch any of the narcotics or film any identification tags on the palletized narcotics. And then lastly, we may not be able to answer all of your questions due to pending law enforcement investigations. However, we will do our best to accommodate. It is now my pleasure to introduce Vice Admiral Carl Schultz, Coast Guard Atlantic Area Commander. Admiral.
Thanks, Scott. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for being here to welcome back the crew of United States Coast Guard Cutter Hamilton from an extremely active and successful 3-month patrol. I'm pleased to welcome my colleague, Commodore Craig Baines, Commander of Canadian Fleet Atlantic, to today's press conference. Thank you, Craig, for joining us. I also want to welcome the Canadian Consul, Mr. Laurent Marel Alouessa, and Royal Canadian Mounted Police Liaison Officer, Sergeant Val Brooks, also terrific partners with the United States Coast Guard. Thank you for all coming today. Lastly, I want to extend a special thank you to our federal law enforcement partners in here to Port Everglades for allowing us to conduct this offload here in the port this morning. The crew of Coast Guard Cutter Hamilton is the first national security cutter assigned on the East Coast. Today we'll be offloading 53,000 pounds, that's equivalent to about 24,000 kilograms of cocaine, that was interdicted by multiple Coast Guard and Canadian units with an estimated wholesale value of $715 million. That's probably equivalent to about $2+ billion on the streets of America. These impressive interdiction results are attributable to a whole-of-government approach to prevent illicit cargoes from reaching our shores, as well as the hard work and dedication of this crew, our interagency partners, and our international allies. Every successful interdiction supports subsequent investigations and prosecutions that maintain the offensive against transnational criminal organizations and networks that seek to move their illicit cargoes and activities across our borders. National security cutters like the Hamilton are the largest and most technologically advanced platforms in the United States Coast Guard arsenal. The drugs you see aboard, or will see aboard Hamilton shortly, represent 75% of the illicit narcotics interdicted so far in the first couple months of the new fiscal year. The past fiscal year 16, was a record year in which the United States, our international allies, including the Canadians, the Brits, the Dutch, the French, and other regional law enforcement partners, interdicted more than 443,000. That's more than 201,000 kilograms of cocaine with an estimated wholesale value of close to $6 billion. Central and South America are critical fronts in our ongoing efforts to disrupt and dismantle these transnational criminal networks that drive instability throughout the region. I'm proud of our Coast Guard. I'm proud of our international allies, and I'm proud of our partner nations. The collective efforts of the Department of Defense Joint Interagency Task Force located in Key West, Florida, and the Department of Homeland Security Joint Task Forces. As these men and women take the fight to the water and to American streets in the regional areas I've talked about previously every day. These joint efforts are pivotal to reducing violence, the illegal activities of gangs, drug cartels, and transnational organized criminal groups. These efforts are also pivotal to stemming illegal migration. Let me be clear, transnational organized crime networks are not only a United States problem, they're a threat to all of North America. This is why we're so grateful to be joined by our Canadian allies today. Canada maintains a persistent maritime presence in the trafficking zones within the Western Hemisphere and directly contributes to our collective success throughout the region. Canadian naval forces were responsible for interdicting roughly 10% of the drugs seized last fiscal year, that record fiscal year I spoke of earlier. And this year, they've already been participating and contributed more than $85 million of effort against the fight. Canada not only contributes on the counter-narcotics front, they're also terrific regional partners, investing in regional stability, international partnerships, humanitarian assistance, most recently witnessed in the passing of Hurricane Matthew across the western claw of Haiti, a very fragile country right here in this hemisphere. Because of our common values and close bonds, both our nations strive to achieve a safer and more secure North America. Craig, thank you for your countrymen's efforts and your continued support as we take on these fights and regional challenges together. And let me thank Captain Scott Clendenin, the commanding officer of the United States Coast Guard Cutter Hamilton, for his team's superlative efforts. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now my distinct pleasure to introduce Commodore Craig Baines, Commander of Canadian Fleet Forces Atlantic.
Well, good morning. Admiral Schultz, thank you for your very kind words. Captain Clendenin, it's great to see you and your crew looking so good here today. Council from Canada, Mr. Morale-Louisier, thank you for very much for being here. Hamilton's cargo this morning represents the combined efforts of a multinational interagency group led by the U.S. Coast Guard, which is working to stem the tide of narcotics trade in the Caribbean Basin and the Eastern Pacific. It is a tangible example of our collective efforts to keep narcotics off our streets while at the same time promoting regional security. The more than 24,000 kilograms of cocaine being offloaded this morning is a significant amount, and it is illustrative of the tremendous results we have achieved by working together to erode the capability of this illicit trade, to undermine security, and to affect states in our area, and to wreak havoc on those within our society who are sometimes the most vulnerable. Admiral, thank you for your leadership and for the role of the U.S. Coast Guard in leading our combined efforts to counter this difficult problem. We are proud to contribute to this operation and to do our part to help keep narcotics off our streets and to promote regional security. In fact, this past weekend marks Canada's 10th year of contributing to this mission. 10 years in which we've been part of this remarkable success story. We have deployed RCN ships and aircraft no fewer than 100 times during this 10 years. Our forces have contributed to the seizure or disruption of over 66 metric tons of cocaine and 4 metric tons of marijuana. It is only through working together with the multinational coalition and under the steadfast leadership of the U.S. Coast Guard that we've been able to achieve these results. Together we have built the relationships, fostered the exchange protocols, and developed procedures that have enabled this success. While we've had a very specific mission to focus on, we should also highlight the ancillary benefits of this dynamic cooperation between multiple nations and agencies. The operation itself has helped us broaden important relationships. It has helped us hone our communication skills at sea. It has helped us understand each other's tactics, training, and procedures, and most importantly, it has deepened the trust amongst us. Now, it is my great pleasure to turn the microphone over to Captain Scott Clendenin. Scott, you and your shipmates have had tremendous success this year. We appreciate all of your work transporting this cargo ashore. Congratulations.
Thank you, Commodore Baines, for being with us today, and thank you, Admiral Schultz, for your leadership of our fleet. It's great to have you here as well, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, as my Admiral mentioned, we are the first national security cutter to be stationed on the East Coast, and this is our maiden deployment. I could not imagine a better performance of a newly established cutter and crew, and I could not be prouder of what my crew has accomplished during this patrol. Our cutter represents a significant technological advancement in our ability to conduct missions. Through the use of state-of-the-art command and control, sensors, and also sea-keeping ability. During this deployment, our crew interdicted 20,000 pounds of cocaine in 11 interdictions. All told, the 53,000 pounds of seized cocaine on our deck today is a product of the partnerships and collaboration of U.S. Southcom, the Departments of Homeland Security, Defense, State, and Justice, as well as the Royal Canadian Navy, and also represents a very significant disruption in the supply chain of the transnational criminal organizations' smuggling activities in the region. When pursuing modern maritime smugglers, seconds count. Each of these interdictions involves collaborated effort of joint interagency and international aircraft and vessels against stealthy, well-coordinated, and very fast-moving smugglers. These international criminals peddle in human misery. They have a deleterious impact on regional security, and they also impact the border security of our nation and our partner nations. These interdictions are never easy. Our crews face considerable risks posed by these smuggling organizations. Most of our interdictions this patrol occurred at night, which complicated the added complexity and risk to our boardings. However, in each of these interdictions, our preparations and training enabled us to achieve successful outcomes and keep our men and women safe. Today, we provided you with 2 video clips of interdictions. In these cases, our ship, Hamilton, acted as a command and control platform to coordinate aircraft and surface assets to detect, pursue, and ultimately detain the traffickers. As the Admiral also mentioned, our Coast Guard international maritime governance efforts at sea are conducted in close collaboration with international partners. For example, our ship worked very closely with the HMCS Edmonton, a Canadian ship, to make one of the narcotic seizures together on our deck. Our helo vectored their ship to interdict the smugglers. During our port visits, we work with the maritime services of our regional partners. We conduct professional exchanges and talk about our tactics. By patrolling closer to the source of illicit drugs, with our international partners, we provide enhanced protection of our southern border by serving as the longest arm of U.S. international maritime law enforcement. These international partners deny these transnational criminal organizations any refuge in both international waters or in our partner nations' waters. Moreover, our interdiction in the Caribbean and Eastern Pacific are measured in tons, as you can all see today, as opposed to interdictions that happen on the border or in our neighborhoods and on our streets, which are in much smaller quantities. I would also note that our cutter does not just serve as a maritime interdiction platform, but it supports the wide array of Coast Guard missions while we're on patrol. For example, this patrol, my crew, was one of the first U.S. assets on scene in Haiti following Hurricane Matthew. We led a task force of 6 Coast Guard cutters and conducted assessments ashore in Haiti to view the damage and report on the damage of the hurricane. Later, in coordination with U.S. Southcom, Joint Task Force Matthew, we transported the U.S. Ambassador to Haiti and the President of Haiti to the hardest hit communities in the south of Haiti, including Jeremy, to allow them to spread a message of hope and to hear the needs of those communities firsthand. My crew and embarked air crew also rescued a crew member of a freighter with an acute appendicitis well offshore, coordinated with Costa Rican authorities, and transported that member ashore for surgery, saving his life. So thank you all very much for your time here today. It's a pleasure to share the great work of this crew. I will be available afterwards, along with members of my crew, to talk with you once we're on deck. Y para la gente que habla español, yo hablo español y después de la reunión, yo puedo hablar con ustedes a bordo del barco en español si prefiere. Y gracias por su presencia aquí. Gracias.
So the question was, have we made any arrests? So the Coast Guard, as we interdict illegal smugglers at sea, what we do is we detain those smugglers. And in many cases, those smugglers are brought back and turned over to other U.S. law enforcement agencies that handle the actual investigations, the subsequent arrests, and the prosecutorial part. But I believe here in the 22 interdictions that comprise the 53,000 pounds of cocaine on the flight deck of Hamilton today, it was roughly around 100 smugglers interdicted at sea. So the Hamilton is coming back from a roughly 3-month deployment. During her deployment, as you heard Captain Clendenin mention, they were involved in other things, interdicting some migrants at sea on the front and back side. They were supporting relief operations in Haiti. Time in Vector in the Eastern Pacific was roughly 30 plus days there. So if you think about the Hamilton's contribution to the 22 interdictions, they were personally or unit-wise responsible for about 11 of those. They were averaging an interdiction aboard this cutter alone about every 2.5 days. That was the pace of operations they were involved in. Right here, sir.
Where are the drugs coming from? Where are they going? How do you spot a potential drug-running vessel? And have you noticed any patterns, groupings, whether it be an uptick in traffic or geographic?
So tell you, I'm going to take part of that question. I'm going to take where are the drugs coming from in Destin. I'm going to actually defer to my tactical commander here to talk about how they detect them at sea. So most of the drugs interdicted here today come out of the Andean Ridge. That is basically the essential sole cocaine producing region in the world here, the countries of Bolivia, Peru, and Colombia. The drugs are generally destined from what we call the source region, the source zone, into the Central American corridor, sometimes as far north into Mexico. And then the drugs get ashore, and then they are broken into smaller packages and then move essentially across the southwest border. You know, one of the values of interdicting drugs with the national security cutter behind us today, other Coast Guard cutters, Canadian warships, other allied warships, is when we interdict quantities of drugs at sea. They're large quantities. We take those drugs out of the Central American corridor. When those drugs get ashore, they're associated with tremendous degrees of violence and criminal activity. They have a tremendous destabilizing effect in the region. So this is really the place to get large-scale drug interdictions with the borders pushed out. Let me, Scott, you want to speak a little bit to just how you detect these vessels your cases were involved with?
Yes, sir. So when we sail under the tactical control of Joint Interagency Task Force South. It's an excellent organization that compiles information from all of the federal agencies, as well as all our overseas activities and our international partners. They manage to put us in the right place at the right time. For our ships, it's basically based on aircraft and the detection of our ships and our network control throughout the ocean that gets us on scene. But it's really a collaborative effort of all the law enforcement agencies involved in the GIATF South, AOR, and the international partners. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You know, Tom, that's a great question. I would say there is more cocaine in the transit zone than historically. Cocoa cultivation in the country of Colombia in the last couple of years has increased significantly. So yes, there's more cocaine, but I would tell you through capabilities like the National Security Cutter, the partners, capabilities they bring, we are doing what I call intelligence-driven operations. We have the best command of information and intelligence that we've ever had going after these networks, these transnational criminal organizations. So yes, there is more cocaine in the transit zone, but we are at a different level of sophistication and capability than we've ever been in the past to take these drugs off the sea in large quantities far from the shores. Sir. Sure. Let me turn the mic back to Captain Clendenin to speak to that.
Yeah, that is one of the most challenging operations we have. We do a lot of training with that, particularly with helicopters and aircraft, but also with our small vessels. If you can imagine heading out in a helicopter with very little horizon, very little moon, cloud cover, it's a very difficult operating environment. They have an advantage, but we're taking over that advantage. In addition, our small vessels, if you can imagine running through any sort of sea set, not really able to see the seas, there's a lot of risk incurred with that, and we train a lot on that particular capacity. Yes. I'm sorry, we can't talk about any specific interdictions we made, but I would tell you that, that their tactics are constantly evolving. We have to stay on edge and be aware of those tactics and then evolve our tactics. So we're constantly reacting. You mentioned semi-submersible submarines. We have had cases like that, not this particular ship, but there are all different kinds of methods of smuggling out there. We do have a program that we are going to be exploring unmanned aerial vehicle systems. Yes, not on this ship, no, sir.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for coming today. What we'll do is we will shift over to the cutter, and we'll let you guys get some imagery of the narcotics on board, and also conduct some one-on-one interviews with our principal speakers here today. Thank you again.
Okay, everyone, it looks like we have lost that feed. Stand by. Again, we have lost that feed, so we're going to take you to an event with the Ministry of Defense in the UK and Ashton Carter regarding fighting ISIS.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. It's been a privilege to welcome here today ministers from Iraq and 13 other countries in the Counter-Daesh coalition, and also to have Secretary Carter here on his final overseas visit. Today's meeting focused on three key areas. First, we reviewed our progress in the military campaign. Daesh is now failing. It controls less than 10% of Iraqi territory. It's lost more than a quarter of land it once held in Syria. Its supply of recruits has dried up, and more than 25,000 Daesh fighters have now been killed. As we speak, our coalition forces are supporting brave Iraqi and Kurdish ground troops in their duty of liberating Mosul. I'm proud of the part the United Kingdom is playing. More than 70% of our airstrikes have been focused around Mosul, and we've struck more than 380 targets. At the same time, we've trained and continue to train more than 31,000 Iraqi and Peshmerga troops. Our forces from 22 Engineer Regiment are building up the infrastructure at Al-Assad Air Base in Iraq, and today I'm announcing an extension of their deployment by 6 months. We also spoke today about the campaign in Syria, where the second front opened up towards Raqqa last week. Syrian democratic forces have begun their advance, ably supported by coalition and RAF fighter jets. As the fall of Aleppo shows, solving the crisis in Syria ultimately means a political settlement. So we continue to work with the moderate opposition and the United Nations, and we urge the regime and its backers, including Russia, to end their destructive military tactics and to return to the negotiating table. Second, we discussed our plans to build long-term stability in Iraq. Once Mosul is liberated, the focus will not just be on providing humanitarian help to the population, resettling thousands of refugees, defusing Daesh explosives, but also in assisting the Iraqi government in establishing the apparatus that ensures that all ethnic and religious groups can feel secure in the future. Finally, today, we looked at preventing the dispersal of foreign fighters. We need no reminding in Western Europe of the threats these terrorists pose. We've recently seen appalling attacks on the streets of Turkey and of Egypt. In the last 3 years, our police and security services have disrupted 12 plots here in the United Kingdom, all either linked to or inspired by Daesh. And that is why the coalition needs to do even more to share its intelligence insight. Finding that material is the first step. We must then work together to track down the terrorists and bring them to justice. Earlier I mentioned that this is Defence Secretary Carter's last overseas visit. So I would like to end by thanking him for all he has done to inject impetus into the coalition and to tighten the ties between our two great nations. I've always appreciated his wisdom and advice. Today we signed an agreement to further cement his legacy. Secretary Carter has long championed the regeneration of UK carrier strike capability, even enabling our pilots to fly F-35 off US carriers. Now we've agreed to return the favour so that by 2021, US F-35Bs will operate from our Queen Elizabeth carriers in turn. So we're strengthening our special relationship, looking forward to unprecedented levels of interoperability and cooperation, and thus ensuring that Secretary Carter's tenure ends on a high. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael, for those kind words, and also for hosting today's counter-ISIL ministerial. Given the special relationship between our two countries, it's fitting that I've been on a 2-week trip around the world visiting troops, American troops that are literally all around the world. It's fitting, in view of our special relationship, that my last stop should be one of America's most enduring and loyal, powerful and influential friends and allies, namely the United Kingdom. And I'll have more to say shortly about our historic partnership.
All right, guys, let's listen in on what people are saying at Trump Tower.
It's about a violation of the foreign bribery clause.
Sorry, man. We got to move on.
All right, looks like we missed that incident. Let's go back now to that press conference with Ashton Carter.
And the plan, you'll recall, called for first destroying the ISIL cancer's parent tumor in Iraq and Syria. Second, its metastases around the world. And third, its external operations and attempts to conduct attacks in our countries. And today, it's no accident that a year later, Iraqi forces are on the way to retaking Mosul, and our local partners in Syria are marching toward Raqqa. The coalition military campaign plan we laid out last January has been on track and proceeding just as we envisioned. And today's ministerial provided an opportunity to review the results of our ongoing operations, to discuss what more we can all do to enable capable, motivated local forces, and to ensure that the certain defeat of ISIL is a lasting defeat. First, as Secretary Fallon mentioned, we discussed the results we're seeing in Iraq and Syria. Thanks to the determination and the courage of our local partners in Iraq, Syria, and elsewhere, as well as the contributions made by service members from across our coalition and the leadership of the countries represented here today, our campaign has continually accelerated the execution of the campaign, simultaneously pressuring ISIL from all directions and across all domains. And next, as we have throughout this campaign, we discussed ways each of our countries can do even more to accelerate ISIL's defeat. Because the sooner we defeat ISIL in Iraq and Syria, the safer all of us and our homelands will be. I was pleased to hear around the table today a number of coalition countries announce additional military contributions that they'll be making to accelerate the campaign. And that's why we also talked about significant steps we're taking to destroy ISIL's metastases around the world and also to dismantle ISIL's external operations network, killing key leaders, plotters, and facilitators of attacks, destroying their bases of operations and cutting off their resources to ensure that we protect our homelands and our people. Building on the principles we endorsed in Paris this October, we also discussed how to further fulfill our commitments to the necessity to sustain the coalition beyond the defeat of ISIL in Iraq and Syria. As ISIL attempts to relocate or reinvent itself, it's critical to ensure the Iraqi security forces and our local partners in Syria have the training and enabling they need to continue to address this threat in whatever form it takes, so that they can provide lasting security long after ISIL is defeated. In concert with the international community's stabilization, humanitarian, and governance efforts, which is why I frequently said, and my colleagues in these meetings have frequently said, we must not allow the rest of the campaign to lag too far behind the military campaign. Our enduring commitments are crucial to ensuring that once the coalition wins the battle, it also wins the peace. That's also one of the key lessons lessons learned that I shared today. For example, as we look to the future of our campaign, there's clear value in our strategic approach of enabling local forces to seize and hold territory rather than attempting to substitute for them. This approach has not only been effective, it's also sustainable, and it'll be necessary to continue this kind of cooperation with our local partners. As you know, we're undergoing a presidential transition in America right now. And as I did today with my counterparts, I will share my lessons learned with my successor at the appropriate time, detailing the logic of our campaign plan and the strategic approach and how we're seeing results on the ground. And among my recommendations will be the need for the United States to remain actively engaged as a leader of this coalition to ensure that we deliver ISIL a lasting defeat and continue to protect our homelands. Our coalition can, and I'm confident we will, finish this job together. Now, as Secretary Fallon noted, the two of us had a very productive meeting this morning where we discussed our growing, ever-growing bilateral defense partnership and signed, as he noted, an important agreement on the future of U.S.-UK aircraft carrier cooperation. This will enable U.S. Marine Corps F-35 stealth fighters to join the first operational deployment of the UK's Queen Elizabeth aircraft carrier in 2021. It's one example of many that illustrates how our alliance benefits the security of both our nations as we do more and more together. Now, I want to close by thanking my friend, Secretary Michael Fallon, for his leadership, his vision, and his unwavering commitment to our special relationship. From deterring Russian aggression against our NATO allies in Europe to combating ISIL in Iraq and Syria, Great Britain is an important leader and partner in dealing with the many complex challenges facing our nations. And the United States is proud to stand together with the United Kingdom to defend our values, to protect our homelands, to make a better world for our children, today, tomorrow, long into the future. Michael, thank you.
Thank you. Now we've time for some questions. I'm going to start with our hosts. Larissa Brown.
Thank you. I was just going to say, given the chaos in Aleppo and the fact that the US-led coalition has been unable to save the people there, what do you both see as being the future for President Assad? Thank you.
To start? Well, we don't see a future for President Assad in Syria, even if he defeats the opposition in Aleppo. There is no victory in bombing hospitals, in restricting humanitarian aid, and ending up in a country that you only control 40% of, and is, half destroyed with millions dispersed and hundreds of thousands killed. That is no victory. We don't see a future for Syria with President Assad. On the contrary, we continue to work for a political settlement in Syria that is genuinely pluralist, that can involve all sectors of Syrian society, but not Assad himself.
I entirely concur with that. And I'll just repeat, this tragedy reflects an incredible brutality on the part of the regime and also their backers, including Russia, as Michael noted, and a willingness to suspend anything like the rules that we apply to ourselves when we conduct military operations. And Michael's right, the political transition is the only way that the suffering of the Syrian people can finally be brought to an end. But the standard of brutality employed, and it's just one point that's worth making as we talk about our counter-ISIL campaign, stands in stark contrast to the way we conduct ourselves in Iraq and Syria.
Okay, David Wellner, NPR. Where's David?
David's right there, and his microphone is right over there, David.
Secretary Carter, were you able to give your colleagues any assurances that there will be continuity after January 20th in the U.S. approach to fighting the Islamic State? And Secretary Fallon, the U.S. has a president-elect who has denigrated and even ridiculed the Obama administration's approach to fighting Daesh, as you call him. Do you have any confidence that the U.S. will remain the leader of this coalition once Donald Trump is sworn in as president?
Well, I'll take the first part. I can't give assurances. I can't speak for the next administration, David. However, I do have confidence in the future of the coalition campaign. It's logical. It makes sense. And therefore, I expect that that logic will recommend itself to the future leadership of the United States, even as it has recommended itself to the current leadership of the United States. It reflects our common values and the determination of our people to protect themselves and to defeat an evil organization like ISIL. It's worth noting that it is a coalition approach, that the coalition makes up just to take one metric, a third of the force that is operating in Iraq, and that's a good thing. But I also would say, and I will say to my successor, when he or she, I believe it's going to be he, but in our system they need to get confirmed. I expect he will be. That we'll have the same. I expect that they'll have the same attitude that we do, and that is shared by the group in this room today, which is we're constantly looking for ways to accelerate the campaign. We look for opportunities. We seized opportunities every time we found one, and I expect that that desire to accelerate will persist also because it makes sense.
I think my answer to you would be on the first point is to aim off the campaign rhetoric and look at what the new administration actually does. We're dealing here with a global threat from Daesh, a threat that isn't just present in Iraq and Syria, but is present in Western Europe, has hit Paris, has hit Brussels, is present in the Far East and hit California. This is a global threat, and I have no doubt that the next US administration will step up to its traditional role of global leadership. Secondly, of course, we already have the appointment of General James Mattis, who is well known to us here, a former NATO commander, and I have no doubt too that he will be ready for ready to continue to lead the campaign coalition. Now, one more from the home team. Anybody from home? Anybody else from home? Ali Bunker.
Thank you. A question to each of you, if I may. Firstly, Secretary Carter is the visitor. There are reports coming out of the United States in the last couple of hours suggesting that President Putin himself was directly behind the hacking of the US elections. Do you believe that to be true? And Defense Secretary, you spoke in your opening remarks about the support that you're giving to the Syrian rebels to help them recapture Raqqa. It's very possible, though, in time, they will face their own challenge from Syrian government forces as President Assad seeks to regain control of the whole of Syria. If that was the case, would you continue to back them, or would you turn away and watch on in the way that you've done with Aleppo?
Well, with respect to your first question, I'm not the person to address an intelligence matter, and I can't address that here. I will say this: President Obama has directed a review of this matter. I think that the integrity of an electoral system in a democracy should be of concern for all Americans. And since I'm in Europe, here we call this kind of activity and this kind of threat in the NATO context hybrid warfare. And here societies also, we have been working with them to fortify themselves against this kind of thing, this kind of danger, which we saw, we've seen in other countries in Europe, and hybrid warfare, generally speaking, we saw in spades in Ukraine.
The threat to the West that we've been dealing with for the last 2.5 years comes from Daesh. Daesh is headquartered in Raqqa, and we have to deal with Raqqa. And that is why the coalition today welcomed the opening up of that second front at the end of last week, and the movement to isolate Raqqa that will precede its encirclement and its eventual liberation. Daesh has to be defeated, whatever the future holds for Syria. President Assad, if he survives, will only control 40% of Syria. We have to deal with the threat to this country, to Western Europe, and to the values that we hold in common. Now, let me call Ryan Brown. Where is Ryan Brown?
Hello, thank you. First to you, Secretary Fallon. Are you at all concerned that if the integrity of the coalition, the solidarity of the coalition, should individual members decide to cooperate with the Assad regime or with the Russian backers in attacking terrorists? You discussed the brutality that was on display in Aleppo. Are you concerned that individual the members might seek to exit the coalition if someone decided to pursue such cooperation? And Secretary Carter, for you, sir, was there ever a military solution to relieving the suffering at Aleppo, whether providing humanitarian relief or any other kind of military solution? Thank you.
Well, on the first, I mean, this is a coalition, the major contributors to the campaign, that has grown more solid at every meeting we've held over the last couple of years, and there absolutely no indication that it might fracture. On the contrary, we work together. We are making different contributions to the campaign, but we heard again today a number of countries stepping up, doing even more, and offering to plug various capability gaps in the coalition. So I don't think we've ever been as more united as we are today.
I just repeat what Michael said about Syria. The only way to end the civil war and therefore end the violence is a political path in which there is a transition, which includes the very people who are being brutalized in Aleppo and other parts of Syria, and what we have said to the regime, but very importantly to Russia from the very beginning, is that's the only way there's ever going to be peace. They came in, the Russians came in, I'll remind you, to Syria, saying that they were there to promote precisely that political transition, and they haven't done that. And they also said they were coming in to fight ISIL, and they haven't done that either.
Okay, we'll take a couple more. Home team first. Kim.
Sir Michael, you specifically mentioned the Syrian Democratic Forces opening the second front in Raqqa. Now, the Syrian Democratic Forces are Arab and Kurdish, but Kurdish-led. They have got YPG connections, which is not to the liking of many Sunni Arab rebels. Are we to assume that the rebels, that opposition fighters that the British forces will be training will be then working with the SDF effectively under Kurdish control?
No, I think that would be the wrong assumption. This is predominantly the force that is now moving fairly steadily towards Raqqa is a predominantly Arab force. We estimate, I think our generals estimate between over 70% Arab force, and the Turkish and Iraqi ministers were with us today, and they are content with that. They understand exactly what that force is doing. And when it comes to our own training of moderate opposition in Syria, of course, we've been very careful to ensure in any of that training that they are properly vetted first. Do you want to add to that?
No, you said it exactly right, and we are very transparent about this with all parties, and we try to address everyone's concerns, and so far we have been able to do that, but we need to do what we need to do. Which is we have plots being hatched in Raqqa against our own countries, and we have to stop that.
Now, US side, I don't know who you are, but why not have a go?
Hello, I'm Gamal Shaheen from Kuwaiti Television. We would like to ask about the future of the coalition. Mr. Donald Trump said he preferred to deal with Assad instead of any of the opposition. Can you confirm you will continue to work with the United States if Donald Trump deal with Bashar al-Assad?
I'm sorry, I didn't quite understand.
The question is, I think this is a hypothetical question. If the new president decides to work with Assad, would the coalition stay with it?
I'm not going to answer a hypothetical question.
I think that's too hypothetical. And it doesn't sound to me very likely. Now, home team. A less hypothetical question, perhaps. Go for it.
Diana Magnay, Channel 4 News. What kind of cooperation to both of you do you have with the Russians in terms of intelligence sharing in combating ISIS at the moment? And I'm afraid this is tending towards the hypothetical. Do you anticipate that changing and with the incoming administration? And is all the talk then of holding Russia to account for war crimes pretty much a moot point if the incoming administration will work much more closely with the Russians?
Ash?
Well, I'm not going to try to once again tell you I cannot speak for the incoming administration, but I think our interests are our interests, and where they align with Russia's interests, we have worked with them. For example, our interactions with them in matters of Syria militarily has been to make sure that we deconflicted our operations. We are fighting ISIL as we said we would, and we're going to do, and we need to do, and they are participating in the Syrian civil war in a brutal and unhelpful way. rather than doing what they were supposed to do. But we very professionally behave in that very specific way. Also, even with Russia, the United States opposes terrorism in other countries. And so if we learn of something that would assist Russia in protecting its own people, we do that. That has gone on since the Cold War and after the Cold War ended. And so these kinds of professional interactions will continue. So we work with Russia where our interests align, but where our interests don't align, we can't.
I mean, Russia has not been dealing with Daesh in Syria. They've been prolonging the civil war, and it's precisely because they've been trying to crush the rebels in Aleppo that you can see they let Daesh come back into Palmyra, for example, because all the effort was up in Aleppo. So we're not aligned. Now, I don't know how much time you've got, but can you take another one?
Sure.
Right, it's the US turn, isn't it? Yes. United States?
No, actually, RT News, please. A question regarding humanitarian aid delivery. It was mentioned several times by Western leaders that Russia and Syria are preventing aid getting to those who need it. Is any aid currently being delivered? Has the situation changed in any way? Because we have heard from some officials in Russia saying they're waiting for this aid to come. And secondly, if I may, regarding the operation wrapping up in eastern Aleppo with civilians and rebels being evacuated, would you assess that operation as a success in any way in relation to Nusra and combating terrorism in Syria? Thank you very much.
Well, on the first point, we've been trying to get food and medicines and other humanitarian aid into Aleppo since the summer, and we've had absolutely zero cooperation from Russia. On the contrary, we've seen aid convoys attacked, and we've seen hospitals bombed, and a barbaric attitude to the plight of civilians in Aleppo. The second question, perhaps, Ash, you might want to take.
I think it was pretty much along the same lines. I don't have any extra information to give you on that subject than you have. I'll just second what Michael said, which is the international community and the United Nations have been trying to get humanitarian aid in, and there's no reason why it can't be done. But it hasn't been done because the regime and the Russians have not permitted it to be done.
It's worth adding that in our review of military operations today, we were able to see the very clear distinction, even in two similar urban operations, between the care that Iraqi forces are taking in Mosul to minimize civilian casualties with the carelessness and indifference of the Russian attacks on eastern Aleppo. Now, home team. Your home team, sir?
Yes, I am.
Off you go.
Rohit Kachru from ITV News. You talk about progress in the fight against IS, but given what is happening in Aleppo as we speak, will your legacies in Syria, in a broader sense, be remembered as having been failures, and perhaps shameful failures at that?
Well, there's nothing shameful about defeating Daesh. Daesh has terrorized the Syrian population just as it's terrorized the Iraqi cities that it's now been thrown out of. So we are bringing relief to these cities. We are liberating some 11 cities in Iraq so far. Mosul, we hope, in the new year, and Raqqa after Manbij and other cities in Syria. There's nothing shameful about that. On the contrary.
But
Aleppo is a tragedy of Russia's making. But that is not going to distract us from our central purpose, which is to degrade and then defeat Daesh, which in the end is a menace to the world as well as to the people of Iraq and Syria. Add to that?
No, I can't improve upon that answer.
Okay, thank you very much.
Hey everyone, that wraps up that press conference. We're going to take you live now to the daily White House briefing that's happening right now, an update on the economy.
Of extremely high unemployment, of output not returning to its trend. And indeed, that's what we saw in the wake of this financial crisis in Europe and other countries around the world that still have not gotten back to where they were before the crisis. The United States has done much better than that historical benchmark, better than other countries around the world, and that's because of a range of policies, one of which I would highlight on the next slide, which is within a month of taking office on February 17th, 2009, the president signed into law the Recovery Act. That was the single largest fiscal measure as a share of GDP ever done. It was larger than any single fiscal measure to respond to the Great Depression. But what a lot of people realize is we didn't finish there. After that, we did 12 subsequent pieces of fiscal legislation, including payroll tax cut, unemployment insurance, support for homeowners, investments in infrastructure, that together added up to those orange bands, which along with the automatic stabilizers was a larger fiscal response and a faster fiscal response than you saw in any of the other major economies in the world. That complemented the monetary policy response, the financial rescue, which, as Jen said, was not popular at the time, but we've gotten every dollar back and more that we put into the banks and saved the financial system, and then the auto rescue that prevented the loss potentially of 1 million manufacturing jobs, not just in the auto industry, but the suppliers and associated. The result of this, you see on the next slide, is that the unemployment rate has consistently fallen. It's fallen at or faster than the rate that you've ever seen in any OECD country in the wake of a run-up of the unemployment rate of this nature. It's consistently outpaced forecasts. You see the forecast there that was made in 2010 that thought we'd never get to a 5% unemployment rate, and we're now at 4.6%. This decline in the unemployment rate, as you see in the next slide, has followed the progression that you expect to see in the economy, which is first we got GDP growth in 2009, employment growth starting in 2010, and then starting about 2013, wage growth really picked up, and it has grown at an 18% faster annual rate since 2012 than it did in the entire time from 1980 through 2007. And if you look at the next slide, you can see that for this business cycle as a whole, if you look, as an economist would like to, from the peak of the business cycle to the present, or peak to peak for the past, wage growth has been faster than any business cycle on record. Moreover, as we see in the next slide, this wage growth has been really broadly enjoyed with very strong gains for the typical household. As Jen said, that's the fastest gain ever recorded, and then even stronger gains for households at the bottom of the income distribution. As I said, a range of policies have contributed to this. It didn't automatically happen. One of those policies is what you see on this next slide, which is that when the president called for a higher minimum wage in his State of the Union address at the beginning of 2013, it was part of a very deliberate strategy that he wanted Congress to raise the minimum wage, but also wanted states, cities, businesses to do it. And if you look at that blue bar, that shows you the average value of the state and federal minimum, which has actually gone up because 18 states and the District of Columbia and more than 50 municipalities have followed the president's call. Unfortunately, the federal one has continued to be eroded by inflation, and you could get that much more wage growth if that was raised. Another policy that has been important and will be even more important in the coming years and decades is shown on the next slide, which is the large increase in investments in college education, which we document in one of the chapters of our report. In addition, as you see in the next slide, we have an entire chapter on inequality, and it documents the combination of the Affordable Care Act, cutting taxes for low-income families, especially low-income families with children, and raising taxes on those most able to afford it have resulted in a historic reduction in after-tax income inequality, the largest under any president on record, with data going back to 1960, and the largest investments in tackling inequality since the Great Society, and as you saw, that's paying dividends. Finally, the report includes an extensive analysis of the Affordable Care Act. As you see in the next slide, and lots of people are familiar with, the percentage of people without health insurance has gone down dramatically to below 10% for the first time on record. But as the slide after this shows, this has really meant something to everyone, not just the people who didn't have insurance. People who had insurance get a range of protections like free prevention, coverage from pre-existing conditions, and no lifetime and annual limits, have also seen a dramatic slowdown in premium growth. And if you count out-of-pocket costs, the slowdown has been even larger. If you go to the last slide, I would conclude by saying that none of this was an accident. You can draw a direct line between policies in areas that we haven't had a chance to talk about here, like financial reform, climate change, macroeconomic policy, health care, education, between not just the outcomes that we have seen to date, but also putting the economy in a better position to have a more stable financial system, slower health cost growth, more competitive economy overall going forward.
All right, great. Thank you, Jason. So we have time to take a few questions on this document here, and then we'll turn it over to Josh. So, Justin.
I had two things. The first was Janet Yellen said yesterday that we don't need a big job program or tax cuts right now with the labor market near full employment, and that additional debt spending could be an even bigger risk to the economy. I'm wondering if you agree with that, and if you'd encourage President-elect Trump, therefore, to steer away from some of the policies that you guys have advocated over the last 8 years. And also wondering, given where we are at the late stage of this business cycle, what you see the chances of a recession in the next 4 years is.
Okay. So in answer to your first question, the economy, I think, is almost all the way healed from the Great Recession. These have really lasting consequences. Most of the other countries affected by the global financial crisis are not healed to the degree that we are, but our unemployment rate is back to where it was before the crisis. A lot of the other measures are. I think there's probably still some additional slack in terms of people working part-time and in participation, but not a lot. What I think our economy needs is more things that will increase our productivity over the medium and long run and expand the potential of our economy. So we have, as Jen noted in her introduction, proposed substantial infrastructure spending. And last year, Congress did a down payment on that. They did a 5-year infrastructure bill that was a 5% increase in inflation-adjusted terms. That was welcome, and that's helping. That's something, we should do more of going forward. But it's important when you do it, one, to make sure you're getting actual net new infrastructure out of it, and two, that you're not doing it at the expense of your medium and long run deficit. So the president's also explained exactly how he'd pay for that increase in infrastructure. So a policy like that, just in economics parlance, is something that we think of a little bit less on the demand side because we're most of the way recovered, but something that would help us expand aggregate supply over time. In terms of your second question, economists have studied this question, and the way they like to put it is that business cycles don't die of old age, which if you're a person, who's older, you have a higher probability of, mortality in that year than a person who's younger. That's not true of the economy and business cycles. If you look at where we are right now, 70% of our economy is consumer spending. The real wage increases I showed you, the confidence that consumers have, the fact that they're deleveraged, means that we have a lot more potential in our economy going forward. That, of course, does require continuing to have sensible and sound policies that have undergirded that economic strength.
Yeah, Jason, let me ask about inflation. The Fed raised interest rates yesterday. They're proposing to raise it several times next year. They seem to be looking over the horizon and seeing inflation. Do you see inflation out there?
We have our final forecast in the economic report, so you can look up what we forecast inflation to be. It was pretty similar to what the blue chip, which is gradually rising, to what the Fed has said its target is, which is 2% for inflation as measured by the PCE. But all the signs we have seen is almost exactly what you'd want to see, which is a process that's been very gradual and consistent with the goals that policymakers have set out. Again, unlike some other parts of the world, which are still worried even about deflation, that's a conversation we haven't had in the United States, and we haven't had for good reason because of the economic policies we've had.
Totally hypothetical, new administration were to come in with bigger deficits, more deficit spending, borrowing, et cetera. Is that more of a concern?
No. I think we have made progress on the deficit. We've cut it from 10% of GDP to about 3% of GDP. If you look over the medium and long run, it starts to creep back up again, which is why we've put out a budget that shows what you would do to continue to lower the deficit over the medium and long term, keep it on the path that we've already been on. And I think it would be, unwise to do something, other than that. The economy needs additional investments to help it grow, but those shouldn't be coming at the expense of, a large and costly reversing of the progress we've made on getting the deficit down.
One of the biggest criticisms of Obamacare that's used is the cost. And yet you said that you're now seeing the lowest growth in premiums versus pre-Obamacare. Could you go into that more, and why is that message not more successful?
I think once people have read the chapter in here on healthcare, which is 105 pages, they'll all fully appreciate this set of points. But bed all night long. Pull an all-nighter and read it. But just to give you the facts, if you look at healthcare prices, since the Affordable Care Act, they've grown at the slowest pace healthcare prices have grown in over 50 years. If you look at healthcare costs per enrollee, they have slowed dramatically in private insurance, Medicare, and Medicaid. If you look at insurance premiums, they've also slowed and are among the lowest growth we've ever seen there. And if you include out-of-pocket costs, it is the case that deductibles have gone up. They were going up before the Affordable Care Act. That's continued to happen. But people also now get free prevention and get health insurance plans that have out-of-pocket limits, which they didn't used to have. So you take all that into account, and out-of-pocket payments have actually, the growth of those has slowed as well. I think it's certainly the case that the health system is not perfect. People remain dissatisfied with all sorts of aspects of it, and that is completely understandable, and that's why there's a lot more work that remains to be done. But the health system is in much better shape in terms of both cost growth and all the measures we have of quality as well. For example, hospital-acquired infections or readmissions have also come way down, and you can draw, and we do here, a direct line between some of the reforms we've made in Medicare and some of the ways the private sector has mimicked and adopted those reforms to really improve the health system. But of course people want it to continue to be better, and that's why a lot more work remains to be done.
A couple more, Andrew, and then.
I wanted to ask about productivity and to kind of get an idea of your theory of why it's slowed and how big of a problem you think it is for the next administration, what it might mean for living standards going forward.
Yeah. So I think you're asking exactly the right question, and like every question, somewhere in this 594 pages is the answer. On productivity, the first thing to understand is it's been a global phenomenon. You've seen productivity growth slow everywhere. In fact, if you look at the G7 economies, the United States has had the fastest productivity growth of all of the G7 economies, and that's in part because a lot of the tremendous innovation that we've seen here, whether it's in the tech industry, mobile computing, artificial intelligence, personalized medicines, advanced materials, or all the other things, some of which may continue to be adding to, and possibly a bigger way, productivity growth in the future. The problem that a lot of the advanced economies have seen is a slowdown of capital accumulation. A lot of that appears to be a fallout from the very deep recession, and something that you would expect to see in the wake of something like that, and that as capital investment rebounds, which historically it has after periods like this, you'd expect to see some strengthening. That being said, if you look at the underlying trends in the economy that require more work, certainly productivity is part of that, and that's why we've done so much to put forward infrastructure, investments in science, expanding international trade as a way to raise productivity through agreements like the Trans-Pacific Partnership and the like.
Kevin, we'll give you the last one.
Thanks. I just wanted to get you to describe growth as a percentage of GDP. Would you call it robust? Would you call it something less than that? And are you satisfied with the rate of growth, especially given the extensive jobs growth that we've seen over the last 8 years, and yet as a percentage of GDP, I wouldn't say it's exactly overwhelming. How would you describe it?
The United States has, outpaced, what you would expect after just a massive financial crisis of the type we went through just 8 years ago, outpaced some of the historical benchmarks, outpaced other countries around the world. And in particular, if you look where it matters most to people, which is the job market, the unemployment rate being 4.6%, more than 15 million jobs added, wages growing at the fastest pace they have of any expansion since the 1970s, and growing even faster for people at the middle and the bottom than for those at the top. This is an economy that really is generating gains for American families. Of course, a lot more work remains to be done. Of course, we should be making, raising the minimum wage, making investments to raise productivity growth, to do even better. But you'd be building on, what I would describe as a very solid foundation in doing that.
But I would push back just a bit as far as some communities doing better than others. In particular, wage growth among college graduates has certainly been on the rise. We can go back to the 1970s. But for those who are not college graduates, for those who have 2-year degrees and less, frankly, their wages have been relatively stagnant. I think you would at least acknowledge that, would you not? And I guess the other part of this is, given all the great reporting that we just heard today, and have heard consistently from Josh and others, the American people certainly didn't feel that way back on November 8th. Is there this disconnect because they're not seeing it? Is it because you're not explaining it properly? Tell me where that is not syncing up based on what you just showed.
Yeah, I mean, that was a lot of different questions in one. I mean, I'd first of all say, no, I actually don't agree with your statement about wage stagnation. If your statement is, for many, many decades, there was wage stagnation, absolutely. If you looked at that previous chart from 1980 through 2007, wages grew at 0.1% per year for 27 years.
Right.
If you look at the last couple of years, they've grown at nearly 1.5% per year. So you're growing at a much faster rate. Now, that's not enough to make up for 27 subpar years in a row, or 27 subpar years on average. So there's a lot more work to dig out of a hole that was many decades in the making. But I think it's indisputable that we're moving very much in the right direction, and that you're seeing larger income gains for households at the 10th percentile or the 50th percentile than you are for households at the 90th percentile. So again, that hasn't made up for several decades of problems, but it's been a quite remarkable reversal. The fastest income gains for the typical household ever recorded. In terms of people feeling it, the data I look at on that is, are consumers confident? Yes. Are consumers spending money? That's one of the strongest parts of our economy. People are essentially voting when they go into a store or when they decide whether to buy a house, and they're voting, yes, and voting their confidence in the economy.
Okay, great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Chairman, for this final report.
Good afternoon, everybody. Before we get started, obviously I appreciate Jason and Jen offering up the presentation. Today's as you get toward the end of the administration, you have to start acknowledging some departures. And today is a special day in the briefing room, not just because it was Jen's first time behind the podium, but it also is likely the last time that she'll be attending a White House briefing in person, at least this administration. She'll be leaving the administration at the end of the year. Jen, over the course of her service to this president, has taken on a variety of difficult assignments, and I don't just mean being my deputy. She's also served at the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Health and Human Services, and the Department of Treasury. She took on assignments at each of those agencies that they couldn't find anybody else to do because they didn't have confidence in anybody else's ability to handle it. And so they brought on Jen to take on those challenges. And at each case and in each situation, she performed even better than people assumed that she would. So to borrow some of the economic parlance that we've been hearing, I certainly bullish about the prospects for Jen's career when she leaves the White House. But we all owe her a deep debt of gratitude for her performance and service to the country and to the administration. And as somebody who spent 5 years serving as a deputy White House press secretary, I can't think of anybody who has been more effective and taken on more responsibility in this role than Jen has. So Jen, thank you, and we wish you well as you pursue other opportunities. With that out of the way, Kathleen, do you want to kick us off here?
Thanks, Josh, and thanks to Jen for all your hard work. I want to just start with the latest reports on the Russia hacking story. Has the White House been told that Vladimir Putin was personally involved in Russia's attempts to interfere with the election?
I do not have an additional intelligence assessment to share from the podium. As we've seen in the last several days, there are officials in the intelligence community who apparently are calling all of you to anonymously share their thoughts and conclusions and opinions. I think what is relevant at this point is to consider the statement that was made back on October 7th. This was the statement that was issued by the intelligence community. It reflected the unanimous opinion and conclusion of all 17 intelligence agencies. And they reported publicly that Russia was engaged in malicious cyber activity to erode public confidence in our democracy. They included another sentence that I believe is worth repeating, so let me just read it here. That statement included in part, "We believe, based on the scope and sensitivity of these efforts, that only Russia's senior-most officials could have authorized these activities." That is a statement from the intelligence community that was made public on October 7th. At the risk of editorializing, when I read that statement for the first time in early October, I didn't think it was particularly subtle.
You didn't think
It was particularly subtle.
Oh. So are you confirming that the White House believes that Vladimir Putin was personally?
I've seen those reports. I'm not in a position to confirm them. I'd refer you to the intelligence community for their assessment. But their assessment that they reported publicly on October 7th may give you some insight into what they may be thinking.
And since you mentioned so many officials being willing to talk to the media, are you worried about leaks on this issue?
Well, listen, one of the challenges of any White House press secretary, regardless of which administration they're serving in, is that they have a responsibility of coming out here in the public and answering questions from all of you on camera and on the record. Others are allowed to offer their opinion anonymously. It's a free country, and that's certainly what people are, to some extent, allowed to do. In the past, you've heard me express some concern about that habit. It's particularly concerning in those circumstances when people are sharing information that's classified or sensitive. But this is not a new phenomenon. It's one that previous press secretaries have had to deal with, certainly something that's come up in the context of my tenure here, and I suspect that future White House press secretaries will encounter the same thing.
Okay. And then on a different topic, we're hearing a little bit about how Donald Trump might, and his daughter Ivanka might have sort of a different arrangement in the White House, that she may move into the East Wing and be something of both sort of take on some of the First Lady role and also an advisory role. I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about how the President and First Lady drew that line, and to sort of talk about how they arranged their sort of conversations on policy?
Look, presidents throughout our history have, in part based on the structure of their family, put together a system that works for them and works for the country. Obviously, when Secretary Clinton, for example, was First Lady, she had a hands-on role in some policymaking efforts here at the White House. Other First Ladies, including Mrs. Obama, have refrained from engaging at that level on a lot of policymaking. But what we have seen from Mrs. Obama is an effort to focus on some priority areas that are near and dear to her heart. And that includes offering support to military families, giving more girls in the United States and around the world access to quality educational opportunities, and of course encouraging Americans of all ages to have a healthy and active lifestyle. She has pursued those initiatives because of her interest in them personally. She's also pursued those progress on those issues because she believes that each of them is important to the country. And she has certainly, Mrs. Obama has certainly established quite a legacy for the effective and strategic and impactful use of the attention and limelight that comes with serving as First Lady. And she has directed that to a lot of good use, and certainly wish the Trump family well as they figure out the best way to design a system where they can do the same thing. Okay. Roberta.
What kind of government information was compromised, if any, in the Yahoo hack? How concerned is the White House about that very large hack? And how likely are we to see attribution provided by the government about who is responsible for the hack?
I can't speak from here to the potential scope of material that could be vulnerable or may have been exfiltrated. What I can say is that the FBI is investigating this matter. There was a previously reported breach that the FBI had previously indicated that they were investigating, and they're investigating this situation as well. So I'll let them speak to what they have found over the course of that investigation thus far. When it comes to attribution, the principle that our investigators and the President's National Security Team have applied is to ensure that it wouldn't undermine the investigation to go public with some information about what we have learned about the investigation. For example, we would want to be sure that before we indicate publicly who we believe or who the intelligence community has concluded is responsible for the breach, we'd want to make sure that revealing that information didn't undermine the ability of investigators to learn more about what had happened. So that will be the chief criteria that will be used in determining how and whether the FBI should make public who they have concluded is responsible for this particular breach. And that includes whether it's a state actor, a criminal organization, or some other entity.
Switching topics, there have been some questions about the deployment of the THAAD anti-missile system, given the impeachment vote in South Korea and, of course, the upcoming change in administration here. I'm wondering if you have any update on whether it will deploy as planned or whether there's been a hold put on it.
I'm not aware of any change in plans for the deployment of this anti-ballistic missile battery in South Korea, based on some of the political turmoil that we've seen in the Republic of Korea. Over the last couple of months, as some of this political situation has persisted, I've repeated our commitment to the strength of the alliance between the United States and South Korea. And our two countries have been discussing for some time now the potential deployment of additional equipment and technology to South Korea that would ensure they can protect themselves from the missile threat that emanates from North Korea. And our commitment to the safety and security of the South Korean people has not changed. It is something. It is a commitment that has persisted through transitions of the U.S. presidency. It is a commitment that has persisted through transitions of the South Korean presidency. And it's our hope and expectation that the U.S. commitment to that alliance and support for the South Korean people, even as they face this menacing threat from North Korea, will not change, despite some of the changes in government that are slated for the months ahead. Okay, Justin.
I'm wondering if you had any reaction to President Duterte saying that he used to personally prowl the streets on a motorcycle looking for a chance to kill criminals.
Those comments are deeply troubling, and they certainly are at odds with the Philippine government's stated commitment to due process and rule of law. The United States continues to be concerned by the widespread reports of extrajudicial killings by or at the behest of government authorities in the Philippines. The United States strongly supports the idea of a thorough, credible, and transparent investigation into these reports. The United States stands with the people of the Philippines as they confront the drug problem that's having a negative impact on the security situation in the country. And the United States has provided significant security assistance to assist in the investigation of those crimes and to assist the Filipino government in handling this threat to their security. But we continue to believe it's critically important that the government in the Philippines observe and even protect the basic universal human rights that are central to that democracy and ours. That's an important principle and one that we believe is worth upholding.
We've had a lot of conversations in different contexts in the last couple of days about whether the U.S. should have done more when they see signs of trouble. Your reaction so far to a range of comments from President Duterte has been sort of to condemn them or to express concern, but not to cut off U.S. support or change our sort of relationship. What does he have to say or do to prompt some sort of official reaction from the U.S. beyond just expression of concern?
Yeah. Well, Justin, what you've heard me say on a number of occasions now is that we often hear rhetoric from President Duterte or other senior officials in the government of the Philippines vowing to carry out radical changes in their policy of cooperating with or investing in the U.S.-Philippines alliance. In almost every situation, that rhetoric has not been matched by action. And so you've also heard me say in a variety of settings that we certainly are paying attention to the words and comments that are being expressed, but we're paying more careful attention to the actions. And that is certainly true in this case with regard to our relationship with the Philippines, and that's why the United States remains committed to working effectively with the government in the Philippines to advance our shared interests, and that's everything from the domestic security situation in the Philippines, including the drug trade. It also relates to our support for their efforts to find a diplomatic resolution to some of the competing land claims in the South China Sea. It also relates to some of the economic and cultural ties between the United States and the Philippines that extends back for multiple generations. So this is an important relationship, an important alliance, and one that we believe is worth investing in because it benefits not just the American people, it also benefits the people of the Philippines as well.
Last one. Kellyanne Conway was on TV this morning and said that it was, quote, incredibly irresponsible for you to have said that Donald Trump called for hacking by Russia. I think defenses that some of Mr. Trump's supporters have said is that he was joking at the time and was speaking after the hack had already occurred, so it's not really relevant to the situation. I'm wondering if you have a reaction to what you said about
Me?
your comments.
I do have some comments. I don't think you'd be surprised to hear that. Hard to know where to start, but let me start with this. The primary defense, well, first of all, it's just a fact. You all have it on tape. that the Republican nominee for president was encouraging Russia to hack his opponent because he believed that that would help his campaign. That's not a controversial statement. I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I am trying to acknowledge a basic fact. And all of you saw it. This is not in dispute. Now, I recognize that the defense from the Trump campaign is that he was joking. I don't think anybody at the White House thinks it's funny that an adversary of the United States engaged in malicious cyber activity to destabilize our democracy. That's not a joke. Nobody at the White House thought it was a joke. Nobody in the intelligence community thought it was a joke. I'm not aware that any members of Congress in either party that was briefed on this matter multiple times dating back to the summer thought it was a joke. Senator Rubio put out a comment shortly before the election indicating that he took it rather seriously. So I think that's not a particularly persuasive defense that's being mounted by the president-elect's team. I'll say two other things about this. I know that they also object to the idea, something that I said yesterday, that somehow, I made the observation yesterday that Mr. Trump was obviously aware of the fact that Russia was engaged in malicious cyber activity, and that malicious cyber activity was having a negative impact on his opponent's campaign and was boosting his. He's not the only person that knew that. That was something that was being widely reported and was evident to anybody who was reading the newspaper. I don't know exactly what source he was using. He could have been relying on news reports. Maybe somebody on Capitol Hill who had been briefed about this matter had informed him or his team about it. It's also possible that he consulted with one of his closest aides, Roger Stone, who back in July 27th to be precise, tweeted, quote, "Of course the Russians hacked at Hillary Clinton's email." So again, I don't know if it was a staff meeting, or he had access to a briefing, or he was just basing his assessment on a large number of published reports. But Mr. Trump obviously knew that Russia was engaged in malicious cyber activity that was helping him and hurting Secretary Clinton's campaign. And again, these are all facts that are not in dispute. This is not a situation where we are launching charges and countercharges, or I'm offering up my opinion and hoping that it will be considered more persuasive than the opinion that's offered up by somebody else. These are just facts. And I know that we've also heard from the President-elect's team that they're concerned that there's some effort to delegitimize his presidency. Well, I think President Obama has made clear, literally hours after the votes were tabulated and reported, that he and his team were committed to a smooth and effective transition to the Trump administration. And all of the available evidence about our actions since then indicates how seriously the Obama administration has fulfilled that responsibility that we have. But there are others on the outside who are raising these questions, and apparently that is striking a nerve with the President-elect's team. One way to deal with that is to start answering these questions. And not just relying on a defense suggesting that the rhetoric of the Republican nominee was a joke when nobody thought it was funny. And there's plenty of evidence to indicate he knew exactly what he was talking about. It might be time to not attack the intelligence community, but actually be supportive of a thorough, transparent, rigorous, non-political investigation into what exactly happened, and to cooperate with it and to support it. but they're probably not that interested in advice from me. So, but I don't think I guess I am biased in saying that is advice that I have to offer based on years of experience, and I think it would serve them well to follow it. Okay, Ron.
So just to be clear, when this malicious activity was detected, what did the White House do about it?
Well, Ron, the
anything? You often say the statement was put out.
Mm-hmm. Well, this was a statement that well, first of all, this was thoroughly investigated, and this was included in the New York Times report that appeared a couple days ago that sort of went through in rigorous detail all of the work that was done to investigate these hacks and these breaches. And the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, a variety of intelligence agencies were all investigating to learn as much as they possibly could. There were extensive briefings that were provided to Capitol Hill dating back to the summer. And there was an effort to learn as much as we could about what had happened. There also was an effort that was undertaken by experts at the Department of Homeland Security to fortify the elections administration's equipment of state and cities and counties all across the country to make sure that they could defend themselves against potential Russian action that would manipulate the vote count or at least interfere with people's ability to cast ballots. That was a significant undertaking. We had to go and work with local jurisdictions in all 50 states. And we also tried to build strong political support on Capitol Hill among Democrats and Republicans to send a clear signal to Democrats and Republicans who are administering the elections that this isn't a partisan effort. And we did encounter some resistance from Republicans to our efforts to do that. Senator McConnell in particular.
But beyond the reinforcing of the voting apparatus in various states.
But that's not an insignificant proposition, because that is central to our democracy, and it is a lot of work, because we don't just go to one agency. We have to go to agencies in 50 states in order to get that done. Some agencies that are skeptical and suspicious of the motives of the federal government, but yet we did succeed in that. And what the intelligence agency concluded is that there was no increase in malicious cyber activity on the part of the Russians that did succeed on Election Day in preventing people from voting or preventing those votes from being accurately counted.
But did the United States retaliate against Russia for this?
The president determined once the intelligence community had reached this assessment that a proportional response was appropriate. But at this point, I don't have anything to say about whether or not that response has been carried out or whether additional responses could be deployed.
Right, and that's the question: is how can it be effective if, in fact, we don't know whether it happened or not? Will the Russians know when it happened and that it happened?
Yeah. Well, listen, I'm just not going to be in a position to talk about potential responses, and I know that's frustrating. What I can tell you is that there may be an opportunity in the future where we can talk in more detail about what the response is, has been, or will be.
But tell me how the response can be effective if it's not made public.
Well, it's a difficult question to answer because the United States contains significant, extensive cyber capabilities that exceed the capabilities that are wielded by any other country in the world. And to detail those cyber capabilities would be to potentially undermine our ability to use them. Unfortunately, that's not something that I can discuss from here, but there are a range of proportional responses that the president and his team believe would be an appropriate response.
And just back to the statement of October about the highest levels of the Russian government being responsible for this. Was that intentionally worded to point a finger at Vladimir Putin?
This is a statement that was written by the intelligence community and the Department of Homeland Security, so you should ask them exactly what their intent was. But my reading of it was that it was not intended to be subtle. But that's based on my reading of it. You'd have to ask them what they intended.
Finger at Vladimir Putin?
Again, you'd have to ask them what their intent was.
Is that your interpretation of it?
Well, I guess the reference to senior-most officials in Russia would lead me to conclude that, based on my personal reading and not based on any knowledge that I have that may be classified or otherwise, it's pretty obvious. that they were referring to the senior-most government official in Russia.
The last one. The Russians say that this is laughable, this is nonsense, that they did this, that their president was involved in any of this. What's your response to that?
I'm not surprised. Kevin.
I want to ask you about Planned Parenthood and the White House's effort to ensure their funding. And I'm curious if you could explain, in particular for the Americans who are well aware of the fact that the federal government cannot legally fund abortions, with the exception of rape, incest, or the endangerment of the life of the mother. Why the president did what he did, and how did he go about doing it, without getting too much into the weeds on Title X?
Yeah. Well, the Obama administration did implement a rule that essentially prevents the federal government from discriminating against specific service providers. And again, I think this goes back to a principle that really should resonate with a lot of conservatives. The Obama administration is suggesting that the federal government shouldn't be getting in the way of people getting access to quality, affordable health insurance or quality, affordable health care. And Planned Parenthood is an organization that provides extensive health care services to men and women in communities large and small all across the country. That's just a fact. What the Obama administration has also done is carefully follow the law to ensure that we are abiding by this long-standing rule that prevents federal funding of abortions, with the exception of the exceptions that you outlined. And that is consistent with the law that's on the books. It's also consistent with a principle that we have prioritized, which is that getting access to quality health care is not a privilege, it's a right. And we want to make it possible for as many people as possible to get access to that health care. And that's the idea behind this rule.
But there are those in particular in the states that feel like this is an egregious overreach by the administration, that feel like this should be a state's issue that they can certainly handle without this added layer from the federal government. What would you say to that?
I would say to that we're talking about federal funding, what the federal government can do with that federal funding.
Right.
And so this is actually empowering patients to make their own choices about their health care. And that is a principle that should really resonate with conservatives. And I guess I'll leave it to them to explain why it doesn't.
Last, I just want to, it's a little bit far afield, but I was reading an interesting piece that accused the president of being so focused on creating the Iran nuclear deal that he, in effect, took his eye off the ball, or was less focused on other issues abroad, in particular the growing threat from Iran and perhaps even Russia. What would you, or rather Russia and China, I should say, what would you say to critics who feel like the president was so dead set on making history and propping up the Iran nuclear deal and pushing it over the finish line, that he didn't see perhaps or react as quickly to threats from Russia in particular? We could use the cyber threat as just one example of that.
Yeah. Well, I didn't see the argument that was made in the piece that you've referenced, but I think in general what I would say is simply that the successful implementation of the international agreement to prevent Iran from obtaining a nuclear weapon was not just a major national security priority of the United States, it was a major national security priority of some of our closest allies and partners in the region and around the world. Israel was deeply concerned about the prospect of Iran getting their hands on nuclear weapons. Saudi Arabia and other countries in the Gulf were also deeply concerned about this prospect. There were countries in Europe who were within range of some of Iran's ballistic missile capabilities, were deeply concerned about the prospect that Iran could put one of those nuclear weapons on top of one of those ballistic missiles. So preventing Iran from obtaining that nuclear weapon wasn't just a priority of the presidents, it was a priority of the international communities. And I would just point out that when President Obama took office, that was the case. The international community was fractured in terms of trying to design a strategy that would successfully prevent them from getting a nuclear weapon. So President Obama didn't just have to identify the priority, he actually had to organize the international community to go and achieve it. And that's exactly what we've done. And that is...
Though, from the focus on Russia and China in particular, we look at some of the things that have happened. Russia running off into Ukraine and whatnot, and China with the South China Sea. Did it at least in part take his focus off those things. Would you reject that notion?
I would utterly reject that notion as not being an accurate description of the situation.
Okay, last, when you looked like you were chomping at the bit when I asked Jason about why it didn't seem to resonate. Some of the great numbers that you all have been touting, month after month after month, we talk about job growth, and yet for some reason, at least among many in the working class, they don't feel that. Did you sense that? And if you did, where was the disconnect? Was it a lack of message?
Listen in on what's being said at Trump Tower.
And it was important that Congressman King was here today speaking with President-elect Trump. Obviously, this is one of the foremost experts in homeland security in the country, if not the world. And I couldn't concur more that what's going on now is an injustice to the American voters. Donald Trump has been elected President of the United States. He will be sworn in January, and I look forward to, honestly, what I believe will be one of the best presidents in the history of this country. And he's off to a great start. I'm proud of the job he's doing. Certainly proud of my congressman, too. And, security, national security, and international security are the #1 issues that this country faces right now. And we have the right men and women on the job. And it was a great meeting, very productive, as Congressman King said. And we look forward to more in the future. So. No, we discussed national security issues and other issues. And, like I said, from way back in the early months of this year, I've been coming in and out of Trump Tower. A little less confusion in the lobby when I used to come in here. And Mr. Trump has always been that type of person. I'm a local county chairman, and he likes to hear it from the street. He likes to hear what's really going on in America. That's why he has his finger on the pulse. And we've continued to have an awesome relationship. And very fortunate for that, and I hope he feels as fortunate for my advice and counsel as well. So it was very productive today.
What areas are you going to tackle first on day one?
Excuse me?
What areas are you going to tackle first? What security issues are you tackling first?
Actually, the main issues I discussed were what we have to do to have the Justice Department and the FBI be more leaning forward when it comes to investigating Islamist terrorism. I suggested a program similar to what Commissioner Kelly did here in New York, and that we can't worry about political correctness. I also focused on the fact that we have to still be on the lookout, obviously, for attacks from overseas, but it's the attacks like San Bernardino, Orlando, the Boston Marathon. They're the ones that are going to be attempted to be carried out, and we have to be more aggressive in trying to stop them. We also, he has a mind when it comes to understanding politics. He wanted to know every block and every corner of my district and how they voted, who voted for him and who didn't, and how I did and how he did. And I told him that in my district, which sort of leans Democrat, that President Obama carried it by 4 points each time, and Donald Trump carried it by 5 points. That was a 9-point turnaround in a district which has a Democratic plurality. So anyway, but it was a combination of down-home politics, and also talking about world issues. It's, running the world. You get tired after the meeting because he comes at you from all different directions. And then in the middle of it all, Mike Pence come in, and Vice President Pence, who I've known for many years, is a good friend. And again, it couldn't have been better. And my daughter also joined us. She's a councilwoman in the town of Hempstead, Nassau County, and she spoke to the president.
What program are you referring to when you talk about the program that Commissioner Kelly?
Ray Kelly here in New York, yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, how it was very aggressive and forward-leaning when it came to trying to estimate and determine where terrorism would be coming from. Whether it was the various programs that Commissioner Kelly had, which unfortunately the Civil Liberties Union and the New York Times didn't like, but they were very effective in stopping terrorism, and they really should be a model for the country.
Do you think that Vladimir Putin is behind anything in the Russia hacking?
My own.
Or do you believe he's connected to the hacking in any way?
No, my own belief is that, yes, I do think the Russians were involved as far as hacking the Democratic National Committee. I'm not certain where they were as far as Podesta, that's not clear. But I do know that all of the intelligence agencies that have briefed us up till now have said they do not know what the motive was other than to just disrupt the election and create doubt among the American people so that no matter who won, there will be a cloud over that person. So Putin or the Russians have succeeded, because right now the media and certain Democrats in Congress and certain elements of the intelligence community are in effect doing what Putin wanted them to do, and that's to put a doubt in the cloud of the president-elect. I would say the same thing for Hillary Clinton, who had been elected.
Congressman, can you speak to concerns over his nominee for Secretary of State with his ties to Russia?
No, actually, we discussed that briefly, and no, the fact that he has ties to Russia, he was the head of one of the leading energy companies in the entire world. He has to have dealings with Russia. And the fact that he was able to build a relationship with Putin, to me, that can be used, it will be used to our advantage, because he knows how to deal with the Russians. And so, no, in and of itself, if anything, that's a plus. And again, he'll discuss this with the Foreign Relations Committee, but if we are going to deal with Russia, and I think we should, and I don't trust Putin at all, but I do think that there could be weaknesses that they have that we can use to further our interests. And again, working with the Russians, having someone like Tillerson who understands the Russian mentality, understands the Russian economy, will be a big plus to the United States.
Are you worried about the Senate confirmation process?
The Senate can take. I have enough problems in the House, but no, the Senate. It'll be fine once it's out there. Once the American people hear. And also, I can say I was talking last week with a leading diplomat from one of our very, very closest allies, who does not like Russia, does not like Putin, but he thinks this is a time where the United States, the position we're in, vis-a-vis the Russians, that we can negotiate and we can actually make progress in dealing with the Russians to our advantage.
You know, if I may say, Donald Trump said from day one in this campaign that, he wanted to bring the best and brightest minds from the private sector into government to help solve our problems. And whether it's in Homeland Security, whether it is in, as Secretary of State, Rex Tillerson fits that bill. This is someone who has a tremendous reputation. He has dealt with world leaders from corner to corner of this globe, not as a politician, but as a businessman. And, this is what Donald Trump said he was going to do. He was going to professionalize our government. That's what he's doing right now. And I think a lot of people are overblowing the relationships. Of course he's going to do business with Putin and Russia. He's in the oil business. But, the quality of this man could be second-guessed by no one, and nor his motives. He will be for America, pro-America. I am absolutely sure of that.
If John Brennan himself were to make that assessment about a more direct tie, would that give you confidence? Or you had mentioned John Brennan, but I'm sure in the back there couldn't hear you very well.
No, listen, if
All right, it appears our feed from the Trump Tower lobby has frozen. We're going to work to get that fixed. In the meantime, we're going to take you back to Josh Earnest.
was it John Brennan? Is somebody under him? Who was doing it? And why didn't they tell the House Intelligence Committee, which is jurisdiction? Why go to the Washington Post and the New York Times when, under the law, they have to go to the House Intelligence Committee, and it's a crime to leak out classified information? So either they were doing it, someone was doing it, or there was a Democratic senator at a briefing, and he's giving out very selective information. And any information you get at a classified briefing, which is leaked to the paper, is a crime. Now, I'm not here to say we're going to lock everybody up. What I'm saying is, if they're going through all that, couldn't they at least find the time to, one, tell the president-elect, number two, to tell the House Committee on Intelligence, which is in charge of this?
Do you have a preference for the VA secretary, by the way?
No, all I know is that, and I'm sure John will agree, President-elect Trump is almost obsessed with the poor treatment that veterans get in this country. He will pick the very best person, and he will stay on top of that person. I've seen him show more emotion on that issue than any of the other issues.
Does President-elect Trump support a Muslim community surveillance, or does he still support a Muslim ban?
He was listening. He was basically just taking it all in. He just said he wants to not be bound by political correctness. He wants to do whatever he has to do to protect the American people. And then I was talking, and he was nodding. So I'm not going to describe anything I said to him. These are my views. Okay? Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
right, guys, we'll continue with Trump Tower Watch. We're also going to keep Josh Earnest in the corner of your screen, the White House Daily Briefing in the corner of your screen.
Is in protecting the free flow of commerce and the freedom of navigation in this region of the world. Billions of dollars of commerce transits this region regularly, and disruption of that navigation could have a negative impact on the global economy, and that, of course, would have a negative impact on the U.S. economy, and that's our chief interest here.
Sure. A number of European countries have summoned the ambassadors of Russia and Iran for events in Syria. Obviously, there's no Iranian ambassador here, but does the administration plan to do the same, or has it done the same?
I'm not aware of a plan to do that, but if that's something that happens, we'll let you know. Obviously, U.S. diplomats have been in close touch with Russian diplomats, not just over the last several days, but over the last several months on this issue. And I know that just yesterday, Secretary Kerry communicated in a phone conversation with Foreign Minister Lavrov. So we don't need to summon the Russia ambassador to the United States to make clear our deep concerns about the way that Russia has conducted themselves in Syria.
Okay, and a final question. A few days ago, the U.S. introduced sanctions against some officials in the Democratic Republic of Congo over the delay of elections. Bloomberg today had a report on pretty staggering levels of wealth assets accumulated by Kabila and his family while in office. I was wondering if those assets and individuals could be the target of sanctions should Kabila decide to stay in office against the Constitution.
Andrew, just to make sure you get an accurate answer to your question, I'm going to refer you to the Treasury Department for the details about the way that those sanctions are likely to be implemented. Okay, Michelle.
It sounds like you have no dispute or quarrel with the information that has been put out there saying that Vladimir Putin had a direct role in the hacking.
I think what I'm saying is there was that I don't have new information to share from here, but there was an October 7th statement from the intelligence community that spoke pretty directly, and in my own personal opinion, quite unsubtly, to this question.
Okay, but you're not addressing whether those reports are accurate or whether you have a problem with the accuracy of any of those reports.
I'm not discussing the accuracy of those reports. I'd refer you to the intelligence community for their own assessment. They're aware of the facts firsthand, and they can try to describe to you exactly what their official view is of that circumstance.
And let's just say that in a situation like this, if there is the head of state directly involved in something of this level, would that change the proportional response that is formulated to respond to it?
Well, it's difficult for me to talk about potential response options. I think what I will say is, as the president and his team consider proportional responses, a wide variety of aspects of the situation will be considered. Proportionality includes things like the impact and the sophistication of the attack, the malicious activity. So they'll cast a wide net in considering exactly what happened, in formulating an effective, proportional response. I would acknowledge, which may be what you're thinking, that designing a proportional response seems inherently subjective. And I would acknowledge that that's true. But it means the president and the experts on his team using the best knowledge at their disposal and their knowledge of U.S. capabilities to determine what would be appropriate.
Does it make it much more serious if the head of a state is involved in something like this than not?
Well, again, I think we've known for some time, since even before the election, that senior-most Russian officials were involved. So the U.S. intelligence community recognized from the beginning how serious this was.
Okay, and you talked a couple of times this week about the cyber capabilities of the United States. But obviously they don't prevent the hacking of an individual's email. And all of that taken together, we've seen how it could potentially affect a presidential election. You also tried to convey confidence a number of times leading up to the election and after in the system. But if we see this happen, like, I think for many, it's hard to believe that we're even talking about this right now. And then days later, we have more word of another hack and an unprecedented hack. So how can the American public have confidence in elections that follow if maybe the weakest link is going to be somebody's...
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this. We have an update, a local news story from the Department of Public Safety, a major update.
There was a suspect that fired shots from a handgun at another passenger vehicle, and that victim vehicle was able to drive away without injury to the 101 in the university area. There has been an arrest made, and the main focus here is that Director Colonel Frank Milstead has said in the past that if you see something, say something. And in this case, victims did see something. They said something. They called 911. They reported it. And that in combination, our community with the department, great police work, we've made an arrest. The name of that suspect is Mr. Nasheed Mateen. Spelling on the last is Mary, Adam, Tom, Edward, Nora. Nasheed is spelled Nora, Adam, Sam, Henry, Ida, David. And again, Mr. Nasheed Mateen, age 40, residence of Chandler. As you know, the Highway Patrol Division arrived on scene. The initial investigation determined that there were bullet strikes to the vehicle, that this was in fact a road rage incident, and that a criminal investigation was warranted. So the department's Criminal Investigation Division was contacted, and that's why we have here for you Sergeant Mapp of the Criminal Investigations Division, Sergeant Tony Mapp, and Captain Jennifer Pino of the Criminal Investigation Division. And so with that, we're going to direct any questions that you have of this road rage incident, this arrest, to them. Thank you.
Any questions? For Sergeant Mapp?
Sergeant, can you tell us how you tied the suspect to the shooting?
Again, like Arpaio said, that was based upon, we had a couple of witnesses, and our victim also was a good witness, and they were able to give us information that led us to discover the vehicle. And from there, we had a lot of extra investigative things that we did to determine who the suspect was.
There was no prior contact between the victim and the suspect?
No, sir.
Were ballistic tests done?
We're still in the process of doing the ballistics for a gun that we did recover.
Is there any reason to believe that this suspect is tied to any other freeway shootings that we've had since 15, I guess?
No, we have no reason to believe that he's involved in any other shootings.
How important was it for you to get this person off the street?
It's very important. Again, like our PO was talking about, road rage and aggressive driving is something that we strive to combat at the Department of Public Safety. And again, I want to stress with the help of the community and the citizens, we were able to do that with having witnesses that were not involved actually calling and stopping and giving our department information, and that's what really was the big break in the case.
How lucky were these victims? I mean, like the car was pretty shot up.
I would say that our victim is very lucky. There were several shots to the passenger side door.
Were you able to interview the suspect, and did he admit to the crime?
We were able to interview the suspect, and he did make several incriminating statements.
Did he indicate why he took such violent measures?
Again, it's basically a road rage situation. He felt that they were cut off.
What worries you most about a case like this?
Excuse me, sir?
What worries you most about a case like this?
Well, is that, our public is driving down the freeway every day. People might accidentally get cut off every day. That type of behavior, or someone that is in that kind of thought process at that time, that could be anyone, that could be any of us. So we take and we do put a lot of effort into investigating and helping catch these aggressive drivers, not even the ones that are firing, but any kind of aggressive driving and roadway situation we try and dive into.
How difficult is it to track down these suspects? Because essentially they can just drive off from the scene, and you have witnesses that don't know each other, and everything happens so quickly, everybody's driving. How difficult is it to actually catch a road suspect?
These are very difficult cases. They're very difficult cases if we don't have the community participating or witnesses to give us information, because like you said, they could be two individuals that don't know each other, could be on different parts of the city, just happen to be passing by and have contact with each other. So without the community and the citizens participating, it would make it very difficult. And that's kind of what we really wanted to emphasize, is that, and also thank the community for their assistance and for their willingness to be witnesses and to give us the additional information.
And obviously was the license plate number, that was key, because if you just had a description of a car and a person, then that really is tough to know. How lucky was it that this witness was actually that astute to provide that information?
It was very lucky, and we're glad that they did that. And we encourage everybody, as was stated, if you see something, say something. You might not think it's that important that you got two numbers in a license plate, but anything you get off of that license plate and any vehicle information, color, description, tires, rims, tint, all of that information we use to help solve the case. So it was very important.
One of the things that we hear about when we talk about these freeway shootings, a lot of them is, why don't you just pull the video? There's traffic cams on all highways and whatnot. Did this come into play? We've also heard that none of that stuff gets recorded, that unless you see it in real time. Explain to us how that comes into play in these investigations.
In this investigation, we didn't use anything with traffic cams.
Do they record? Do they not record?
I'll let him comment on that part.
What I can tell you is that generally that they're not recording, and that I would direct you to ADOT, since this is their lane. They maintain those freeway cameras. But that is an excellent question.
Would it help in a lot of investigations to have ADOT record the video that's coming?
So the main focus here, I mean, aside from being for ADOT, is that our greatest partner, our greatest backup for a law enforcement officer, in this case troopers, is the public. And that's why we appreciate you here. You're getting this message out to them. We find it nearly impossible at times, very tough in a case like this one, to crack it, to solve it without your help. So some of the things that you should look for, obviously, as where you're at, what direction you're traveling. Assign that to a passenger if you can in your vehicle to do it safely, because we don't want to investigate another incident. But get us a license plate. Get us a location, a good description of the vehicle. If you have a passenger that can use that cell phone so you can focus on driving, that's the most important thing that we can have, is that assistance.
Do you have an average number of open road rage incident cases right now versus?
All right, guys, we're going to cut out of this press conference, take you guys back now to the White House Daily Briefing. Josh Earnest speaking now.
Was focused on emails from the Democratic Party and Clinton campaign staffers, and not the Republican Party and Trump campaign staffers. It wasn't a secret. It's obvious what the impact was. There's a separate question about intent, and there are anonymous figures in the intelligence community that are weighing in all over the place, and I'm not at liberty to do that from here. We're going to rely on intelligence assessments to try to get to the bottom of that if they can. But it's not, the impact of this operation is not in doubt. It's not in doubt. It benefited the Trump campaign, and it hurt the Clinton campaign. That's why the Republican nominee was hoping they would do more of it. That's why his staffers were hoping that they would do more of it. That is why, in the days leading up to Election Day, the Republican nominee himself was encouraging people to check out WikiLeaks. He thought it would help his campaign. And he knew that when people went to WikiLeaks, they weren't going to find damaging information about Steve Bannon or Reince Priebus or the RNC. In fact, there's only evidence of one Republican being hacked and targeted by this hack and leak operation. And that one Republican
Kellyanne
was
Conway talking to the
General
press now.
Colin
Let's
Powell.
go live. That's not it. There we go. Kellyanne Conway.
Track record with regards to terrorism. How much more receptive was the president-elect in terms of just listening to what congressmen had to say, or was there a lot of talking done by the president-elect, a lot of question asking, trying to understand what's going on?
I was not in their meeting, and I wouldn't disclose that anyway, but I will tell you that Congressman P. King has been a tremendous asset, and he's offered his counsel to the president-elect on any number of occasions. You see him on TV, you see his voting record, you see he's very emphatic about keeping America and Americans and her allies and her interests abroad and here at home safe. And it's a dangerous world. We see what's going on. We know he's got an opinion about the latest CIA information, and he's always welcome here.
Is it because he's a New Yorker as well, because he's just an hour away basically from the drive in terms of proximity?
Well, as you can see, we're basically the president-elect is entertaining people from all over the country, if not the world, on the phone. I think they're up to about 90 or 92 meetings with men and women from all over the country, and certainly 50 or 55 world leaders on the phone. So it's just a very exciting time, and he's fully engaged. Thank you. Leaving soon for the thank you tour in Hershey, Pennsylvania. The same arena where we were the Friday before Election Day. I remember I introduced him there last minute. It was 18,000 inside, 5,000 outside. I know that because I paid for the Jumbotron. And to go back there basically 5 or 6 weeks later is incredibly exciting for him. Tomorrow he'll be in Florida, and the next day Mobile, Alabama.
Kellyanne, what do you think President Trump might be able to remove the embassy in Jerusalem?
He has made that promise, and he has showed his commitment to that, particularly moving the capital to Jerusalem from Tel Aviv in Israel. But again, he's not going to do anything like that until he's actually the president. But I can guarantee you, just generally, he's a man who's going to accomplish many things very quickly. I think that's why his 100-day plan is so specific and so ambitious. He's just accustomed to delivering results quickly. When you're a successful billionaire businessman and brilliant real estate developer, you can't waste time thinking about it or having a commission or blaming other people who are in charge of the issue. You're used to producing and delivering. So I know it's very much on his mind.
Kellyanne, what insights did you get from Joe Kaplan earlier today?
I have no insights on that. I wasn't aware of that. I don't know the specifics.
Kellyanne, how far away do you think they might be from announcing a press secretary?
So we have a number of wonderful qualified candidates for press secretary. I know that you're all fascinated to know who that will be, which is great. That man or woman will have my full support, definitely, even though it's not a job I can take at this point in my life. This week or next, in due course. We're just really happy that we're way ahead of schedule, because even just the last 40 or 50 years, including President George Herbert Walker Bush, who was a sitting vice president, certainly knew who the qualified men and women to serve in his cabinet would be, but we're even ahead of that schedule, so it's good.
And do you have a sense yet of how much time the president-elect will spend here in New York after the inauguration versus Washington, D.C.?
Well, his job will be in Washington, D.C., so he's going to commit 100% of his time to being president of the United States. But we really haven't discussed his travel plans when he's not in the Oval Office, but that's where he'll be living.
You had mentioned in his free time he would stay on as executive producer of The Apprentice.
I was kidding. Everybody's so humorless. What's that?
How much free time do you think he's
Okay, any free time he has, he works, I promise. I'm not going to answer that question, because I'd rather talk about his 100-day plan, which is going to take up a great deal of his time.
You met with Silicon Valley leaders yesterday. How is the success of Silicon Valley
able to be replicated across the rest of the country?
So the president-elect was very happy to meet with the tech titans from Silicon Valley. As he credited them on the record in that meeting, he said, "You are some of the most innovative minds and important people, really job creators and innovators from across the country, if not the globe." So we're really glad that they got to talk about, really happy they got to talk about repatriating funds from abroad, certainly getting more serious about cybersecurity, increasing educational, vocational opportunities for those who want to learn more about technology, and then just working together really to know that they are the stewards, together, the private sector and the public sector, the stewards of our country. And he appreciates the fact that they're job creators, that they're economic stimulators, that they're investing in research and development. And he even said he would like to reconvene that group or a group like that quarterly if it's at all possible. We were happy that they came. I thought it spoke well of everyone, given the fact that they, by and large, have different politics. It doesn't even matter because they employ people and nobody cares what those people's politics are.
Amazon yesterday did their first successful drone delivery in the United Kingdom. Does President-elect Trump support drone delivery in the United States?
I haven't discussed that with him. I have done no Christmas shopping, so I'm fancying it myself right about now.
Where will the president-elect be when the electoral college has its votes?
On December 19th?
Yeah.
He's expected to be in Mar-a-Lago on December 19th. Actually, he'll be in Mobile, Alabama for the final leg of his thank you tour, which will be in Mobile, Alabama, the same stadium where he was. Probably you guys, some of you were there, guys and gals.
August of 2000.
Yes, that's right. And he'll be there with Senator Sessions and some others. But it's so that's what he'll be.
So when the vote happens, he'll be at Mar-a-Lago?
It depends when the vote happens that day. He'll be in Mobile, Alabama, and then later that night he's expected to be back in Florida. We're not worried about it.
Did you say something about Hanukkah rally?
Well, the president-elect is open to discussing international relations and our relations with different countries. Obviously, the humanitarian crisis in Aleppo is very much on our minds. You have women choosing suicide over rape. You have major chunks of the population dying and destroyed. And I saw today John Kirby, the spokesman for the Secretary of State, John Kerry, saying that Secretary Kerry is increasingly frustrated. It's disconcerting. We need stronger words and we need more action. It is a humanitarian crisis in many years, and I really hope that this president, who's very much concerned about Syria, will be able to meet with his leaders and effectuate the kind of action that we know that he is known for. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilman.
All right, guys, that was Kellyanne Conway speaking in the Trump Tower lobby. We're going to take you back to the White House Daily Briefing in the corner of your screen, and we'll continue with Trump Tower Watch here on News Now.
It's actually Russia, who's only had one operational gain on the ground inside of Syria against ISIL, that has had that gain rolled back. And in fact, the threat that is posed by ISIL is now worse because of Russia's failed strategy inside of Syria. Because ISIL didn't just retake Palmyra, they retook Palmyra and all of the military equipment that the Assad regime, backed by Russia, had moved in there.
You sound as if you welcome that.
I don't welcome that at all. I'm gravely concerned about the danger that is now heightened because of Russia's failed strategy. And according to what my colleagues at the Pentagon are now saying, it's now U.S. service members, U.S. members of the military that are now going to have to go in and clean up the mess again that was created by Syria with the backing of the Russians. And when you consider the president's record overall, the fact of the matter is, when you consider what he inherited, President Obama walked into office, there were 180,000 U.S. troops in Iraq and Afghanistan combined. Today, America is safer, and there are only about 15,000 U.S. service members in those two countries. And that represents substantial progress in enhancing our national security, but also moving America off a permanent war footing.
And that's why we have the results of the election.
Okay. Bob, I'll give you the last one.
Thanks so much, Josh. Given all the talk about Russian hacking, should the Electoral College voters take into account the influence of Russian hacking and the distribution of emails in their voting, which is going to happen on Monday, and do they have the constitutional right to do so?
Yeah. Listen, I know that there are a number of electors who have spoken publicly, raising some concerns and questions about how they should fulfill their constitutional obligations. I think that's evidence of how serious many of these electors take their constitutional responsibilities. But I'm not going to stand here and tell them how to vote, or stand here and tell them how to fulfill their constitutional responsibilities. This is a responsibility that they've been entrusted with. And there certainly is ample information about the election that has already been made public. But ultimately, it's up to the Electoral College to fulfill their basic constitutional responsibility. Okay, Gregor. I anticipate that I will not be the one standing here tomorrow, but we'll be able to confirm that for you before the end of the day today. Okay. Thanks, everybody. And if I don't see you, happy holidays.
All right, everyone, the White House briefing has wrapped up, so we're just going to focus on Trump Tower Watch here on News Now. Trump Tower Watch continues here on fox10phoenix.com.
And my vice president is Mitch Landrieu, the mayor of New Orleans. We had a fairly interesting meeting with the president-elect. Lasted about 15 or 20 minutes. He showed great interest in helping cities progress. Our priorities are based around infrastructure and public safety, and he has pledged to be a partner in those efforts. We gave him a little information about past funding streams and past histories with administrations. We have a meeting coming up next month in Washington. We're hoping to meet with a lot of the cabinet members there and get to know this administration better. It was just an introductory meeting, not a lot of substance went on, but we feel, at least I'll speak for myself, I feel pleased that he was willing to meet with us in this very busy time, and he showed great respect for our organization.
Did the transition reach out to you all, to the conference?
I've been engaged with people in the transition for quite some time, and the meeting took a couple of weeks to put together.
But you all wanted the meeting?
Yes, we asked for the meeting the day after the election.
Oh, okay, I see.
Yeah.
And Mayor Benjamin, can you talk a little bit about what you thought of the meeting?
I thought the meeting was very productive.
Oh, can you get
Sure.
into the-
The meeting was very productive. The president-elect listened to our issues and concerns, our desire to see a significant investment in infrastructure and the protection of the tax exemption of municipal bonds as a key part of that plan. We also had a great chance to dialogue at length with the vice president-elect, which I thought was a very productive and even personal conversation. So we're excited about what the relationship we're going to build between the U.S. Conference of Mayors and the new administration. There's a lot of work to be done. We're going to focus on investment in American infrastructure, both in schools and roads and bridges and the hospitals and water and sewer infrastructure, and also on making sure we build strong reliable, responsible police forces all across this country. We have men and women who are doing great work on the ground there. We want to make sure that the best of the best are supported, and that this relationship inures to that ultimate goal.
Did he indicate to you guys who will be his point person for mayors?
He did not.
Do you know who the liaison to Congress is going to be? Is there anything he's actually been working with?
We gave him our input that we hoped that a former mayor or a present mayor was elevated to a position of interest inside the White House who could guide the administration on intergovernmental affairs as it applies to local governments.
Joe Biden under Obama has really been a point person for a lot of states.
We generally dealt with Jerry Abramson, the former mayor of Louisville, in the intergovernmental office. That's the key position for us. Yes.
All the cabinet secretaries as well.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, the president-elect has indicated that he plans to spend $1 trillion on infrastructure. Most infrastructure in the U.S. since 1913, but certainly over the last 10 years, $2 trillion has been spent using the municipal bonds and protecting the tax exemption on municipal bonds that's been there since 1913 is sacrosanct to us delivering on infrastructure. 75% of America's infrastructure is built using this tool. So it was an important piece of the discussion for us to have here. Obviously, I know that the president-elect is a builder. He has some innovative and creative ideas. We want to make sure that all those ideas as well come on the table. But he was clear that his support of the tax exemption was there, and that was wonderful news. All right, thank you.
I just want to introduce myself. All right, guys, Trump Tower Watch continues here on News Now. In just a minute, we're going to hear from Speaker Paul Ryan.
Just the cooler today with the
Paul Ryan speaking earlier this morning at a summit in D.C. on poverty.
We are coming to fight poverty and restore upward mobility in America. Number one, we agree this needs to be fought. We agree far too many people are slipping through the cracks in this country. We agree that opportunity is lacking. We agree that this beautiful notion, the American idea, the condition of your birth doesn't determine the outcome of your life, is an idea that a lot of people don't believe in anymore. And if there are some who don't believe in it, then it really isn't true universally at all. So it's our job to restore this. And this is what conservatives have been working on for years. And this is what is exciting. Tamar calls it the center-right movement. We've been spending so much time trying to figure out how we can better solve these problems, how we can take our principles, apply them to problems to offer really good, innovative solutions that are effective. I will just say a few things on that, other than to say that you have in front of you a very willing and a very engaged Congress ready to tackle this issue. We have spent years on this. In particular, we spent the last year putting together a very specific and coherent blueprint on reviving upward mobility and fighting poverty. Number one, and Robert Doar is really good about this, work works. We've got to do more to make it easier for people to join the workforce. We've got to do more to make it easier to transition people into the workforce. We have to remove the disincentives that are disincentivizing people from getting on the ladder of life and getting into the workforce. And we think we have innovative solutions to do that. Number two, we've got to stop displacing local poverty fighters. We cannot keep embracing this arrogant paternalistic notion in Washington that Washington knows best. In other words, we've got to stop the commodification of the poor. We've got to stop fighting this idea of poverty as if it's some, sterile, cold concept we don't like, and then create some big bureaucracy and program in Washington, and then parachute into communities and push them aside and say we know what's best. We've got to stop doing that. I think if you had to describe the war on poverty as noble as the effort was, this war is a stalemate. And what we learn when you actually go into communities is there are people who are doing tremendous work, who are fighting poverty eye to eye, soul to soul, person to person, who we all need to learn from. And so instead of displacing that good work, we need to support it. We need to back it up. The government has a very important role to play. It's manning the supply lines, but not dictating the front lines. And so that to me is one of the really important acknowledgments that we have to express. Stop displacing civil society. Stop pushing aside local, homegrown, proven poverty fighters. Get their stories told so that their success can be replicated. Cross-pollinate across the country. So get everything and everyone working hand in hand on the same page in the same direction. Civil society, faith-based charities, secular charities, government and employers in the private sector and everybody in between. Right now, kind of fighting at odds with each other. So one of the things that we as conservatives want to do is make sure that everyone is working on the same page with the right incentives. Number 3, test results. This is not partisan. Patty Murray and I wrote a bill, passed it into law a year ago, creating an evidence-based policy commission. Some of the members are probably here in this room, so that we can better measure the success of our efforts, better measure the success of programs, so that we test results and we judge success in the war on poverty and the restoration of upward mobility, not based on effort, not based on how many programs we're creating or how many dollars we're sending, but based on results. Are we getting people out of poverty? Are we creating upward mobility? Does it work? So let's just focus on inputs to results. And if we do those fundamental things, make sure that we smooth the pathway to work, make sure that work always pays, remove these barriers, stop taxing people 80 cents on the dollar from taking a step into the workforce. Make sure that we don't displace civil society, that we work with and respect civil society and local poverty fighters and test our results. And with respect to just providing upward mobility on all levels of the scale of the income scale, we've got to close this skills gap and we've got to get economic growth. So that's a big, full agenda. It involves things like tax reform, making America more competitive, making our industrial base more vibrant. It involves closing that skills gap, soft skills, hard skills, and everything in between, so that people can get the skills they need, and getting the employers and civil society involved in the pursuit of doing this. It involves getting government to respect its limits and removing the barriers, and then putting policies in place that get us the growth we need to produce the jobs and the opportunity, closing the skill gaps, and going after fighting the really hard, persistent problems with persistent poverty. And that is why we think this conversation is ready, it's ripe. Now we want to take this conversation, get it moving in the right direction, and then start putting results out there, getting bills passed. This is what we're serious about doing. It is a moment that I think should not be a partisan moment. This is one that we just see the evidence in front of us and go with what works. And so all I want to do is say thank you for doing this. I see a lot of familiar faces here. We're very excited about this. We're very excited about having the opportunity to tackle one of the more persistent and stubborn problems that we've been dealing with as a country. And we're excited about learning from the people on the ground who have made a difference and making sure that we can see more of that and removing these barriers and getting everybody on the same page. So thank you very much for being here, and look forward to the conversation with Jerry. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. 6:29.
Okay, great. Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you for having me. I think I speak for all of us when I say thank you for bringing some of that Janesville weather to us this morning.
This isn't cold.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's going to be 19 below zero on Sunday at home. We're getting 10 inches of snow on Saturday.
In other words, Packers weather.
Yeah, it is.
Okay.
This isn't cold.
I appreciate the chance to have the conversation. It's hard for me to start a conversation like this without talking about Jack Kemp. I wrote about Jack Kemp. You worked for Jack Kemp. His name is up there, as you noted. If he were here today, still preaching the optimistic, happy, broad tent, big tent brand of conservatism that he liked to talk about, what would he be pleased about? What would he be displeased about in terms of where we are right now?
Well, I remember we would have conservative meetings about fighting poverty, and you could fit everybody around one table in Jack Kemp's office. Seriously, I mean, it was like 6 people. So this is exciting just to see this effort. So I think he'd be really excited. If Jack were here or if his son were on time. Sorry. He's gonna
we'll remind him you said that.
Yeah, remind him I said that. He would be excited that the ferment and what Jack called the battle of ideas is really matured to the point where we have so many more people engaged in this fight. My mentor, in addition to Jack Kemp, is Bob Woodson. And I met Bob through Jack back in the early 1990s. And, you know, Bob and I have spent a lot of time over the years traveling the country. And I just asked for a tutor. Teach me. I want to learn. I have these principles, and I have good opinion on what they look like and how they work. I learned them from Jack Kemp. But let's see, you know, how it works in reality. And what I'm excited about is more and more and more people. I've been getting House Republicans to do this, are getting out in communities doing just this. So what I think Jack would be excited about is the engagement and the participation of so many people in the center right on this issue. I think what he would be really upset about is the polarization of our politics. It's just he's a happy warrior. We think of ourselves as happy warriors. The glass of life is half full, not half empty. You appeal to the better angels of people. You have rigorous debates on ideas, but it's done in an inclusive way that's less polarizing. I think he'd be pretty upset about the polarization of politics today.
You talked, and I want to talk some more about the poverty agenda, but there was a related agenda that I think really emerged in this election and with the election of Donald Trump, which was the concerns of, for lack of a better term, the working class poor.
Yeah.
And let me ask you this philosophical question. As a free market conservative, somebody who believes in the power of free markets and the primacy of markets, how do you then address the concerns of people in this working class poor segment, which issued a kind of a primal scream in this election, that globalization and markets don't work for them? How do you deal with that concern?
I would attack the premise of the question, which is you're pretending that we've been operating with free market economic policies, and we have not. So what we have are policies that have produced slower economic growth and more disparity of income and less opportunity. Why? I think a lot of our own policies, our own government domestic policies have been a big cause for that. Whether it's the poverty trap because the way our welfare programs are working or don't work, whether it's the regulatory state that is really hurting jobs, especially small businesses, manufacturers, whether it's just our tax policy that makes us extremely uncompetitive. I'll just give you my own story. I live in Janesville, Wisconsin. I live on the block that I grew up on. Most of the people I went to high school with either went to the GM plant or something like that in Janesville. Our big employer until 2009 was General Motors. They were there for about 85 years. And you could get a really good job there and do very well and have a very nice life. And your kids could do the same. And that just went. I mean, we lost that plant like that. We made Tahoes and Suburbans. Now they're all made in Texas. And there really wasn't anything to replace those jobs. So these are like the guys I went to high school with. They either moved in the GM system because they had some seniority in the union, so they went to St. Louis or Kokomo, Indiana, and a couple of other places, Arlington, or they just did something else. A buddy of mine who I worked with him on an adoption case, 2 little girls from India, he and his wife adopted. He's the night guy at Quick Trip, which is a convenience store. So he went from a really good skilled trades job with great benefits, 6-figure income, 6 figures at GM, to he's the manager at Quick Trip. Quick Trip is, you would think of 7-Eleven. That's Wisconsin's version of that.
I actually worked at the Quick Trip when I grew up in Hayes, Kansas.
Did you really?
I did.
I didn't know Quick Trip went that far west. There's a perfect example, I'll just say his first name, John, of the anxiety and the lack of opportunity. And I can just give you stories in all throughout the Rust Belt, but Wisconsin is like that. So there's this huge anxiety. So what do we do about it? Well, I look at our tax laws. I see Johnson Controls, biggest company in Wisconsin, now has become an Irish company. Their headquarters are moving to Ireland. Why? Ireland's got a 12.5% tax rate. Miller, we're a big Miller town. You know, Miller Park in Milwaukee. We brew the beer there, but the headquarters are now overseas. You know, we're losing our base. We're losing our companies. We're losing our competitiveness. And then you take a look at all the bevy of regulations that are just making it really hard for better jobs to come and replace those jobs. And then the skills gap is a huge issue. We're beginning to grow local businesses, local manufacturers, you know, people with 50 to 150 jobs. But they're now, with all this atrophy we've experienced, they don't have the skills to line up with it. We can't find welders in Wisconsin to do really good custom welding, which you can make a very good income as a custom high-skilled welder. And so employers are now just taking, Robert and I were talking about this, are taking it upon themselves just to go train people. So we've got a situation where I think this election uncovered this. There are a lot of working class people who were doing well and are doing much, much worse, who don't see good prospects in front of them, and who we don't have an education system that can help them acquire the skills that they need to get a better job. And that better job isn't there because we have bad domestic policy, which is making it harder for that better job to be created in the first place. So that is why this issue of upper mobility should not be a segment of this slice. We shouldn't be speaking to people as if they're in some class. We believe in class mobility and upper mobility. So we've got a multi-front policy war we're going to have, a battle of ideas to deal with economic growth, American competitiveness, restoring jobs, manufacturing, closing the skills gap, and dealing with the welfare poverty trap so that we can get people unstuck from the poverty trap that they're in. And that, to me, is one of the biggest messages we should get from this election.
So you're defining an extremely broad agenda, not a narrow anti-poverty agenda. But in the prioritizing that you're going to have to do, where does the poverty program that you just described fit in? How high a priority?
It's among the highest. And I don't see these things as mutually exclusive because I think what most of us, because of where we come from, we're very familiar with the working class economic anxiety issues. That's where I'm from. But a lot of us had to go and spend time in the persistent poor communities in rural and urban America just to see how persistent this is. Go to Appalachia, I can list names.
Well, you did it.
Of places. And that, I think, is the more persistent problem that requires emergency surgery. And that, to me, is about the stuff that all the people on this placard are talking about. Jimmy Kemp and I with AEI, did a big summit in Columbia, South Carolina with Tim Scott. We've been talking about these ideas. Now we want to execute these ideas. And I do believe that the multi-generational poverty, the persistent, stubborn, high poverty is what we need to go at right away. Because that, to me, is who is hurting the most. And if we can help crack that code, all the rest of these problems get much, much easier to solve.
And as you try to do that, what are the areas you anticipate you can get cooperation from Democrats on? And where are the areas where they're going to
We're going to test it everywhere. I do believe that I would like to think that fixing what I call the poverty trap, the benefit structure, the benefit cliffs, is something that we can all agree needs to be addressed. So if you take a person's benefits, they'll have these benefit cutoffs that disincentivize taking the next step into the workforce. And the challenge is you can't sit in Washington and create a better formula to make sure that work always pays. You know, the Brits had the universal credit in England, and they're working on this. We're a bigger, diverse country with 50 states. It's harder to do that here. And so I really do believe that we need to get more local control involved so that we can customize benefits to the person's particular needs. And this is kind of the mistake I think we've made before. We think we can come up with a better mousetrap on the way benefits need to be structured, but everybody's got a slightly different problem. Everybody's got a slightly different benefit mix. And so I think you need to go more toward benefit customization. And what I'd like to think we could get consensus on is to break up the poverty monopoly.
But is there a consensus that this trap exists?
Yes, I think there is consensus. I'm for childless adults for EITC, for example. That's something that I think a lot of us agree on. I think that's a good way of helping pull people into the workforce and smoothing this benefit cliff. I would like to think we could get consensus on moving EITC from being some end-of-year lump sum payment to embedded in the paycheck. I think it's better if we do it that way. There are a lot of details involved in doing that, but that's something that I think we could get consensus on. I would also like to think, because if you just look at success in our communities, where we've broken up the poverty monopoly, not just being the county welfare agency distributing benefits, seeing people as sort of a cog in a machine or a line item on a spreadsheet, but involving and empowering other groups, whether it's Salvation Army, Catholic Charities, America Works, Lutheran Social Services, whoever, to be the actual distributor of benefits and the ones to have the navigator and Catholic Charities in Racine, Wisconsin, perfect example. Fort Worth has a really good program on this, where they actually they call it wraparound benefits. They basically try to come up with a benefit customization to work with a person with carrots and sticks, incentives and disincentives, to get them from where they are to where they need to be and where they want to go. You have to break up the welfare monopoly in order to get that kind of dynamic writ large.
So,
I'd like to think we can get consensus on that.
So you're essentially you're talking about energizing civil society,
yes,
and creating a way for government to work with that civil
Correct.
society. How does that happen?
Because right now it's in conflict with one another, or it's in spite of each other, it's in lieu of each other. The whole concept of wraparound benefits that the civil society sector is working on is to, well, government's kind of doing this and it's separate and distinct, and in some ways it's counterproductive, so we need to wrap around and try and fix this. Imagine if we didn't have to think like that.
So how do you not think like? What's the
Well,
way to get from here to what you're
look
talking
at our
about?
Better Way plan, we have a specific solution and approach, which means getting things back to the states, but not, I know everybody hates the block grant word. It's not just some crude, spending cut exercise. It's making sure that these resources can be tailor-made, and they must go to the poor. They must go to the purpose. They can't be used to pad some budget or build a road or something like that. They must go toward their intended purpose.
Today, we're
and
determining.
We have to measure and test results. MCFI is a good program, which is the homeless. We did the homeless programs in the Bush administration with just beta tests of these ideas of testing results and going with what works. I really think that's the solution here, which is give local officials the ability to consolidate, to combine, to test, allow multiple providers to compete for the person's business and treat them like a client, not like some commodity, and test results.
So by and large, does this connective tissue between civil society and the government programs exist in most places, or is it non-existent?
No,
right
it's in lieu of. I mean, civil society exists. I would say that in many places, government displaces civil society. Right. Government pushes it aside, ignores it, or in some cases disallows it to breathe. It traps it with regulations. And never forget, at the end of this, I'm kind of going full circle here, you got to have a growing economy.
Yeah.
You got to have a growing economy to produce the opportunities that you can help people recognize and realize.
If you step back from this and you try to figure out what has and what hasn't worked, TANF replaced AFDC about 20 years ago. Why hasn't there been more progress in those 20 years?
TANF did work. It lowered child poverty rates. It helped lower child poverty rates more than any other reform that we had seen. TANF is a $16.5 billion program. It's one program, and there are 72 other programs that spend about $800 billion a year. And so that reform, which was more local control, work requirements, time limits, the work requirements kind of atrophied, and these guys can explain more about how that happened over the years. And Robert can give you a chapter and verse on that. But it was one program out of dozens and dozens of other programs that never got those reforms, that never got those principles injected into them. And so I think what ended up happening is the system sort of took over those ideas and those principles, and it's time for a new round of welfare reform 2.0. And again, this is not a budget exercise. This should not be seen like that. This should be seen as a life-saving exercise. This should be seen as a civil society, poverty-fighting expertise, respecting exercise. And that, to me, is where this all ought to go.
So you're saying essentially the centrality of work in all of these programs was true with TANF. It's still true now. It's still where you're.
But the centrality of work has been displaced by other programs. By we call it the poverty trap. By stacking all these benefits on top of one another. The highest tax rate is not Warren Buffett. It is the single mom, who's getting 24 grand in benefits with 2 kids, who will lose 80 cents on the dollar if she gets a good job offer. It will pay not to work. Why would we ever want to do that? Yeah. But how do you get at that without, it's hard to do that from Washington with some new formula. I think EITC and things like that can help, but you need to be able to customize benefits. You need to be able to test results. And the other thing is, we don't have all the ideas. There are people out there in communities who do have good ideas. Let's see them, learn from them, push them, test them. And then, again, let's get to this. I love the evidence-based policy mindset is here. And the evidence-based policy notion is a 21st century creation based on data based on evidence that is here to stay, and let's see it through. And that, to me, is sort of the topper of all of this, which is test results and go with evidence and go with what works. And right now, we're not able to do that because of government.
In the wake of this election that we started out talking about, is there some tension between, the working class poor and the sort of the traditional non-working poor? Because you sense some of that in the electorate this year, that there was a certain amount of resentment. Do those things now, at this point, and you're basically, I think, describing a situation in which things ought to be pushing for both those classes of people in the same direction, but is there some tension between them, and could they work in opposite directions?
They shouldn't be, and no one should ever try to exploit it. I can't stand identity politics, no matter who plays it, and it's just wrong. And unfortunately, that we have seen identity politics a lot, just in the last handful of years. And so these are not. This is not a zero-sum game. This is some person's gain does not come at another person's loss. That is not how a dynamic, growing economy and a dynamic society works. And so I certainly don't see it that way. People may see it that way, and we have to labor to make sure that they realize that that is not what it is. A growing economy with opportunity and upward mobility and encouraging work and upward mobility is good for everyone, and it's good for all of society. And the notion that I think we have to attack, which I'm excited about seeing a group like this instead of just 5 people around Jack Kemp's conference table, is that I think, unfortunately and indirectly, we as in society have reinforced this idea that the war on poverty is a government responsibility. Pay your taxes, and we got the rest. Don't get involved. You don't have to do anything. You're busy in your life. It's two income earners in a household, and we reinforce this idea. This isn't your problem. If you pay your taxes, government will fix this. That's wrong. It's dead wrong. And we need everybody to get involved in this. We need everyone's ideas and talents, and we need to reinvigorate and reintegrate the poor, all forms of poverty, into our society again. And we have done too much displacing of this. There's been books written on this. Bob Putnam writes a bunch of stuff on this, about how we're self-segregating ourselves into various classes, into various groups. And if our politics tries to exploit it, we're going in the wrong direction. Our politics needs to break down those barriers and seek policies that stop this stratification of our society and get back to this beautiful idea of the American idea, of the melting pot, or whatever you want to call it. And that, to me, is the challenge that's in front of us right now, and the opportunity that's in front of us.
So I think it's fair to say that you and the House Republican caucus have kind of established your bona fides on this issue because of the work you did over the last couple of years. What about the incoming Trump administration? What's your sense? Have you had any conversations with them?
I talked to him a lot. I've brought this up with him a bunch of times, and he has as well, unprompted. I think there's enthusiasm and desire. I think we've spent a lot of our time working on this. So we're probably farther down the path on this issue. But I sense nothing but enthusiasm and desire to get moving on this. And I spoke with them on Friday about this. So I do believe that there's a big desire and a lot of enthusiasm for this.
You have the lead on it? Is that fair to say?
Well, Congress starts, all bills start in the House and run through Congress. And there's this other branch. There's this other thing called the Senate. I forget about those guys sometimes.
Yeah. That's just what I was going to ask about.
Yeah, right.
Where are those guys?
So yeah, this is something that we're, I don't know if lead's the right word. It's just this is a very high priority, and we all plan on working on this.
So as you move down that path, I wonder how you deal with the. There's a kind of a long-term notion of getting this right, so it works in the long run. There's also the very short-term kind of human element here, which is that relief is needed by some people right now. How do you reconcile those two as you move down this path? Because really transitions are hard.
It's a good question. Transitions are hard. The sooner you can act, the better you're going to be. And I really think if we can get some growth in the economy pretty quickly, that's important. So growth to me is sort of the initial shock that the system needs. I think the fastest transmission for growth policy is regulatory relief. Look, people in Congress know this because we represent our districts. But I hear probably more about the strangulation of regulations on businesses and their growth and their development than probably anything else, even more than, say, tax policy. And I think if we can provide regulatory relief right away, that can breathe a sigh of relief into the economy. It can reignite animal spirits. And if we can get our tax policies right pretty soon, those two combinations will help alleviate. Getting good economic growth can fix a lot of problems. Doesn't fix them all.
You've got this.
But I think that can help.
You've got this Congress Review Act that Newt Gingrich provided you.
Yeah, we're going through that analysis right now. What can the new administration do on their own? What's an executive order? What does the new cabinet secretary, do with regulations? And then what do we do with the Congressional Review Act? And that analysis is something that we're going through right now. This administration is not done yet, the current one, so we have to wait and see if they try to do something at the last minute that we'll get with the CRA. So that is the analysis we're going through right now.
There's one other element of this package that tends to get overlooked, but that in the real world you can't overlook, which is healthcare. If you were in a world in which you're repealing and replacing Obamacare over the next, you pick the number of months, 18 months, and that involves considerable changes in the way Medicaid has been changed because of the Affordable Care Act. How do you make sure that healthcare doesn't become the showstopper for the very people you're trying to help?
Yeah, well, I think the states have done a fantastic job in some instances with good waivers to actually get better reforms. Indiana's a perfect example. This is something that Seema Verma, who's going to be the new CMS director, was originally a Mitch Daniels person who was the architect of they call it Healthy Indiana, which has done a very, very good job of getting health care to the poor that they can actually get and access. The problem with Medicaid that a lot of people outside of states don't see is most doctors won't take it. It's a loss leader.
Yeah.
The hospitals have to, but they don't want it. And a lot of doctors won't take it. Then you can talk about dentists and the rest. So there's a huge access problem. And I think by giving states the ability to craft reforms that are unique to their states, like we have Badger Care in Wisconsin and Healthy Indiana, those are two I'm pretty familiar with, we can do a much better job of actually getting people not just affordable health care, but actual access to health, not just insurance, but health care. And that is a problem with Medicaid right now. It is a program with dire fiscal problems, and it's a program that the provider community is struggling with.
We're running just about out of time, so let me step back and ask you a final big picture question here, which is, transitions are a time for both confusion and optimism, I suppose. How optimistic are you can get there, and what's the timetable? How fast, how slow, how difficult to get from here to the kind of changes you're talking about?
Well, these changes, the big ones we're talking about, on whether it's welfare or healthcare, take time. But as far as the legislative process, we're working on an aggressive timetable for 2017. We're right now sitting down with Senator McConnell and the Trump administration, the transition team, to try and flesh out what we think is a realistic timetable so that we get the legislation prepped and ready to go. Transmitting the policy once the legislation is done takes time. Again, if we can get some growth going, that's a huge accelerant. But let's just take the poverty stuff we're talking about. TANF was one out of dozens of programs, and it took a long time to get those into place. I see John English standing over here. He and Tommy Thompson are the architects of that idea. I don't know how long it took from 1996 passing that bill to Michigan putting it in place and getting it on the ground. Yeah. So, I mean, I think today we can
better
do it
get started
faster. Yeah, right. So it just takes time.
And is the Senate the graveyard?
I can think of a few other words too.
Go ahead.
No, it's just they're a patient system. It's the saucer. It's just we can move pretty fast. We play rugby, they play golf. You know what I mean? That's the analogy I use. But I do believe we have a good plan, and a lot of this should be bipartisan. a lot of this stuff does not need to be us against them. This does not need to be, Packers versus the Bears, which the Packers will beat the Bears this Sunday. I'm pretty sure of it. But this doesn't have to be so partisan. And I'm hoping that that's not the case. And, the tax reform or Obamacare, I understand that there's ideological differences, and that is what it is, and that's fine. But on a lot of these things, I just think we're getting, hopefully, to a consensus on just common sense of what it takes to get these things done. And
Okay.
I'm hoping that we can make a difference that way.
We can close out on common sense. So you've got your hands full, Mr. Speaker. Thanks for taking the time to talk with me and with the whole group here.
Enjoy this warm weather.
All right, everyone. That was Paul Ryan speaking this morning at an event on poverty reforms. We're going to continue with Trump Tower Watch. If any breaking news happens in the next hour, Mary Kate will be joining you. Otherwise, she'll be live with you at 1 o'clock. Thanks for tuning in. We'll continue our stream. And many of you guys waiting for that Sheriff Joe Arpaio press conference. That will be this afternoon.
dropped your glove. Lucas is right there, so we got this. No, there is no secondary.
He's only doing Fox, basically.
Secretary Kobach.
give you a fact. Not a question. Here's some money. Too much of a hit and miss. I'm just giving things over the years. You just want to, when you want to, yeah, 5 to 6 that's pretty loose. I took it back and put it on my office. Things like that. So I see she's more happy with giving her money. I gotta buy. She's the one I get to buy. My kids are gone. My son is working. I already gave him everybody in my world is pretty much grown. It really is. I got my nephew was in the city. He just had a baby. Right after Thanksgiving. So his 12 months. Some brother is coming from Minnesota. He's got 2 years. I sent them gifts and I never got to thank you. But I did go to Trader Joe's. I got a gift. When I go visit them, yeah, no, of course. The kids are instant. They're like not very much. One year I packed up a smartphone. And I'm on the way at the HO train. I mean, I had some money for it. I had a River Rossi train for expensive. The train itself, I know like the locomotive, $400. It was a move. My nephew gets the baby. I was thinking about saving mom. Have you been to Charleston? Only for stories. I've done this one. I've been there a lot. I just did. I'm coming up for a Wednesday. After Tuesday, I'm off for that. I do this speech I did with other setting up two cameras. Like to save money. Right. Please, for money? Can be. They put us on at 6 a.m. Now we're o'clock. This ain't leaving at 6. I say at 6 and get back one night. You're not there that long. Yeah, but I got a number. I guess I should swear. How much? No, I'm going to go find a date. It's like, the thing is, I'm not really kidding around. I'm going to think on stuff down. That is just too,
I don't know what's the difference.
that has just been new. So European and anyway, so I don't want to do that kind of thing.
I'd like to get there before.
I'm going to do it soon. It's going to be, I think by the summer. Because the only characters that aren't every other country in the world is there. Yeah, just believe me, it's like no stretch of imagination. Because the 1960s cars are like an attraction.
Other people might be
Not just something you try, they're an attraction. Toyota, Nissan, Hyundai, they're in there, they've been there. Everybody's fixing it. I mean, broken as it may be, but there's more that you can do. Yeah, I have a boat.
Supposed to be coming down?
My plan is in next, I'm going to try to retire next 3 years. I'm going to take my boat down to the Keys, here. And then make that, it's maybe. mean, people could live on, not me, I'm moving. Yeah, I just repowered it last year, just all gearing up. I keep up with other people. Don't think I take it out of the word. I don't always rap. Depends on what I'm going to do. I do my own making, do my own work. Last year, I put in, I took out gas engine. I heard it was coming. I took out gas engine. I installed these ones. I did the work myself. So I used these ones that I picked up. Got them in last year. This year, as fishing, troubleshot fishing, I got it just where the label is. Just at my Thanksgiving, just all the clothes. A couple of little things I want to do. My birthday thing. It's like Saturday night talk to rap. I don't even know what it's for. I suspect I'm pretty clean down. I mean, I respect. I bought it in in 1967. I mean, it's a lifestyle. I mean, I'm into it. That's what I use for fun. And I also, you know, made a trip 60 miles on a Saturday and go fishing. That was my problem. I couldn't do it. Gas engine. Too much fuel in the damn thing was so slow. I've been going 13 knots for 20 years. We'll be running at about 24. Double my speed and load my fuel. Well, no, to be honest, yes, there are, but because I've been planning this when I own the every time I had an opportunity to do an upgrade. Acted as a solvent, resin, anybody was found in the school paper. Just situating some of those like cement. Mine is destroyed my engine. Resin, that's mixing with fuel and also the carburetor. When I did that thing, I replaced the fuel tank. So that the fuel tank, I installed a motor. I upgraded to like 3 years ago. So I did all that. I had the deck up. And then that's probably the biggest modification for me. And in terms of the installation itself, literally gutting out not because it was such a gentle. I got to work, I got the weekend, I was here, I got the books, so every week. But we would nip looking at it as we eliminate everything out of our body, it ends up being injection pumps. It only goes to like these. The injection. The guy sold me 2 different engines. One of the 300 horsepower, one was 24.
They're here 24/7.
So I learned about, okay, diesel motors are fairly simple animals. And for the one, the engine I had, I had to get the right injection. And when it's fuel supply, diesels are so simple. No, so the guy I bought the motor from. That wasn't the best. Look, you just got to give me new. Okay. But you know, for months he was trying to tell me everything in place. So when he said the injection pump, I went in and started I was at but in the end of my request, all the accessories, terrible, not virtually the base engine. The motor, strong motor, so virtually. I want to say brand new motor, but everything else. And the diesel is so decent. They run off compression and fuel. You don't even have to cut. You don't even have to run it. In fact, once the thing is over, you can't shut it off. The motor is shut off by stopping the fuel. Otherwise, it's just keep running. Well, we can get it done. Yeah, so diesel fuel, which is oil, that's not the diesel running. So it wants to be the diesel fuel doesn't like oil. So we'll go both someone heat the air the fuel and start diesel.
That was the reason they turned it here from being
right, so probably turning on the heater So I replaced the injection pump. Like I said, we got the injection pump. Before I replaced the injection pump, I had to figure out, can you solve that solve the problem? I learned more. Now with that much, I learned what was inside the pistol, ratio,
All right, you guys, it looks like the feed has frozen for just a moment here. We're going to give it a few seconds, see if we get it back. You're watching live inside Trump Tower on the Fox News Now stream. Let's give you a look at the Dow right now. Right, it looks like we did lose that feed. Here's a live look of the White House. We'll take you back inside Trump Tower as soon as we get that feed back. All right, you guys. Well, I have Steve Kraft with me right now. We're talking about your story, which is a home invasion, I guess you would call it, right? This is a crazy story. And this is
It is a
local
crazy
here.
story. A lot of questions. I'm still trying to figure it out. Police are still trying to figure it out, not just me.
So break it down. What happened and where did this happen?
Well, last night, or technically very early this morning, around 2 a.m., in Tempe, on Priest near Warner, not too far from the IKEA down there, there's a young couple. They're asleep in their bedroom, and they've got a little 2-year-old daughter, and she's not in the bedroom, but she's like in another room, so just outside the bedroom, like the
Okay.
kids' room, their child's room.
Yeah.
And the mom hears like the baby sort of whimpering. And you know how moms are, they have like this sixth sense, like they hear anything, they just boom, they wake up.
Right.
So she wakes up and she notices that the door to the rooms she shares with her husband is closed, and they never close the door, it's always open. The bedroom door is always open so they can see and hear their kid.
So her husband woke up and saw their bedroom door was closed? Or?
The mom wakes up, because
Okay.
moms always wake up before husbands.
Right.
and she notices, hey, our bedroom door is closed, and our daughter's outside in her room. We never leave that door closed. And she gets up, and she gets her husband up, and she goes, hey, what's up with that? The door is closed. You know, why is that?
Yeah.
So they open the door from their bedroom, they walk out into the apartment, and they see this stranger, a 34-year-old man named Orrin Cohen, that's his name, holding their baby.
Just in the hallway?
But just
Like,
inside
in
the apartment, say in
Yeah.
their living room of their apartment,
Yeah.
holding their kid.
Oh my
And
god.
this is a guy they claim they don't know at all. So the husband starts fighting with this man,
Yeah.
and I guess the kid is put down or whatever. And the mom calls 911, and Tempe police come out. And so the father is scuffling with this intruder.
Sure.
Then he somehow breaks away and he runs away from the apartment. He was either on the second or third floor of this 3-story humongous unit. There's like 590 apartments in this complex.
Okay.
And so he's running down the stairs trying to get away. He is impaired, meaning intoxicated / who knows what. Police confront him. He's resisting the police. They tase him.
Oh my gosh.
And then they take him in. And now this man, Orrin Cohen, 34, from Glendale, is being questioned at Tempe Police Lockup in downtown Tempe. The little girl is okay, and the parents are shaken, but they're okay. So the question is there any relationship between Mr. Cohen and this couple? The police haven't given us the name of the couple
Yeah.
and the daughter. Is he a total stranger? If he's from Glendale, what was he doing in this Tempe apartment complex in the middle of the night?
Yeah.
Was there any link between these two groups of people, or was there some sort of, did he know someone else in the complex? Was he drunk and confused and he wandered in somewhere? How did he get in their apartment? The couple swears up and down, according to Tempe police, I just talked to them, that they locked their door and there's no way this guy could have walked into their apartment, which begs the question, like, did he do a parkour, kind of crawling up the side of the apartment building?
And is that even possible? Have you seen the outside of the apartment
Yeah, it looks like
building
it'd be
yet?
really hard to do. So somehow
And
he either
intoxicated, I doubt he'd be able to.
intoxicated / impaired on whatever.
Right.
So what was up with that? Why was he there? Why was he holding the kid? Was he a regular burglar trying to quiet the kid down? Was he trying to steal the kid? Is he just a weird drunk guy who's a compassionate person to children? Was there anything? What were his intentions?
And
What was he thinking?
And would they ever assume? Because why would he have a relationship with that family? What would that mean? Like, what reason?
Well,
would he...
I mean, did he ever, for example, this is total conjecture, but sometimes in these kinds of cases, maybe he knew the mom somehow.
Okay.
Or maybe he knew the dad.
Sure. I met the daughter once or twice. Or
Yeah,
something.
maybe there was some weird connection.
Yeah.
I don't know. And anything I say is a total guess at this point, because police tell me that they are not sure what he was doing and why he was doing it. All we know is that there was a guy who wandered, apparently, allegedly a total stranger, who wandered into this couple's apartment and had their kid in his arms when the couple confronted him at 2 a.m.
And is there any camera footage at the apartment complex that could show if he was breaking in or if he just walked right in?
There might be, although the apartment complex, which is called the San Sonoma Apartments, has been very uncooperative with media. I wouldn't say hostile, but they don't want us anywhere near it. It's bad PR for them.
I wonder if I can look that up.
Yeah, San Sonoma, yeah. It's on Priest, and somebody who lives there sent me an email, which I can find and read to you guys.
Yeah, so someone that lived there emailed you?
No, the apartment complex emailed all the folks who live there. Emailed all the people who live there.
Does this look like this is it? These photos here?
Yeah, it's a really nice place.
Okay. Let's see if this is, Tempe luxury apartments. So this is a beautiful place. Not the type of place that you would expect this to happen. I'm going to pull this up and show you guys what the apartment complex looks like. So San Sonoma apartment complex, you wouldn't expect something like this to happen at a place. It looks like they would have great security here. Obviously, people pay a lot of money to live in a place
they pay
like
$1,200 a month rent, and it's a nice place. And granite countertops. I mean, it's nice.
That is nice.
It's a nice place, and it's pretty new. It's like about a little over a year old.
Yeah, so you wouldn't expect, you would think, okay, this is a safe place. We spent a lot of money to live here. They've got great security. So I'm sure they've got camera footage.
They might.
They might.
Yeah, and that's something that police would probably be asking for. But let me read what they wrote to residents.
Yeah.
Somebody, I don't know who it was, sent us an email from the complex. Dear residents, you may have been aware of a police-involved incident that occurred overnight in our community. Police report a suspect entered an apartment home unlawfully, was arrested, and is now in custody. While the incident was scary for the residents involved, it was isolated, resolved quickly, and there are no pending issues or concerns at this time. We have increased security patrols and will communicate longer-term measures when finalized. We thank you for your consideration in maintaining privacy on behalf of all of our residents. While members of the media were posted outside of our community, San Sonoma is private property, and it is our company policy to respectfully prevent media from entering our grounds to speak to residents. It's our goal to maintain peace and privacy for all. Please contact us at the office if you need to speak with us further. So, they basically don't want the prying eyes of the media to try to look into what was going on.
Right.
The person, I did talk to somebody who lives there who said that he felt that their security was kind of lax for as big a place as it is, and there should have been people out there kind of looking more than there were. On the other hand, to be fair, I've lived in different apartments, and, what do you expect? And can you police everything all the time?
Right. I mean, and you can see
people come and go in apartments like they do in houses.
Yeah, and you can see even from these photos that we're seeing here, not inside, but the one that I just saw on the outside. Let me see if I can click through here. That's a big area. This is huge here. I mean,
that's
all
the entrance. So you can see the front, and that's actually kind of, that picture is pretty good because when we looked there, we didn't see anybody standing guard. We didn't see anyone in the guard shack, and we saw the gates open just like this.
So you would think that the gate,
if it is a gated community, there's no one running.
closed.
This morning, I didn't see anybody running the gates.
and you think there'd be someone probably in there or something.
There could be someone there theoretically, but there wasn't this morning
this
that we
area.
saw.
Yeah, so it's huge complexes all around here.
So it is an entire community of hundreds of apartments, and it was built on land that was kind of this huge vacant land that had been farmland that was right next to that IKEA store at Warner and Priest.
Okay. So everyone in that, so that email was sent. Who sent that email?
That was sent just from the management of the complex.
Okay, so
to
everyone
the
in that
residents, to everyone who lives there.
So everyone got that email.
Reassuring them, telling them that they're boosting security, and also telling them not to talk to reporters. Fortunately, somebody disregarded that and did talk to us.
Okay.
And there's no reason that they shouldn't talk to us. This is a free country, and if you live somewhere, you're allowed to talk to a reporter. I mean, come on.
Right.
You're paying $1,200 a month that you don't have the right to free speech.
It does seem sort of weird that they would ask residents not to speak to reporters. I mean,
it makes sense in a way that
it's
it's bad PR for San Sonoma, and they don't want to be known as the complex where someone broke in and was holding somebody's kid.
Right.
But
unfortunately,
the complex
it
could
happened.
also say it could have happened anywhere. It happened to be here. We're stepping up security. We're concerned, and nobody was hurt in this case, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, I mean, it's a beautiful place. I don't think it'll stop anyone from wanting to live there.
No.
But
And anyway, the story's not about me and the hoops that I have to jump through as a reporter to get a story.
But you do, and we're all proud of
But
Steve for
we
jumping through these hoops.
Jump through the hoops every day. But you do encounter this a lot, where people who run big institutions, whether it's a company or an apartment complex or a university or whatever it is, do kind of want to go into a shell when some reporter comes around and wants to know what's going on.
Sure.
Mostly if they just laid out the facts, we'd say, that's cool, hey, thanks a lot, and that would be that.
Right. I mean, obviously, this is a serious story. This was a home invasion. This is going to be reported on. So you can either talk to the people there, but you're still going to report on it. And
right.
Obviously, so, I mean, that would be so terrifying, though, if I came out of my room and, first of all, saw my door was closed when I know it's not, and then seeing someone just standing in my apartment, holding my kid, I would lose it. I mean, that would be so scary.
Yeah.
Scary enough to see someone in your apartment, but then also holding your child is very scary.
So here's what comes next. The police are investigating. They've been talking to this man, trying to figure out what the deal was, whether this was an innocent mistake on his part, or whether he was a burglar who broke in and then was confronted with a crying kid who was trying to shush down. Whether, we hope to get a picture of this man later today. We eventually might be able to hear the 911 call, but that probably won't happen today. And we still don't know the name of this young couple either, and we don't know.
Do they not want their names to be released?
Well, it hasn't been released by police because it's ongoing investigation.
Sure.
So
sure.
Ultimately, in cases like this, sometimes once it all comes out, this guy's going to be transported at some point today, probably down to the 4th Avenue jail. We'll put in a request to talk to him in jail if he's up for it. And it may be a while, but ultimately we might be able to talk to the couple involved. But that'll be up to them.
Do you think you'll be able to talk to him in situations like this?
No.
Or people usually no.
Generally,
they usually
no.
say no.
I mean, we always ask because we want every side of the story, including the person who got arrested. And if you never know what happens. What if the guy was out, got drunk, got confused, and blundered into the wrong place? Who knows?
Yeah.
It doesn't make sense. We don't know if he was armed either.
So we don't really know a whole lot at this point, other than the fact that he invaded the home, he held this kid. What do you think? What does your gut tell you now that you've spoken to people out there and you've been at the scene? What do you think?
I honestly have no idea what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, it would be a total guess, and it would be kind of sloppy for me to hazard a guess when I really don't have a.
I'm thinking since it's such a nice complex, maybe he was just trying to rob a few things and he wanted to keep the kid calm, maybe.
It's possible.
I don't know, because it just seems like they would have a lot, it's a nice place to live. Maybe he noticed something there that he wanted.
It's possible.
But again, so they do say they locked their door. They're claiming they locked
claim
their
they
door.
did. They claim they did. So one thing the police will be doing is looking for signs of forced entry, and so far apparently there are none. There's no sign that he beat on the door or jimmied the door open or had some kind of burglar's tools to defeat the lock. Nothing like that.
Yeah.
So maybe it's a case where they thought they locked it and they didn't. I don't know.
Now for the rest of your life, I would be so paranoid. I'd check the lock 1,000 times. With things like this, it's the one thing you worry about.
Calm down.
I'm getting worried.
Count to 10. Take a chill pill.
Yeah. So when does your story air?
We're on at 5 o'clock.
Okay.
And we're hoping before 5 that we'll get some document or something from the Tempe police showing where they are now. We would also ultimately like to find out where this man was from, Mr. Cohen, in Glendale, so that whether it's me or a night reporter can go out and try to talk to neighbors.
Yeah.
Or maybe family members, or they can explain a little bit about what happened.
Sure.
I don't know.
Well, if you find out more throughout the day, maybe you can come back up here and give us an update.
Yeah.
Yeah? Okay.
I can do it.
Cool. All right. Thanks, Steve.
You bet.
I appreciate it.
No problem. Later.
All right, you guys, we're giving you a live look of the White House right now. That was Steve Kraft up here with me talking about his story coming up at 5 on Fox 10 about that baby burglary. A man invaded an apartment complex here in Tempe, Arizona, and was holding a couple's child in the middle of the night. We're going to take you now to a live event happening at the White House. This is Generational Experiences of Asian Americans. This event is happening live right now in Washington.
And the only thing they had left was a life insurance policy. So Toshi Ito's father committed suicide in order to provide for her family. It was his final act, his final commitment to help them. And by the way, Toshi Ito is the mother of the Honorable Lance Ito, the judge who presided over the O.J. Simpson trial. So being in Washington, I can't help but think of Secretary Norman Mineta, the first Asian American mayor of a major U.S. city, that is San Jose. He's also the first Asian American cabinet member under President Clinton. He's also appointed to a second cabinet position under President Bush. And Mineta was only 12 years old when he and his family were incarcerated in a concentration camp, so he knew firsthand what it's like to be racially profiled. In 2001, the irony of ironies, he was transportation secretary when 9/11 hit. He was the one in charge when the U.S. had to land all the planes and then come up with a plan to keep everybody safe. And in this high-profile meeting with the president and a number of other people, he recalls the president saying this: "We will not racially profile Muslims and Muslim Americans and repeat what happened to Norman during World War II." It was a telling moment. And even then in 2001, if you knew history, you knew what was brewing in this country. Muslims and Muslim Americans are kind, law-abiding, hard-working people who are as entitled to their pursuit of happiness just as any of us are, and just like the Japanese Americans were during World War II. So yes, these are fearful times, but we can't let that fear trample our fellow Americans and change who we are. To do so is cowardly. In 1988, President Ronald Reagan signed the Civil Liberties Act. It granted reparations to Japanese Americans who were locked up, but also, and perhaps most importantly, apologized on behalf of the United States, apologized. And by the time the letter of apology went out, George H.W. Bush was the president who wrote that letter, and here's a snippet of it. It says, "Words alone cannot restore lost years or erase painful memories. Neither can they fully convey our nation's resolve to rectify injustice and to uphold the rights of individuals. We can never fully right the wrongs of the past, but we can take a clear stand for justice and recognize that serious injustices were done to Japanese Americans during World War II." Anyone who thinks that Muslims should be labeled, rounded up, locked up, or out should read this letter. They should swallow their fears and become a courageous American, because Americans fight for the rights of all citizens. All men are created equal. Isn't that what we say? And that is who we are. Those are my thoughts on this chapter in history. And I left one very important part out because we have a video presentation we're going to show you. But President Obama, he proudly awarded the Congressional Gold Medal to the 100th 442 MIS. This group of remarkable soldiers, and we have a few with us here today, for its size and length of service, was considered the greatest fighting unit in American history, and it was made up of Japanese Americans. Many of them had families that were locked up in these camps, and yet they fought for this country. They died for the United States of America. Here's a video that we produced that literally sits over that Congressional Gold Medal at the Smithsonian Institution's American History Museum. This is the Congressional Gold Medal, awarded to one of the greatest fighting units in military history. Brave warriors who unflinchingly dove into battle during World War II, no matter the odds, men who bled and died for their country. But that's only part of their story. They're known as the 100th Infantry Battalion, the 442nd Regimental Combat Team, and the Military Intelligence Service. As was policy at the time, they were segregated units of Japanese Americans called Nisei, born in the United States in Hawaii from immigrant parents. What's remarkable, they fought while many of their families were unjustly locked up in American concentration camps, dying on the battlefield for the very country that did that. These brave men called it loyalty. They believed fighting and dying for the United States of America would allow their families to live a more normal life, a life of acceptance.
Like the 100th Sadao Munomori, who courageously fought through some of the toughest battles in the war. On April 5th, 1945, a live grenade bounced off his helmet and toward two of his comrades. Diving on top of it, Munomori smothered the blast, saving his men at the cost of his own life. Months later, the picture of his mom he always kept with him was returned to her, now stained with his blood. He would become the first Nisei in history to be awarded the Medal of Honor. 442nd's Daniel Inouye from Hawaii found himself face to face with 3 German machine gun nests. Shot in the stomach, the leg, and losing his arm, he fought on, silencing all 3 nests, earning him the Medal of Honor. This great warrior survived to become one of the most beloved senators in American history. Khan Tagami's dangerous covert world of the military intelligence service had him sneaking through the jungle with a handful of brave men, within earshot of the enemy, using what he heard to help guide his men out of danger. After the war, he would become General MacArthur's right-hand man and the only member of the occupational forces to have a private audience with the Emperor of Japan. Thousands of individual stories of bravery and sacrifice, accompanied by great humility. Men who fought fiercely through Italy, France, Germany, the Pacific, and then dealt with hate at home. By the end of the war, the 100th 442nd was the most decorated unit in American military history for its size and length of service, and the MIS is credited with shortening the war by 2 years due to their remarkable ability to stay a step ahead of the enemy. As President Harry S. Truman welcomed the Nisei home, he said,
"You fought not only the enemy, but you fought prejudice, and you won."
An exceptional group of young men, forever a symbol of courage that goes far beyond the spilling of their blood, whose depth and sacrifice, combined with absolute modesty, are now embodied in this Congressional Gold Medal.
In one of my interviews in a previous work, my favorite interview was with this gentleman named Edward Canonica. He lives in Brières, France. Old man now. But during the war, he was 17 years old, and he worked for the French resistance. And he tells me the story of how one day he was given the top secret duty to sneak into the forest and to find the 442 and lead them into his town, because his town had been overrun by the Nazis. So he had heard of the 442. He heard that they were one of America's greatest units. So he snuck into the forest. He found them at their location. He envisioned giants. But then he said, but I found Asians. Little Asian men, he said, 5'2", 120 pounds. But he said what was remarkable was the courage in their eyes, their steely resolve, how they said, all you have to do, lead us into town, and we'll take care of the rest. And they did. So I love that chapter, and I love hearing that about these incredible men, because you're about to meet one. They are filled with honesty and humility. They never talk about themselves. They'll never tell you, the great things that they've done. Toshikazu Okamoto, Tosh, he's about to come up here and speak. He's a Nisei. He was in the 442, and at the age of 17, he joined the All-Nisei 442 Regiment and was stationed in Italy towards the end of the war. And he did this, like many others, while his family was incarcerated in the camp. He had his dad, his mom, his brother and sister all in the camp while he put his life on the line. And he has been an outspoken person when it comes to this chapter in history. He served as a member and former commander of the executive board member of the Nisei Veterans Committee, co-founded the Seattle Cairo Nursing Home. He resides in Seattle, but here he is today to talk to us about this incredible chapter. Ladies and gentlemen, meet Tosh.
Thank you. I want to really thank Christine Yamamoto that helped set this program up for us veterans, as well as some of you volunteers that's looking after us here, and as well as the Java Veterans Association. Anyway, we're very grateful that you people have stepped up and honored us this afternoon. My name is, as David mentioned, Toshio Okamoto. I was born in Seattle and still live there. I've been married to my wife, Toshko, for 67 years, have 4 children, 9 grandchildren, and 7 great-grandchildren. So it's really a good time in my life. I retired from the Seattle Fire Department as a mechanic and supervisor after 32 years. My family was interned in Pinedale, California, and then on to Tui Lake, and we ended up in Heart Mountain, Wyoming, as some of you folks here did. I kind of can relate to the story of Miss Ito, that David just spoke about. Our experience was pretty much the same. We got on this train in a place called Renton, Washington. We didn't know where we were going, and when we were boarding the plane, of course, there was soldiers with guns waiting for us to get on. During this period of time, of course, we were ordered to keep our blinds down, so we didn't know where we were going at all. The only signs that we were going someplace was it kept getting warmer and warmer and warmer, and we ended up in Fresno, California, at the Pinedale, what they call the Assembly Center, and we call the concentration camp. Then from there, we went on to the Tui Lake concentration camp. And there was, as you probably heard, many of you, that there was a real controversy when the government came out with this loyalty questionnaire. My family, my father had married twice, and his first family that he divorced, those children, their mother took them to Japan, but they all came back before World War II, and they were called the Kibes. And of course, when that questionnaire came out, me and my oldest brother, my father had a heart attack. And so my oldest brother, the Kibe brother, he felt he was the head of the family. And he wanted to make sure that I didn't sign that loyalty oath. Well, I was determined to sign that loyalty oath as soon as it became 18, I was going to volunteer. Well, unfortunately, my father had a heart attack, so my mother didn't want me to volunteer. But in any event, ultimately, I was drafted. But this difference between my half-brother and myself, that loyalty oath and not signing that, it was a family problem all my life and all his life. Of course, as some of you know, they did what they thought they could, and this time in my life, looking back, I can't be blaming for what they did. They did what they thought they should do, and we veterans of the 442nd, we did what we had to do. But that relationship between my oldest brother was never very, very good, or very, very tight, so to speak. But anyway, I think that time in our community, our Japanese American community, I think drove us closer together. I think we all agreed that when you're prisoners of someplace and had the same experience, like these gentlemen here, you know, we're buddies because not only because we're in the Army together, but because we're Japanese Americans. And so we have this very, very tight relationship. Unfortunately, many of my old comrades are in our 90s now, so we're all going to a better place than maybe where we are now. But in any event, I didn't want to speak too long and take up too much of your time, but I want each one of you to know that I really appreciate you folks being here and listen to our story. I think it's very, very important. In Seattle, currently, we have teamed up in partnership with the Holocaust Mercy Center in Seattle. And of course, many of you know that's a Jewish museum, and the Consul General of Japan, and the Nisei veterans. And we're working together to enhance the story of the Holocaust. Of course, that's a main topic, but many people know quite a bit about the Holocaust, but they do not know anything about how a Japanese consul in Lithuania signed a lot of passes so that those Jewish people could escape Europe, and I think they're talking about 6,000 people that were saved because of this Council Sugihara. And so that is part of our story attached to that Holocaust. And as many of you know, especially the veterans, the 522 Field Artillery, they were part of the 442nd. They were the first American soldiers to discover the Dachau concentration camps. And they did what they could when they discovered, but they were told, they were ordered that they were never to speak of this, because it sounded like the Army, our Army, still had this discriminatory feelings for Japanese Americans. Because what makes us feel that way is when the 442nd, as David knows, was ready to enter Rome. Well, they were pulled back, and another Caucasian units got the glory of rescuing Rome. And so those are two distinct signs of racial discrimination. But in my time in this world, I still think that this is the greatest country in the world. You know, we right wrongs like the redress that David talked about. And looking back in the history of our nation, the discrimination from the Civil War on has always been towards people of color. But now it's getting much, much better, so I feel good about our country. We've got a long ways to go, but God bless America, and God bless you for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much for sharing your story. Next, we have a spoken word piece from Nikiko Masumoto. She is a farmer, artist, and community leader. She also started the Valley Storytellers Project as a means to create a public space in the Valley to tell their stories. She'll be performing an excerpt from her play, What We Could Carry.
I am humbled and honored to be in this room today. And I come with a message of solidarity from the Central Valley of California, a special message from the Islamic Cultural Center of Fresno. Their director, Reza Nekumanish, reminds us to stand together, not only in tough times, but also in good times, so that when the tough times come around, we're that much stronger together. I'm going to perform just two voices from a play, What We Could Carry, that I created based on testimony from real people, like our speakers earlier today. These testimony are from a congressional commission that was formed and traveled around the country in 1981 and 1982, holding public hearings at which hundreds and hundreds of Japanese Americans came forward to tell their story, many for the first time ever. This is for them. This is for my Ji-chan and Ba-chan. This is what we could carry. Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of this commission, my name is Sally Kirita Tsuneshi. My father, an immigrant from Kumamoto, Japan, settled in Kohala, Hawaii at the early turn of the century. As a scholarly gentleman, he became the president of our Japanese community, the Japanese school. He was our town's newspaper reporter for the Hawaii Hochi, and he was an official matchmaker, a baishakunin. He was highly respected. On December 7th, 1941, the whole world was shocked by the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor, and as for us, we were filled with a terrible fear. That night, an FBI agent with our town sheriff appeared at our door in the middle of the night to arrest my father. Without a word of protest, my father
All right, everybody, we're going to cut out of this to take you to some breaking news in South Carolina outside the courthouse here. Dylan Roof convicted today in that church shooting in South Carolina, Charleston to be exact, where he killed 9 people. We're going to hear a press conference soon. You're watching this live on the Fox News Now stream.
I have one that I work with the guy. I just never put it on. I'm usually, I just go light. I didn't have a small one. I just put it on my shoulder.
It has its advantages, it does.
Yeah, keeps you back and gets it.
Like these fired up something now.
I'm doing mic check. Testing 1, 2, 3. Hey guys, I got True White if you got it.
I'm going to power down the TVU until the night tells you.
Anybody want some True White?
I'm not anywhere near my truck and there's no power.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Good afternoon.
So just y'all keep your eyes on the
You good?
Yeah.
You good? You good?
Yes, sir. Thank
Okay. All right.
Bear with us here as media gets all set up for this live press conference here. Coming up later in the show, we will have another live presser with Sheriff Joe Arpaio, claiming he has new information on President Obama's birth certificate. That's coming up later on in the show, but right now this is a live press conference out of Charleston, South Carolina.
Hey guys, with the little mics, they fell a little bit, so I'm repositioning.
All right, everybody. Well, if you're just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, we're about to have a live press conference on the conviction of Dylan Roof, who was responsible for killing 9 people in a church in Charleston, South Carolina. On the evening of June 17th, 2015, a mass shooting took place at Emanuel African Methodist Church in downtown Charleston, South Carolina. During a routine Bible study at the church, Dylan Roof opened fire with a handgun, killing 9 people. Dylan Roof was unemployed and living in a largely African American neighborhood at the time of the attack.
We already had their names yesterday. What? That's the wrong way. The survivors, yeah, the survivors and
According to a 2009 affidavit, Dylan Roof exhibited signs of obsessive-compulsive disorder as he grew up, obsessing over germs and insisting on having his hair cut in a certain style. When he was in middle school, he exhibited an interest in smoking marijuana, having once been caught spending money on it. In 9 years, Dylan Roof attended at least 7 schools in 2 South Carolina counties, including White Knoll High School in Lexington, in which he repeated the 9th grade, finishing it in another school. He reportedly stopped attending classes in 2010 and, according to his family, dropped out of school and spent his time alternating between playing video games and taking drugs. He was on the rolls of a local Lutheran congregation. Prior to the attack, Dylan Roof was he was switching back and forth between parents' homes after they divorced, but was mostly raised by his stepmother. In the past several weeks preceding the attack, Dylan Roof had also been occasionally living in the home of an old friend from middle school. He had been working as a landscaper for his father, but quit the job prior to the shooting. His maternal uncle, Carson Cowles, said that he expressed concern about the social withdrawal of his then 19-year-old nephew, Dylan, because he still didn't have a job, a driver's license, or anything like that, and he just wanted to stay in his room a lot of the time. That was a quote from his uncle saying he still didn't have a job, a driver's license, or anything like that, and he just stayed in his room a lot of the time, end quote. His uncle said he tried to mentor Dylan Roof but was rejected, and they drifted apart. Let's see if they're going to say
3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Hello, Joe. Are you hearing me? You are? Is everything okay? Good. All right.
All right, everybody, looks like they're still just testing the mics. I'm just trying to give you guys a little bit of a background information on Dylan Roof. Again, this is a live press conference out of Charleston, South Carolina right now. This is for Dylan Roof. The jury finds Charleston church shooting suspect guilty. He shot and killed 9 people at a church in Charleston, South Carolina. And we're about to hear the press conference after his trial today. And you're watching this live on the Fox News Now stream. According to a friend, Dylan Roof cut off all contact with his mother after her divorce from his father. A former high school classmate said that despite Dylan Roof's racist comments, some of his friends in school were African American. Dylan Roof had a prior police record consisting of 2 arrests, both made in months preceding the attack. On March 2nd, 2015, he was questioned about a February 28th incident in which he entered a mall wearing all black clothing and asked employees unsettling questions. During the questioning, authorities found a bottle of what was later admitted to be a narcotic used either for treating opiate addictions or as a recreational drug. Dylan Roof was then arrested for a misdemeanor charge of drug possession. He was also banned from that mall for a year. After he was arrested again on April 26 for trespassing on the mall grounds, the ban was extended for 3 additional years. And on March 13th in 2015, Dylan Roof was investigated for loitering in his parked car near a park in downtown Columbia. He had been recognized by an off-duty police officer who investigated his March 2nd questioning. The officer then called a colleague to investigate. A police officer conducted a search of his vehicle and found a forearm grip for an AR-15 semi-automatic rifle and 6 unloaded magazines, all capable of holding 40 rounds. When asked about it, Dylan Roof informed the officer that he wanted to purchase an AR-15 but did not have enough money to do so. Therefore, he was not charged, as it's not illegal, or it wasn't illegal in South Carolina to possess a firearm grip. Those are things he was in trouble for prior to this shooting. So then after those two questioning with police in his past, on the evening of June 17th, 2015, a mass shooting took place at Emanuel African Methodist Church in downtown Charleston, South Carolina. This was during a routine Bible study at the church. A white man about 21 years old, later identified as Dylan Roof, opened fire with a handgun, killing 9 people. And we're about to hear the press conference after his trial that just happened here in Charlotte, South Carolina. Now more about the weapon purchase. Before this attack happened, Dylan Roof personally purchased the gun used in the shooting from a retail gun store in Charleston, using money given to him on his birthday. It was reported on July 10, 2015, that FBI Director James Comey said that Roof was, quote, able to purchase the gun used in the attack only because of lapses in the FBI's background check system, end quote. 1 week prior to the shooting, 2 of Dylan's friends tried to hide the gun after he claimed he was going to kill people. However, they returned the gun to him after the girlfriend of one of the friends. So to reiterate that, the girlfriend of one of the friends was on probation. She didn't want that friend to be caught with a gun, so she said, give it back to Dylan. We don't want to have it around us. You're on probation right now. They gave the gun back to Dylan, but they originally took it from him and hid it from him because Dylan Roof claimed he was going to kill people. Prior to the shooting, FBI analysis of Dylan Roof's seized cell phone and computer found that he was in online communication with other white supremacists, according to unnamed officials. Although Dylan Roof's contacts did not appear to have encouraged the massacre, the investigation was said to have widened to also include the other persons of interest. So that after they seized his cell phone and computer, they believed that he was having communication with white supremacists. But they don't believe that any of his contacts encouraged this shooting, but the investigation did widen for them to investigate the other people in his contact list. Again, you guys are watching this live with us on the Fox News Now stream, a live press conference about to happen here for Dylan Roof, the man who shot and killed 9 people in a Charleston, South Carolina church doing a routine Bible study. The attack was treated as a hate crime by police, and officials from the FBI were called in to assist in the investigation and the manhunt, I should say. At 10:44 a.m. on the morning after the attack, Dylan Roof was captured in a traffic stop in Shelby, North Carolina, approximately 245 miles from the shooting scene. A .45 caliber pistol was found in the car during the arrest, though it was not immediately clear if it was the same one used in the attack. Police received a tip-off from a driver, Debbie Dills. She recognized Dylan Roof driving his car. She recalled security camera images taken at the church. And she later recalled, quote, "I got closer and saw that haircut. I was nervous. I had the worst feeling. Is that him or not?" She then called her employer, who contacted local police and then tailed the suspect's car for 35 miles until she was certain authorities were moving in for an arrest. Dylan Roof's older half-sister also reported him to the police after seeing his photo on the news. Dylan Roof was arrested and was interrogated by agents at the FBI. He stated that he had been traveling to Nashville, Tennessee when he was arrested in Shelby. Police in Shelby deferred his questioning to the FBI. An unidentified source said interrogations with Dylan Roof after his arrest determined he had been planning this attack for around 6 months. They also said that he researched the Emanuel Church and targeted it because of its role in African American history. All right, bear with us here. It looks like we are getting a different shot right now. All right, looks like they just gave us a shot of the White House. They're just trying to work on this feed right now. Stick with us here for just a few seconds, see if we get it back. You guys are getting a live look of the White House right now. Bear with us here while we are working to get that feedback for you guys. Again, live press conference happening in just a few moments. I want to show you guys a video. The wife of the late Reverend Clementa Pickney, one of the 9 people killed when gunman Dylan Roof opened fire inside a church in Charleston. She gave an emotional speech recapping the day of her husband dying during that event. We're going to play that for you again. This is the wife of one of the people who was shot and killed in that church.
Believed. A lot of people knew him as Senator. A lot of people knew him as Reverend. Family members, like his sister, called him Clem. But he was my Tay. I called him Tay. Before we were even married, it was Tay. And all of my friends started calling him Tay. On behalf of myself and our 2 beautiful daughters, ages 6 and 11, we want to thank you for this prestigious award. Tay was an humble and spiritual man, and I know he would say that he wasn't deserving of any type of award. But since this has happened, the family has been very grateful for the love and support that we have received. The community, our state, and our country. Many people all over the world have prayed for us and expressed their love in so many different ways. We're blessed for the service of my husband. He loved his work as a senator. He loved his work as a pastor. And I am committed, and it is my hope to continue his work and all of the issues that he stood for. And that's why I've created a foundation in his name. I want to make him proud. He always said, I got to do for my girls. Me and Eliana and Milana, we were his girls. And because they lost their mom, my mother-in-law, at a young age, or about 15 years ago, rather, he adopted my mom. My mom became his mom. So instead of him having 3 girls, he had 4. I got to take care of my 4 girls. I'll leave you with this. I miss Tay. The girls miss their father. On that fateful day, he was at work in the Senate. He knew he had to drive 2 hours to Charleston to be a pastor. And I said, I'll go with you. I'll go with you so that I can help you drive and you can relax and do the things that you need to do, make phone calls. I'll go with you. At first, he was like, no, you stay home. But for some reason, I wouldn't let it go. I kept texting him, I'll go with you. I'll go with you. So he finally gave in and he said, I'll be there to pick you up 2 o'clock. Be ready, because I have to get to church. So I told our 6-year-old, I'm going to church with Daddy. And of course she says, I'm going with you. I told our 11-year-old, I'm going to church with Daddy, and your sister's going with us. Well, I'm going to stay home with Grandma. He told Milana on the trip to Charleston, baby girl, when I'm finished, I'm going to take you to McDonald's. Unfortunately, we never made it to McDonald's. Unfortunately, my husband never came back home. Continue to pray for the victims' families.
All right, everybody. Well, that was a video of one of the wife of one of the victims that was shot and killed by Dylan Roof. I'm going to take you to some video here. This is Dylan Roof. The trial was set today. We are waiting for a live press conference any moment now. Dylan Roof shot and killed 9 people in a Charleston, South Carolina church in 2015. And that's Dylan there, you can see. We're going to switch out hosts here. Samia Khan coming up next to take you to this live press conference soon. I'm going to give you guys just a short look at the White House right now while we switch out hosts. Samia Khan switching out with me now to take you to that press conference.
Hello everyone, Samia here. I am just signing onto the computer right now. I'll be taking you through the next 2 hours here on News Now, including an update on the Dylan Roof guilty verdict and an event many of you guys have been waiting for, Sheriff Joe Arpaio's press conference. New details on his investigation into President Obama's birth certificate. We'll carry that here for you live on News Now. Thanks for watching. Again, guys, you're looking at images of Dylan Roof, the man found guilty of killing 9 people at a church in Charleston last year. Now, you may remember this story. How could you forget? He goes to a Wednesday night Bible study. The group welcomes him. He sits there with the group. He sits for an hour before opening fire. After speaking with police, Dylan Roof it was revealed, almost considered not shooting everyone because everyone was so kind, but then disregarded those thoughts, opened fire, and killed 9 people. Last year, a page described as Dylan Roof's Manifesto was discovered online. When I covered this shooting extensively on News Now last year, I read part of his manifesto for you viewers. We may read some of it for you again in just a few minutes. And just a heads up for those of you joining us for Sheriff Joe Arpaio's Obama birth certificate announcement, that is coming up in the next hour and a half. Charleston shooting, hashtag Charleston shooting, trending nationwide on Twitter. One of the top trends across the country as Dylan Roof found guilty of murder. Dylan Roof found guilty on all 33 charges in the murder of 9 African-American churchgoers in 2015. Now, you guys may remember this. This was Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston. It's a very historic church. Lots of significance there. Dylan Roof made that church his target because of its significance with the black community in Charleston. Some people describing the Charleston shooting as one of the worst domestic terror acts of the past 50 years. According to Rasmussen Reports, a poll a couple of weeks ago showed that 57% of Americans think that the Charleston shooting suspect should get the death penalty if convicted. Here is a live look at the press conference that's set up. A live feed of the press conference. We should be hearing from people in just a few minutes.
This is my first time here.
Yeah, been here a few times though.
They don't let me out much. Mostly behind the desk. I'm doing Facebook Live. Isn't this mic weird?
Someone knows just like a
decoration for my phone.
Yeah, as soon as, just to the TV, you have my back.
going to move out, and the band is taking it over and turning it into a studio. So one of the rooms is going to be where all their equipment is. The other room is going to be where the soundboard is and the mix and all that. And then the other is just like a communal area with like walls and stuff. So that's for $250 a month. And it's like, and it's a sketchy looking place too. Like you'll for sure get haunted there. No, it's okay, well that makes it worse than that. Still, it looks like it needs to be. It's really bad looking. But in a way, it's really cool.
I feel like that's kind of perfect for them, though.
Yeah. They can drink as much PBR as they want. Not have to go anywhere. Yeah, but they say they don't. They got it. I think we're all expected to do the shop. So there's just every side. I'd be curious to see if they have a code there. I hope they don't. I don't think we have to do super cold weather.
Dylan Roof had a manifesto written online. The website, lastrhodesian.com. That website has since been taken down. However, there are articles about Dylan Roof's manifesto that was written. I read viewers some of that manifesto last year when it was first discovered, when we were first covering this Charleston church shooting. I'm going to read some of it for you now. This Charleston church shooter writing, "The event that truly awakened me was the Trayvon Martin case. I can say today that I am completely racially aware." He went on to say that black people are racially aware almost from birth, but white people on average don't think about race in their daily lives. Now on this website that has since been taken down, there were links to a text file and a zip folder. That folder contained a number of photos of Roof. In several of them, he is seen to be wearing a jacket stitched with the flag of the white supremacist state of Rhodesia. I'm going to read the manifesto to you guys now in full. This comes from the Charleston church shooter's mind, Dylan Roof. I was not raised in a racist home or environment. Living in the South, almost every white person had a small amount of racial awareness simply because of the number of N-words in this part of the country. But it is superficial awareness. Growing up in school, the white and black kids would make racial jokes toward each other, but all they were jokes. Me and white friends would sometimes watch things that would make us think that blacks were the real racists and other elementary thoughts like this, but there was no real understanding behind it. The event that truly awakened me was the Trayvon Martin case. I kept hearing and seeing his name, and eventually I decided to look him up. I read the Wikipedia article, and right away I was unable to understand what the big deal was. It was obvious that Zimmerman was in the right. But more importantly, this prompted me to type in the words black on white crime into Google, and I've never been the same since that day. The first website I came to was the Council of Conservative Citizens. There were pages upon pages of these brutal black on white murders. I was in disbelief. At this moment I realized that something was very wrong. How could the news be blowing up the Trayvon Martin case while hundreds of these black on white murders got ignored? From this point, I researched deeper and found out what was happening in Europe. I saw that the same things were happening in England and France and in all the other Western European countries. Again, I found myself in disbelief. As an American, we are taught to accept living in the melting pot, and black and other minorities have just as much right to be here as we do, since we are all immigrants. But Europe is the homeland of white people, and in many ways, the situation is even worse there. From here, I found out about the Jewish problem and other issues facing our race, and I can say today that I'm completely racially aware. Again, for those of you just joining us, we are reading the content of Dylann Roof's manifesto. Dylann Roof, go ahead and put video of him in the screen, in the corner of your screen. I'm going to continue to read this manifesto. He then goes on to describe his thoughts on each racial group, starting with blacks. I think it's fitting to start off with the group I have the most real-life experience with, and the group that is the biggest problem for Americans. Dylann Roof here uses the N-word and says they are stupid and violent. He continues by saying, at the same time, they have the capacity to be very slick. Black people view everything through a racial lens. That's what racial awareness is. It's viewing everything that happens through a racial lens. They're always thinking about the fact that they are black. This is part of the reason they get offended so easily and think that some things are intended to be racist towards them, even when a white person wouldn't be thinking about race. The other reason is the Jewish agitation of the black race. Black people are racially aware almost from birth, but white people on average don't think about race in their daily lives, and this is our problem. We need to and have to. Say you were to witness a dog being beaten by a man. You're almost surely going to feel very sorry for that dog. But then say you were to witness a dog biting a man. You will most likely not feel the same pity you felt for the dog for the man. Why? Because dogs are lower than men. Now Dylann Roof goes on to create an analogy. This is what Dylann says. This same analogy applies to black and white relations. Even today, blacks are subconsciously viewed by white people as lower beings. They are held to a lower standard in general. This is why they are able to get away with things like obnoxious behavior in public, because it's expected of them. Modern history classes instill a subconscious white superiority complex in whites and an inferior complex in blacks. This white superiority complex that comes from learning of how we dominated other peoples is also part of the problem I have just mentioned. But of course, I don't deny that we are in fact superior. So here you see Dylann Roof stating that he believes white people are superior to black people. He goes on to say, I wish with a passion that, and he refers to this group by the N-word, I wish with a passion that they were treated terribly throughout history by whites, and that every white person had an ancestor who owned slaves, that segregation was an evil an oppressive institution, and so on. Because if it was all true, it would make it so much easier for me to accept our current situation. But it isn't true. None of it is. We are told to accept what is happening to us because of ancestors' wrongdoing, but it is all based on historical lies, exaggerations, and myths. I've tried endlessly to think of reasons we deserve this, and I've only came back more irritated because there are no reasons. Again, this is Dylann Roof's manifesto. These are his words, his thoughts. The jury came back rather quickly after deliberating in the case of Dylann Roof. Dylann Roof found guilty on all 33 counts against him. Dylann Roof's manifesto continues. Only a fourth to a third of people in the South owned even one slave, yet every white person is treated as if they had a slave-owning ancestor. This applies to the states where slavery never existed, as well as people whose families immigrated after slavery was abolished. I've read hundreds of slave narratives from my state, and almost all of them were positive. One sticks out in my mind where an old ex-slave recounted how the day his mistress died was one of the saddest days of his life. But in many of these narratives, the slaves told of how their masters didn't even allow whipping on his plantation. Dylan Roof continues by saying segregation was not a bad thing. It was a defensive measure. Segregation did not exist to hold back, again referring to black people as the N-word. It existed to protect us from them, and I mean that in multiple ways. Not only did it protect us from having to interact with them and from being physically harmed by them, but it protected us from being brought down to their level. Integration has done nothing but bring whites down to the level of brute animals. Yes, Dylan Roof in his manifesto does compare black people to brute animals. Dylan Roof then goes on to give an example by using the school system. This is what the manifesto says. Now white parents are forced to move to the suburbs to send their children to good schools. But what constitutes a good school? The fact is that how good a school is considered directly corresponds to how white it is. I hate with a passion the whole idea of the suburbs. To me, it represents nothing but scared white people running because they are too weak, scared, and brainwashed to fight. Why should we have to flee the cities we created for the security of the suburbs? Why are the suburbs secure in the first place? Because they are white. The pathetic part is that these white people don't even admit to themselves why they are moving. They tell themselves it's for better schools or simply to live in a nicer neighborhood, but it is honestly just a way to escape. Again, Dylan Roof uses the N-word here. And other minorities. Now Roof's manifesto continues. But what about the white people that are left behind? What about the white children who, because of school zoning laws, are forced to go to a school that is 90% black? Do we really think that that white kid will be able to go one day without being picked on for being white or called white boy? And who is fighting for him? Who is fighting for these white people forced by economic circumstances to live among? Again, Dylan Roof uses the N-word. He continues, saying no one, but someone has to. Here I would also like to touch on the idea of a Northwest front. I think this idea is beyond stupid. Why should I, for example, give up the beauty and history of my state to go to the Northwest? To me, the whole idea just parallels the concept of white people running to the suburbs. The whole idea is pathetic and just another way to run from the problem without facing it. Roof continues, saying some people feel as though the South is beyond saving, that we have too many blacks here. To this I say, look at history. The South had a higher ratio of blacks when we were holding them as slaves. Look at South Africa and how such a small minority held the black in apartheid for years and years. Speaking of South Africa, if anyone thinks that things will eventually change for the better, consider how in South Africa they have affirmative action for the black population that makes up 80% of the population. Just want to read a few more excerpts from Dylan Roof's manifesto. Here is one paragraph. Anyone who thinks that white and black people look as different as we do on the outside but are somehow magically the same on the inside is delusional. How could our faces, skin, hair, and body structure all be different but our brains be exactly the same? This is the nonsense we are led to believe. Dylan then goes on to say, or to claim rather, he believes that black people have lower IQs, lower impulse control, and higher testosterone levels in general, saying that this is a recipe for violent behavior. Roof also says, on another subject, I want to say this. Many white people feel as though they don't have a unique culture. The reason for this is that white culture is world culture. I don't mean that our culture is made up of other cultures. I mean that our culture has been adopted by everyone in the world. This makes us feel as though our culture isn't special or unique. Say for example, that every businessman in the world wore a kimono, that every skyscraper was in the shape of a pagoda, that every door was a sliding one, and that everyone ate every meal with chopsticks. This would probably make a Japanese man feel as though he had no unique traditional culture. Roof then writes a paragraph on Jewish people, Hispanics, East Asians, and patriotism. On Hispanics, he says, Hispanics are obviously a huge problem for Americans, but there are good Hispanics and bad Hispanics. I remember while watching Hispanic TV stations, the shows and even the commercials were more white than our own. They have respect for white beauty, and a good portion of Hispanics are white. It is a well-known fact that white Hispanics make up the elite of most Hispanic countries. There's good white blood worth saving in Uruguay, Argentina, Chile, and even Brazil, but they are still our enemies. Again, according to Dylan Roof's manifesto. Meanwhile, Dylan Roof has great respect for the East Asian races, he said. Even if we were to go to extinct, they would carry something on. They are by nature very racist and could be great allies of the white race. I am not opposed at all to allies with the Northeast Asian races. Meanwhile, Dylan Roof is not a patriot. He says he hates the sight of the American flag and says that modern American patriotism is an absolute joke, people pretending like they have something to be proud of while white people are being murdered daily in the streets. Dylan Roof's final paragraphs say this: I have no choice. I'm not in the position to alone go into a ghetto and fight. I chose Charleston because it is most historic city in my state and at one time had the highest ratio of blacks to whites in the country. We have no skinheads, no real KKK, no one doing anything but talking on the internet. Well, someone has to have the bravery to take it to the real world, and I guess that has to be me. Unfortunately, at the time of writing, I'm in a great hurry, and some of my best thoughts, actually many of them, have been left out and lost forever, but I believe enough great white minds are out there already. Please forgive any typos. I didn't have time to check it. All right. Well, that, viewers, was most of the Dylan Roof manifesto. Dylan Roof, the man you see in the corner of your screen, found guilty of killing 9 people in the Charleston church shooting last year. One of the most disturbing shootings in modern American history. Dylan Roof attending that Bible study, sitting with that group of people for about an hour. That group of people welcoming Roof into their house of worship, believing that he was there to worship God. Instead, he was there with a plan to kill those worshipers. He waited an hour. He sat there in the Bible study before opening fire. 9 people killed. Hundreds of lives affected forever. We're waiting for this press conference to begin. Again, Dylan Roof found guilty of killing 9 people in Charleston last year.
What did he say? Where's the email you and I just got? Yelling at me, turning shit off because I don't want to lose power.
Yeah.
I'll turn it on now. We'll have to do it here. And if somebody starts talking, you got to put the mic in the stick and walk the hell out of the way. And I don't think that's going to happen.
Dylan Roof's actions forever changing a community. That church that he shot up, a historical African American church, Mother Emanuel Church, Charleston, South Carolina. I was in Charleston a few months ago and I did visit the church itself, and you could see lots of people outside the church still leaving flowers, taking pictures, visiting the site where this tragic shooting took place.
Make sure it's not blown out. Oh, okay, I switched them. Okay, yeah, my apologies. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Yeah, I have it on auto white balance right now and auto iris. Gotcha, okay. Yeah, well, it might be a split second because as far as we know, nothing's coming out, so we're just kind of... Oh. Okay, great. No, I will now. Gotcha. Okay. Well, it's rolling on it. Great. Thank you. All right. Bye.
Hello everyone, Samia here again. If you're just joining us, you're looking at a live feed of a press conference set up in response to the guilty verdict. Dylan Roof found guilty on all counts in the 2015 Charleston church shooting. 9 people killed. Dylan Roof devastated a community, a nation, with his actions. Again, we are waiting for this press conference to start. The time is 2:48 Mountain Standard Time here in Arizona. We are waiting for this press conference to begin. And about an hour from now, we will be shifting topics, maybe even earlier, to the idea, the discussion around Sheriff Joe Arpaio and his new information around President Obama's birth certificate. You know, Sheriff Joe has been one of the proponents of the birther conspiracy. He says he has new information, new revelations regarding the president's birth certificate. We'll be carrying that press conference for you live in just a little bit.
Yeah, it does. I get that a lot. Are you from?
Are you from New Orleans?
I lived there once and know nothing.
I'm actually from here originally.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a great place. I live in Greenville, South Carolina, which is about 3 hours. So they sent me out here. I'm the only one from my market here.
Well, that's good. You can travel too. So.
I don't see anybody else. Oh. Yeah, I've been having to travel like crazy lately.
Hold on, sorry. Oh, yeah, yeah. No, sure. I mean, that's all good. Yeah, that's all we can do. So, I did talk to,
starts happening behind you, then you pick them back up there and move out. Good luck. Slide over. Stop. Back up. That mic flash has enough red in it that turns everything that's off the shade of green. No, you're fine. It's actually helped me. Just I had to get it right.
Just trying to see what.
Okay.
All we know is that there's a podium behind it.
54 on the bus.
Oh, they close at 5.
Good, you know. Look up.
Hey, girl.
You know what time the voting for?
I'm hearing it.
Oh, you said, hey, girl.
I was talking to myself.
I got it. I'm glad somebody did. I've been with her for 2 weeks now. I'm ready to go home.
I arrived here this evening for another situation.
Hey.
I had chills.
Yeah, I hear you. Eric, you heard Avery?
No.
Avery didn't hear, or Eric doesn't hear you.
Let me redial my FB2.
He's redialing his IFB2.
Yeah.
How much today for today after?
Well, it may fly away.
Huh?
It may fly away on its own.
Do you know you're recording? Oh, okay. I said no.
I'm cool. I'm cool. You cool, Avery? Straight Avery?
A lot of folks not even knowing each other.
Can you please talk to Eric? What's the day for today after? I had something
It's over now. What? But a new one. It's so small. That's only What's yours? That 4 inside? Or you can grab it. Sure, what is? Real time.
right now.
What time we got?
Well, really 5
Good money, man. Probably your biggest expense on my part.
We're good. Our stuff is in the room, so basically, price for the there.
If I can leave tonight, I am probably If I can leave tonight, I will probably. I have it. So if they want us down here to work tomorrow and follow up, fine. I just need to know.
So you're the Middle Beach guy. Yeah, you guys. I would charge in the car. You have to be in the car though. Or charger.
Eric, we're going back to the truck after this. I need to charge my phone.
Yeah,
I'm on 10%. I have my charger left.
I gotta go.
In my house.
Again, we are waiting for this press conference to begin. And in just a few minutes, we will be taking you live to another another news conference here in Phoenix. Sheriff Joe Arpaio making a big announcement, announcing new information in his investigation into President Obama's birth certificate.
They're trying to talk to you. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, you're up. Yeah, that's Jeff in the truck. Here, let me go tell Jeff.
And for those of you who don't remember which shooting we're covering right now here on News Now, who Dylan Roof might be, Dylan Roof is the man who was found guilty of killing 9 people at a church in Charleston last year. He attended a Bible study with them on Wednesday night. Those people in attendance just thought Dylan Roof was there to embrace God, to have faith. But instead, Dylan Roof was there with another intention. He sat there for an hour and then opened fire, killing 9 people.
Sonia and Darcy, yeah, it really only took about 2 hours for the jury to find Dylan Roof guilty
it's good to talk to him, so I got him with me.
Ways it brings back.
You want to shoot this kind of look live? Join now, mine. Breaking down after.
All of us, I talked to my aunt in Memphis today. She's been on an emotional roller coaster. I think that it's important to reach out to folks that maybe don't know, and especially during this Christmas time, to love on folks and to let's look at this and put it behind us as what we can move forward. There's other things right behind us, a statue of judgment. Stood up.
They're not back on. I've been telling you for now, I'm also me. They find out what we're doing. If you the stars, who was that? It's going to take a while on the block away, and they got to plug everything in, turn the generator on, get lights going. I love people who say that. Getting upset. I mean, they may not get it back.
I'm the chaplain of the police department.
Yeah, that'll work.
Okay. You're up to it.
Hold on, please.
I'm skedaddling.
No problem.
I doubt it.
We have a nonprofit ministry with a chaplain with 30 agencies and go to all the homicide, suicides. And so we've been doing that for 30 years. Here in the region. Law enforcement and citizens, we don't do people after they get arrested. So we're pretty entrenched within the Charleston area. Who we are, what we do. We've been entrenched with this.
Yeah.
I'm not sure which one. I was there that night. And then we had the Charleston 9, the firefighters that were killed. So, sure. Chaplain Rob, R-O-B, D-E-W-1. With the Coastal Crisis Chaplaincy, based out of Charleston, South Carolina. will never forget as a city the emotion that happened that June night in 2015. And all of us were devastated. I think the world was devastated that you couldn't go into a house of worship without being afraid and a gunman attacking you. It's so much easier. So my prayer now for our community and the community as a whole is that we can move forward from that evil and look for the good that God has for us, especially at this season of the year. In the night of the slaying, we had 400-500 people at the embassy. That was our family assistance center, and from there we went to the bond hearing, and on Friday. And at the bond hearing, the families, one by one, in their own way, said, "We forgive you in Jesus Christ's name, but you will need to pay for what you've done." And so now we're at that part of life where the payment is now having to be made. And that's what will happen when folks come back when the jury comes back on January 3rd. We've had our ministry within the city during this whole time, and we're privileged to be able to minister here in the White Country. That I don't understand how this could happen. It makes no sense. It's evil, but we are told in Scripture that we will have evil things happen in this world, and it's awful, it's yucky. And but the challenge for us is to come together as a group, and as we stand right behind me is Judge Waring, the statue of Judge Waring, and he stood for justice for African Americans. And so we stand again here in this place for African Americans and for all of us to be able to be a community and to move forward. I want them to know that Charleston has suffered in the past. Charleston suffered in June 2015, and Charleston is rebounding, and we will come back. And I thank the community and anyone who's listening for all their thoughts, their prayers, and reaching out to us during this terrible time we've gone through, but that we have come through it now, and we move on. I know.
Rob, you remember me, right?
Sure.
I'm hoping in the next few minutes, I'm just...
That'd be great. That way I can go to the judge's party.
Yeah, okay. Let me grab my microphone.
Yeah. You got mine. I didn't have to sell my number.
Right here?
Yeah.
The camera. Okay. Do you mind emailing me? Columbia too. Yep.
Yeah, I can come back then. Let me go up to the party and say hi. It's not a party back.
It's a party?
Well, it is. It's the annual Judges Christmas party.
Oh, okay.
I'd be glad.
Okay. I think it's on at 5:15. You're gonna roll, right?
Yep. I gave my
I just texted Kelsey.
I'm the chaplain with the police department. Postal crisis jobs. So if somebody Googles that, is your mic on?
Hey. Okay.
Rob Dewey.
Yes, it's on.
Okay. We started this 30 years ago. So
Be
we're
prepared. Check, 1, 2, 3.
Be prepared because they might have to have Lisa toss to you.
They don't have you. Here, keep giving me a mic check.
Mic check. 1, 2.
You're good. You're good.
Got me now, guys? Check, 1, 2.
Yeah, that's so weird. Are you cousins? Yeah, I'm cousins in Columbia. That is funny. That's on my way, what? Because I'm emailing Rob. Look, Robert Dew.
Well, I agree.
All right, for those of you just joining us, you're looking at a live setup of the expected press conference following the guilty verdict. Dylan Roof found guilty on all accounts. Roof entered a church in Charleston last year, killing 9 people at a Bible study, hoping to start a race war. Waiting for that press conference to start. Also in the next hour, Sheriff Arpaio holding a press conference to announce a new discovery, new findings into his investigation regarding President Obama's birth certificate. Now, you may know that Sheriff Joe Arpaio was one of the leaders of the birther movement, pushing the birther conspiracy, that President Obama was not born here in the United States. We will carry that press conference for you live so that we can all learn about Sheriff Joe Arpaio's new revelation.
This is the annual, the annual federal judges Christmas.
Oh, very nice. Okay. On a Thursday, huh?
Thursday.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, next week is a little busy, so.
Actually, we had more stuff this year.
Oh my gosh. Now, were you inside? Like, I'm asking you all these questions that I'm probably going to ask you.
Don't ask me if I was inside.
Okay. Okay. Yeah.
But reflecting back on that night,
Yeah. Well,
where we are as a city.
Yep.
I was talking to my aunt in Memphis a long time.
I've got some questions. We'll make it.
Did you ever play volleyball?
No. I got heels on today, though. Today was probably not the smartest idea. I'm not getting quite good at running, though. Running is good. Not too much in heels, though, but yeah, I'll probably just ask you some of the basic questions, just your reaction. Oh, yeah.
Unless you want, don't try and
Well,
get one
I've
over.
interviewed you plenty of times.
They'll try and get one over.
No, I won't.
I've always been a friend of yours.
What's that?
Done some of the weddings.
Okay. Oh, I heard about that.
Whoa. Your audio just dropped. Can you check your battery?
It's dead.
Fix that.
Okay. Bill Walsh. Yes, please, because I need to be able to go back and forth.
Just make sure you hold it close to his mouth because it doesn't pick up as well.
Yours doesn't?
Yeah, it's got a problem.
I won't stick it in your mouth.
Not that close.
And then we're going to roll on this too. Just give me
Can you give me a mic check?
mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Okay, you're good. Yeah, just like I said, so long as you project and pretty good at what.
He's good at projecting.
Okay. Cool.
I'm trying to think the last time I saw you. I think it was for a memorial thing. And yeah. Do they normally bring like non-on out or just randomly?
For weddings?
Okay. Okay.
For this.
I might ask you that. Okay. So I guess it's. They're saying it just maybe a minute and a half, 2 minutes. Oh. I don't know what's going on. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Hi, Thomas. The audio might be a little low since we have to switch to a hard wire. See? So just make sure the audio, I think if it's David, just make sure he knows.
All the mics are gone too. No, they're not. My shot's been up the whole time. That's what I asked. Yeah. Well, now we're telling them regardless.
Just a bit, yeah.
You want me to start on you too? Okay.
And then you can. So is it just federal judges?
We're good, Marshall.
Lisa, I'm standing here in the garden area of the federal courthouse just hours after that verdict came in. And right now joining me is Rob Dewey, who's with the Court of Crisis Chaplaincy. And Rob, you were there. You responded the night of that shooting. Is that right?
I did respond with many other chaplains and victim advocates, and we were there very quickly and then set up the family command post over under Chief Mullins' guidance at the Missy Suites. They were great to us. We had about 300 or 400 family members that had been relative to the crime, the folks that lost their lives in this evil event. And one of the memories that I have of that night is Reverend Goff coming in, and he came in with several other AME pastors, and said to him, "We got to get this prayer going." And we stopped and prayed for everybody, and then we started singing, and everybody followed. What a friend we have in Jesus.
Many of you guys wondering when that Sheriff Joe Arpaio press conference is going to start. We are going to start with our Sheriff Joe Arpaio coverage in the next few minutes. We'll be kicking off our Sheriff Arpaio press conference coverage here on News Now momentarily. Stay with us. We'll start with a preview discussion. Fox 10's Mark Martinez will be joining me here on the News Now set prior to the start of Sheriff Joe Arpaio's press conference. Again, we are currently waiting for the press conference to begin following the verdict in the Dylan Roof trial. Dylan Roof found guilty on all counts, found guilty of killing 9 people at a church in Charleston last year. Hopefully that press conference starts momentarily, otherwise we will be cutting out of it regardless to take you live to Sheriff Joe Arpaio coverage of his new information in the Obama birth certificate issue.
Process, we're halfway through this trial at this point. How do you think families are moving forward after such a tragedy like this? At least there have
about halfway through it, and the community's halfway through it, but I don't know that we'll ever, we that live with those families will never get to it. It's never a total recovery. It's not going to be. So we're going to need to just do the best we can and to support each other. And I think that this has been a tough time for the media also. My heart has gone out to you all. So I think that we're going to recover from this and move forward.
Thank you very much, Rob. Your words are very nice. We'll send it back to you in the studio.
That's a sandwich, Mariana. What is that?
Hey, you recorded that?
Yeah, I did. My producers. So.
My boss was like, they're in your shot. I was like, yeah, and no one's going on here. I was just gonna walk out here. And the fucking, duh.
Yeah, that's
fuck because they don't know that there's 10 years in a row that we're sitting here.
Just keep me dialed in, okay?
All right, guys, it looks like we may have lost that feed of the press conference. We lost it momentarily. I'm going to work with our assignment desk to see if we can get that feedback. In the meantime, I do want to show you some videos, some sketches from the trial. Again, a jury finds Dylan Roof guilty on all counts. And in a very odd twist, they've now cut to a concert instead of that podium shot that we were looking at earlier. I'm going to cut out of this. It looks like a shot of Times Square specifically, so we're going to cut out of that, take you back to this video of the church shooting trial. Okay, I know many of you guys were tuning in for the press conference regarding the church shooter. Unfortunately, we have lost that feed for now. We are going to take you to the Sheriff Arpaio press conference regarding President Obama's birth certificate in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, however, I want to go ahead and play for you this press conference. Self-driving cars. The governor of Arizona entering and testing out a self-driving car. This is a press conference from earlier today.
System efficiency, environmental protection, and creating a more connected network between individuals and their destination. We also believe that results of HIV testing should be transparent and fully available to the public. Safety is critically important to older road users, and AARP believes that safety for road users include pedestrian, bicyclists, and guide the development of policy regarding autonomous vehicles. That we are pleased that the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration shares that view. Briefly, I'd like to share my own story. My great-grandfather lived to be a very healthy 99 years old. He walked over 2 miles every single day until the last month of his life. However, after he lost his second wife, he had macular degeneration and he was no longer independent. So my great-grandfather came to live with my mom and myself. And I never questioned having to give up my room for my great-grandfather. And he loved to ride in the car with me and my mom and anybody who would take him for a ride to actually decrease his social isolation. After my grandfather died, shortly after my other grandfather died, and my grandmother also had macular degeneration, his daughter. So my grandmother came to live with my mom, and that was the best way that we could do for my grandmother to make sure that she was able to provide for herself and live a good life. So I can only imagine what these choices would have done for my family had they had these choices. And baby boomers are going to expect these choices. So AARP embraces that, and that's why we've been investing so much in innovation to make sure that older people are able to live at home and be part of the community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dana. And now I'd like to introduce Chandler Vice Mayor Sellers.
Thank you and good morning. I'm going to make my remarks brief, but I do want to start by saying that, in my opinion, one of the main reasons we're here today is because we have a governor, and Governor Doug Ducey, who embraces and encourages this technology. And that's so exciting to me. Being the vice mayor here in Chandler and also a member of the State Transportation Board, I understand the impact that this can have on our entire state's economy. So having a governor who is so involved and so supportive is really a key reason why we're all here today. So I'm honored to once again welcome Governor Doug Ducey and Waymo, formerly Google's self-driving car project, to the city of Chandler today. Chandler is a proponent of this technology that Waymo is championing. We also strongly believe in the public safety, mobility, and economic benefits it will bring to the world. Our city continues to attract a growing list of technology companies and entrepreneurs that create jobs. Waymo is following suit and has opened its first facility here in West Chandler. We look forward to the future. Here's to the new way, a better way. Congratulations, Waymo.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. And now I'd like to introduce and thank again Governor Doug Ducey.
Thank you very much. Beautiful and exciting morning here in Arizona. Future's so bright we should have put on sunscreen here. I want to thank everyone for being here, and I want to give a very special thanks to the amazing team at Google and the innovators at Waymo for visualizing and conceptualizing and realizing one of the most revolutionary, game-changing inventions of our time, the self-driving car. And in just a few minutes, you'll be allowing me to fulfill a recent dream I've had for a couple of years, and that's to ditch my detail and take a ride by myself. I'm really proud to have Vice Mayor Jack Sellers here, and I want to thank you, Jack, for the kind words in welcoming me back to Chandler. This is one of the fastest growing cities in metropolitan Phoenix, and one which really embodies the pioneering spirit and ingenuity of the state of Arizona that we've become renowned for, and one that always seems to be open-minded to these good, groundbreaking ideas. Every American has that moment when they know they've witnessed the impossible. Something so groundbreaking and transformative that it will change the way we live our lives forever. From the Wright brothers to Charles Lindbergh to John Glenn, innovation and adventure has always been a way of life in our nation. And I can think of no better place to push the boundaries and test those limits than right here in Arizona. Our open for business environment has resulted in some pretty big announcements lately. You might have heard California-based Lucid Motors, a leader in electric car technology, recently selected Arizona for the location of its manufacturing center. So the message we've been sending is clear. Whether you're in the business of driverless cars, electric cars, biotechnology, or any cutting-edge industry, this state, Arizona, is ground zero for 21st century innovation. Our business climate, natural climate, and desire for dreaming big have made us an obvious place to test and develop next generation state-of-the-art technology like driverless cars. We also love endeavors here that will enhance individual quality of life. Google self-driving is a prime example of this. You know, 94% of accidents on the road are caused by human error. Worldwide, more than 1.25 million people die on the roadways every year. That's 1 in a million quarter people annually who lose their life. In America, 35,000 Americans lost their life last year. Autonomous driving has the potential to drastically reduce that number. In addition, in our nation, there are 20 to 30 million Americans who are of driving age but unable to do so because of disability. This technology is going to enhance their way of life in unmeasurable ways. I've been a businessman for far longer than I've been a politician, and I believe that in business or government, time is definitely money. The average American commuter wastes 42 hours every year stuck in traffic. That costs us a combined $160 billion a year in gas burned and time lost. and vehicles spend 94% of their time idled and parked with no use to anyone. Imagine being able to work while you're commuting and decrease traffic noise and congestion. You'll get where you're going easier, faster, and without a headache. The possibilities are endless with this technology. Make no mistake, with the arrival and development of Google's self-driving cars, Arizona will continue to sharpen its competitive edge in the 21st century economy. And I can't think of a higher testament to the work being done on the state and local levels to revamp and modernize the way we do business. All across the state, we're removing red tape and replacing it with a welcome map for industry giants to come and launch their next great breakthrough. And what we're demonstrating here today is truly technology and a feat that will literally change the way people live and get around. What this means for Arizona is continued economic growth, more new jobs, new research opportunities, and new opportunities to travel our beautiful state with additional options. I want to thank again Google for their commitment to Arizona and to Chandler, Waymo for their exciting future, Vice Mayor Jack Sellers, and all who have helped make this happen. I want you to keep up the excellent work, and now I'd like to go take a ride. Thank you. You're good.
Any second thoughts, Governor?
No second thoughts. I'm very excited about this. This is where the world's going, and I'm proud that we're testing it and having this breakthrough in the state of Arizona.
You don't need us, I'll stay here.
Okay, you got it. I feel very safe. I got it. Behind you. These are the driverless drivers.
The chase vehicle. Absolutely.
Behind you. These are the driverless drivers.
The chase vehicle. Absolutely.
All right, everyone, that was video from this morning. The governor of Arizona going into a self-driving car. Quite a sight to see. Now, switching to the topic many of you guys have been waiting for all day. I know some of you have been tuning in since 9 this morning.
Wow.
Waiting for this press conference to begin. Joining me now is Mark Martinez. Mark, I have you up here because you've been covering this story for years. And Sheriff Joe Arpaio now has some new information regarding his birther movement.
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what comes out of this because we don't know for sure what he's going to say, if there is going to be some announcement regarding the birth certificate, or if he's going to say what Donald Trump said back in September, which was, okay, he is a citizen, let's put this to rest, let's move on. He, his certificate is real. So we don't quite know what he's going to say.
Right, and that's interesting that you brought up Donald Trump, because that's the thing that I've been thinking about. You have Donald Trump, who has come out and said that President Obama was born here in the U.S., he's a citizen. He finally said it.
In September,
now you have Sheriff Joe Arpaio, one of Donald Trump's biggest proponents, here to make some sort of announcement regarding this investigation that really, he was one of the main leaders behind this movement.
So, yeah, and we have video from March of 2012 from a story that I covered when he announced some of the results of this investigation, which at that point had been going on for 6 months.
Okay.
So it started around June or July of 2011, and then went into 2012, where he announced some of the findings of his investigation. If you want to roll this, and you'll see, is the audio going to be on, or can we talk over it?
What do you prefer?
Go ahead, we can talk over it, and I'll just show you. So this was the news conference that we attended, again, over 4 years ago now. Here's the sheriff, and you can see he's got some boards with copies of the birth certificate from the White House, and they pointed out what, things they thought were possibly fraudulent, where things could have been moved around, etc. And he had his chief investigator, Mike Zullo, up to talk to the media about where his concerns were, where he thought there could be some fraudulent activity going on. You could see him kind of showing around on this PowerPoint presentation to us. But nothing really came of this. It was them sort of showing how things could be manipulated. There's Mike Zullo, the chief investigator. He'll be speaking today, too, we expect. But this was not any kind of bombshell. Again, it didn't really go farther than this, just except for them pointing out some of the things they thought could have possibly been faked on that birth certificate. So that was back in 2011, and he said that at the time this all started when about 250 members of his posse asked him to start investigating based on what Donald Trump had said. So this all does come back to Donald Trump.
Right. Donald Trump was also very vocal against Obama for years regarding the validity of his birth certificate.
Yeah, he was one of the original birthers, and so Sheriff Arpaio kind of got on board and said, hey, if the feds aren't going to investigate this, I will. We'll look into it.
Right.
So that's how we ended up here. Now, we haven't heard a lot about this for a while. I mean, he sent his investigators to Hawaii. They went to the hospital. They tried to track down the original people that would have been there in the hospital. They did some investigative work to try to track this down. So now it's been a bit of time since we've heard anything about it. In fact, it's kind of off a lot of people's radars here.
Right. It had been a while since I had heard any chatter about it. I mean, really the last time anyone had talked about it was in regard to Donald Trump finally commenting in recent months about
putting it to rest, really, at least in his, what he said, he wanted to put it to rest to just move on. Some people, I've been reading, we posted this on our Facebook page, and some people are saying, well, why now? He's got less than a month in office, Obama and Arpaio.
Right,
they're both on their ways out. So why now? Even if it was some sort of bombshell, what would it matter now?
Right.
But other people are saying, well, this could really be an important announcement. So we're kind of waiting to see what everyone's going to say too. I know we've got a reporter out there right now as we see that podium, waiting for whatever this announcement may be.
Right.
But it is getting national attention again, and
a lot of people want to know.
Sheriff Joe is obviously somebody who does, he likes a spotlight. I have a feeling he's going to miss it when he's gone, when he's out of office.
Right. For those of you who don't know, Sheriff Joe was not reelected as Maricopa County Sheriff. He lost to Paul Penzone. He's been sheriff for decades here in Maricopa County.
Yeah.
And maybe it is time for him to retire. He is 82 years old.
He's up there. He said though he wanted to run, and we should point out there has been some speculation too that he may even have some sort of position in the Trump administration.
And it looks like he's starting early.
That's Mike Zullo there, the guy in the gold tie. He was the chief investigator of this.
How'd you get in here?
How are you? Here's yours.
Russia?
Bob.
No.
Where's Lori?
Yeah, she's up working night shift.
Oh, she's not here?
Yeah, she's not.
Huh?
Got to make sure that things
Where's that big
down now. What happens to go to sleep? Oh, young Floyd Brown? Oh, he just set up a deal for you.
He's not here.
No.
And how do I get out of that to get to my other?
That's fine. Give him help. Give him help.
X is the red X.
Okay.
Right I'll take you right to your direction.
Maybe I can do that.
Again, we are just minutes away from the official start time of this press conference. The question is, will Sheriff Joe Arpaio be starting early? This press conference is scheduled to start at 4 o'clock Arizona time. As you can see on your screen, it is 3:50 here. He's making an early appearance, Mark.
Yeah, and I'm not quite sure who that man is that he's talking to. They're speaking next to open mics, which is kind of an interesting thing. Don't know if they're going to give away any of what they're talking about here. But you can see all the microphones lined up on this podium, so if it was attention the sheriff was seeking, he certainly has it. We also know that this is being carried or picked up at least by Fox News Channel. They're
Right.
watching this as well. So this is going to, it's going national, whatever we're going to find out, which I guess we're going to be finding out in a couple of minutes. Where are we now? Yeah, it's about 10 minutes early for the sheriff.
Right. Let's go ahead and show that birth certificate once more on the screen while we wait for this press conference to begin. A quick look at that press conference.
And this is the one that was released by the White House back in 2011 after there was so much controversy about it. But because it was released on the White House's website, there was some talk that it was just obviously something that could have been sent out by the White House and may not be the real deal. That was at least what some of the theories were going around at the time. And we will see what happens here. There's the sheriff approaching the podium there. I'm not quite sure why he's up there early. It's kind of unusual.
Right. Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
There's one of his press people there with him. I don't know if she's walking him through how this is all going to go down.
Let's go ahead and listen in.
I can. I just need to make sure that I'm prepared to move the camera if you want all that on video. You want it all on video?
Yeah, we're making a video.
We're making a video. I just didn't know if you just wanted you talking like we normally do, or if you want me to move the camera and get all the videos that are being played and everything.
It is sort of unusual, just from a politician standpoint to get in front of a live microphone without... I'm hoping he knows that, at least they would have told him that he's going live.
Right, he has to kind of assume. We take so many of his press conferences live with
You have to
Facebook Live
assume,
and YouTube.
anytime you're in front of a hot microphone, you have to assume that it's definitely going to pick up. We've seen those lessons very often.
Right,
it doesn't go well.
It is interesting, though, to see him getting briefed out in the public like this. Typically, people are briefed behind closed doors, and then they walk out and the press conference begins.
Yeah, that's kind of unusual. That's why I've been to so many of these where normally they wait until the media's all in place and then he'll walk to the podium and make his announcement. So there we go. He's going to walk away. Maybe they were just doing a test for the cameras or something. But,
right. So again, this press conference scheduled to begin in just a few minutes.
So
6 minutes away from the official start time.
And we don't know if this is going to be something that is a long kind of explanation.
Nobody remembers you, but that's
I know
okay.
it.
Huh?
That's the way it goes through you, Joe.
We really don't know what exactly he's going to announce or what he's going to say. And like you mentioned, it is just kind of interesting that it's a topic that's suddenly being brought to the spotlight once again.
Well, and we had heard that he had possibly timed this news conference to kind of coincide with the news conference that President-elect Trump was going to be having today, the one he postponed.
Right.
But that one was more about Trump's businesses and how he was going to handle that when he becomes the president. But he postponed that one until sometime in January. There's Mike Zullo.
It looks like it's about to start. Nope, just another tease.
So he's got a monitor set up on the desk. Do you see that, a computer monitor?
I do.
And it kind of sounded to me like there may be some sort of another presentation,
Right.
where there could be some video or a PowerPoint or something shown here.
We know many of you guys, we have thousands of people watching both on YouTube, our Fox 10 Phoenix app, as well as our Fox 10 Phoenix Facebook page. We do appreciate everyone tuning in to our coverage of this press conference, this highly anticipated press conference. Really, everyone's been talking about it since the news came out that this was going to be a thing today.
You know, and even until his last month in office, Sheriff Joe, again, we've said it before, he is really well known as far as getting media attention.
Right.
He knows how to draw a crowd of reporters, that's for sure. He's made it really part of his time in office. He's become such a master at it.
He's a celebrity in his own
He
right.
is.
He's very media savvy. I don't know if viewers at home have seen the Joe Show, the documentary out there that was chronicling his 2012 election. But you can see how media savvy he is. You can see the strategy he uses to do what he does.
It's unlike anything I had seen before I moved here, 15 years ago, and I've over and over we've seen it. And the thing is, you don't want to miss it in case there's something major announced. That's for sure. So everyone shows up, and we kind of wait with bated breath to see what the sheriff is going to say. And here we are again, as we're down to less than his last month in office, and he's still turning it on as far as getting the media coverage and getting everyone kind of on pins and needles to see what he's going to say. So
his last month in office, President Obama's last month in office.
Right, and this is going to be a much different office once Sheriff Joe is gone. I don't think we're going to be seeing, certainly we won't be seeing any President Obama birth certificate investigations going on with Paul Pinzone, but it is going to be quite a change when he leaves office. A lot of people are going to be sad to see him go, but other people think, it's time for a change. He's been there for a couple of decades now, and he's, they think that he may just need to turn over the office, and that's what's going to happen. So we'll see what will transpire over the next few years with Paul Pinzone, but here we are now in the waning days of Sheriff Joe Arpaio's time in office, waiting to see what he has to say now about this birth certificate investigation. We haven't heard much, again, I covered this, we're going back to 2012 now, the last time I was on it, and there were some protesters outside the building at that time saying it was a waste of money. They had estimated it cost about $10,000 to get those investigators to Hawaii and to do their investigation, but the sheriff at the time said it was money that was donated and wasn't out of the taxpayers' pockets, but still some thought, it's money that could have been used in a different way. But he thought it was worth it, and he sent his investigators to go check it out.
It is so crazy to think that this has been an issue now for 5 years.
Right, yeah, and
not continuously, but the fact that it's brought up now, 2016, and this initially started, like you said, 2011.
And, because he and Trump are so close, and he was really supporting the president-elect, and every time he came here, Sheriff Arpaio would be there and would be up on stage introducing him. I can't see him going at odds now with Donald Trump, since he has said that he feels that it is a legitimate birth certificate. So that's going to be interesting to see what he decides to do.
Let's listen in. Is he about to speak?
Well,
We're not live yet.
When we pull the trigger, it'll all go live.
Sure. We're ready to go live, so it's ready when you. Well, Chris.
I'm just looking at all right.
So one other thing, we talked about how savvy he is. They time this on purpose. A lot of people have live 4 o'clock newscasts, and they time this for the top of the hour so that this will be
The lead story.
And that we are waiting here to take it live. So they know that they're going to wait until right around 4 or maybe just a little bit after the 4 o'clock news hour here. So here we go.
Chris Hegstrom. I am the Director of Media Relations for the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office. I want to take a moment to welcome a couple people here. Obviously, Sheriff Joe Arpaio, Mike Zullo standing behind, and then sitting down is Bob Corbin, who is the former county attorney, former board of supervisor, former attorney general for the state of Arizona, and past president of the NRA. Thank you for being here, Bob.
And helping Joe.
And helping Joe, right? Today, Sheriff Arpaio and Mike Zullo are going to share information to you on a case that they've been working since August of 2011. Since the beginning of this investigation, you, the media, have continued to mischaracterize the nature of this investigation. So you're going to hear this more than once today, but this investigation was never about where President Obama was born. This is about a document that was presented to the general public through the White House and purported to be a factual document. Today you're going to hear lots of information that some of you are going to understand and are going to be able to tell the true story. In fact, please know that this is a very technical, but the evidence is clear if you'll pay attention. Please note you're going to hear about 2 separate experts. These experts are 2 separate continents with no knowledge of each other, and they draw similar conclusions. Again, that said, I know some of you are going to get this story and are going to tell the story the way it was. However, there's going to be others here today who will continue to malign this sheriff and Mike Zullo in order to show that you haven't been wrong for many years while covering this story. All I ask is that you are respectful during the presentation of the information. Here's Sheriff Joe Arpaio.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for showing up. Back in 2011, about 250 members of the surprise Tea Party came to me and asked me to investigate President Obama's birth certificate, since they believe evidence showed that the certificate was a fraud. I agreed to look into the matter, and with Chief Investigator Mike Zullo, we initiated an investigation. At this time, and to this day, I stated that I did not care where the president was born. Had nothing to do with that. But we were going to investigate a possible government forged document. Hope you get that straight. I've been saying that from day one since 2011. Today you will be presented with an in-depth executive summary of our investigation into the matter, which we now have concluded to be a fraudulently created document which has been represented as an official copy of the original birth certificate of President Obama. We and anyone else who dared to question the document have been maligned, falsely labeled, grossly criticized in the bulk of the media on certain internet sources for years. Today, we're going to set the record straight. I believe you will be shocked by what you hear and see today. Also, the implications will be profound. All we have ever wanted was the truth in this matter, with the great hope that the document was indeed a valid representation of the original document. Think of that. We were trying to clear the president. It didn't work out that way. We had to follow the evidence. We let the evidence determine the direction of the investigation. That's what we always do on any investigation. You get the evidence. This one was handled no differently than no matter what the investigation is about. So now, the important part is to present the pertinent details and the executive summary of our analysis. I'm going to turn this over to Mike Zullo, who dedicated 5 years of his life, 5 years of his life, taking this mission on, which I asked him to do 5 years ago. Mike, come on up and give your thoughts.
Thank you, Sheriff. I want to start by trying to give everyone here, including the media that's been viciously against us from the beginning, an understanding of how I tried to conduct this investigation. I believe in 2012 we did 2 press conferences. In those press conferences, I had made it clear that Sheriff Arpaio's original mandate to me was, Mike, take a look at this, clear this document, because I want to be the guy that clears this document and moves this country forward. This is no good. That was the mandate. Unfortunately, it didn't work out that way. Like the sheriff just told you, when you conduct criminal investigations, you have to let the evidence lead you. You never lead the evidence. And in doing this, my motive was to clear the document. Because to be quite honest with you, I didn't believe it. I didn't believe this was possible. I didn't think this would ever happen in this nation. I didn't believe it. Back in 2012, I told you about Reed Hayes, a document examiner. Let me tell you about Reed Hayes, a man with 40 years, since 1974, 40 plus years of experience in examining forensic document, handwriting, a man who's well respected in his expertise, a court-recognized expert, a document examiner. He is the man you go to when somebody gives you a bad check with a bad signature. This is the guy you run to. Law firms use him all the time. He's been maligned. And let me tell you something about Mr. Hayes. When I contacted Mr. Hayes told me right off the bat, I'm an Obama supporter. I voted for him twice. He goes, and I will never do anything to hurt the President of the United States. What I had said to him was, Reed, I am not asking you to hurt the President of the United States. I'm asking you to take a look at this document and clear it and tell me there's nothing wrong with it. Would you at least do that? And he took a look at it. And when he called me back, he told me, Mike, I can't clear this. There's something wrong with it. And I asked him, I said, Reed, would you continue? I said, I know your position, but would you continue? And his answer to me was, this is what I do. I'll look at it. I'll do it. That's a man of integrity, respecting what his ability is to get to the truth. Because for Sheriff Arpaio and myself, this was never about Barack Obama. This is about a document. You take that document and you remove the name Barack Hussein Obama and put your name on there. If it was your document and it was brought to us, we would do the same thing with this document. This document was being investigated from the only way that I ever knew how to do it. You look to prove the guilty party innocent, the one you suspect. If you can prove him innocent, you don't put the wrong guy in jail. But when you try to prove him innocent and the evidence starts to stack up, now you change. because the guilt is coming to the top. That's the way this was done. Jerry Corsi and WND. I grilled Jerry Corsi for 16 hours. This is no joke. I didn't believe anything he was showing me until he showed me one document. Everybody thinks it's the Obama document. When I had said that in the past, it wasn't. Jerry Corsi and WND, they were onto something. I'm not so sure they knew it was going to go the way it's going now, but they were onto something. And what we're going to show you today is information that you have never seen before. It was information that was developed by the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in assistance with actually the gentleman who makes my videos, Mr. Mark Galar. Mark Galar has a unique ability when it comes to digital software and this whole video thing that he does. And Mark Galar and I were on a Skype call. Felt like years. We would go back and forth for years. And at one point, I did alert Mr. Galar to what I was suspecting, and we began to work at it together. What I'm going to do right now is I am going to let the video play in its entirety. Then I'm going to stop it, and I'm going to clear some things up. And then I'm going to let it play one more time, and I'm going to stop it periodically and address some things. I really want you to sit back and have an open mind, because what you're going to see is we utilized forensic document examiners, Reed Hayes in Hawaii, and a company named ForLab in Italy. And I have two different disciplines. I have Reed Hayes, a document examiner, ForLab's forensic digital technicians. ForLabs trains law enforcement throughout Europe. ForLab's specialty is child pornography cases. ForLabs, everybody in that building, is a PhD with math equations that, my God, I've never seen in my life. These guys know their stuff. And I'm going to tell you what I respect about both of them. Both Reed Hayes and Marco at ForLabs stayed true to their discipline. One of the tests you do when you have an expert, you want to make sure your expert isn't trying to run you for the money. If I can push the expert, that's not a guy I want. These men could not be pushed. This is their findings, this is how they see it, and this is how they're calling it. So I'm going to run this video for you, and I want you to understand this has nothing to do with anything we ever did before. It doesn't negate what we did before, and I'll explain that. It is new and it's profound. And it's quite disturbing. So let me play the video for you now, and then we'll move on.
You are looking at two long-form birth certificates from the state of Hawaii. According to the dates on the certificates, these births took place in Honolulu during the month of August in 1961, just 16 days apart. The birth certificate on the left belongs to Barack Obama. The birth certificate on the right belongs to Johanna Ani. After 5 years of intense investigation, which included consultation with one of America's most respected forensic document examiners and a team of European media forensic experts, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has reached a conclusion utilizing forensic techniques both old and new. It is the opinion of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office that the birth certificate on your right belonging to Johanna Ani was in fact used as a source document in the digital creation of Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate. 9 points of forgery in which words, letters, and hand-placed date stamps have been digitally copied from the Ani long-form birth certificate and pasted onto Obama's long-form birth certificate. We'll look at the first 5 points of forgery together, since they were brought over from the Ani document in one group. Now let's drop out the on need document as a background and view that again. Now let's look at the date stamps in box 20 and 22. In this case, the stamps were brought over one at a time. But as we do this experiment, ask yourself, what are the odds that two stamps in two separate boxes, stamped by hand 16 days apart, would have the exact same angle in box 20 and the exact same angle in box 22? First, we'll look at the left stamp. Now the right stamp. It should be pointed out that these stamps were looked at by two separate document examiners who specialize in two separate forensic disciplines and who reside on two different continents. Both agreed that these angles are identical on both the Obama document and the Ani document. Let's watch that again without all of the background clutter. It should be noted that Susan and Gretchen Nordyke were born 5 minutes from each other and have consecutive serial numbers. Therefore, their date stamps ostensibly would have been put on back to back. But as you can see, looking at the leftmost date stamps underlined in red and looking at the rightmost date stamps underlined in blue, there is no similarity in terms of the angle of the date stamps. How ironic that Barack Obama's birth certificate and Johanna Ani's birth certificate, which were stamped 16 days apart, are identical in angle according to two separate disciplines within the world of forensic document examination, and yet the Nordyke twins, born 5 minutes from each other, stamped back to back, don't show any similarity in angles. We've made a number of references to angles so far. The reason for that is if you're going to take an item off of one document and place it onto another, the angle is going to remain the same unless you intentionally alter it after you place it on the second document. Watch. When you have two separate documents with two hand-placed date stamps at the same angles, it should be obvious that a forgery has taken place. For the next example, we'll need to zoom in a little bit. Now we are going to focus on boxes 6D and 6E within the Obama PDF. Both X's were taken directly from box 6D in the Ani long-form birth certificate. In fact, not only was the X pulled over, but the box itself was pulled over, and various parts of the line on top of the X were also pulled over, according to forensic document experts. Next, we'll drop the ID document out of the picture, except for the items that were used to create the Obama birth certificate.
Now, I know when you see that the first time, kind of looking at it, trying to figure out, okay, what does all this really mean? The date stamps that are at the lower angle of the document. Let me try to start this again if I could freeze it.
You are looking at two long-form birth.
You're going to see the date stamps that are in the lower corners of both documents. Now, yes, they have a different date, but the month and year is correct. That document has been in Maricopa County Sheriff's Office possession since the end of 2011. Actually, I took it from Jerry Corsi. Those stamps on those lower left and right corners, we had made a transparency after we got the document, and we laid those stamps one on top of the other. They were close, but not an exact match. And in what we do, close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades. This needed to be an exact match, and it wasn't. And we had looked at this and looked at this on and off for a couple years. In the meantime, there are operatives, paid operatives, that do anything they can to undermine this investigation and anybody that comes in favor of this investigation. Started throwing out this notion that a 7655 Xerox copier was the forger. Well, newsflash for them, it's not. The 7655, while it does have an ability to replicate some anomalies, it does not do it as presented in the Obama document. We purchased a 7655 Xerox copier. It took us over a year and a half to find someone who still had the correct software from 2011 to install in the machine. 4 labs determined what are called quantization settings in computers, mathematical algorithms. They could get very close to that 2011 software, but again, it wasn't exact. We needed to find the software. We located the software. We loaded the software in the machine. We initiated scanning campaigns, 70, 80 different ways to run the document. In every one of those campaigns, we could not exactly replicate the number of layers, the number of links, and the way information comes over. But these findings that I'm presenting you today have something different than every other circumstance. My goal at that point was we needed to get away from this 7655 copier and these digital forensics problems, these computer-generated issues, and I needed to look at this document completely different. In doing that, I contacted Mark Galar again, and I asked Mark if he would do me a favor. I said, Mark, would you please make me an overlay video so I can show this to the sheriff? I know there's something here, I'm just not finding it. Mark agrees to make the video, and as Mark is doing the video, he contacts me and he goes, I figured it out. Now, I want you to understand something. I have to stay as neutral in this as possible. I did not want to be the guy that ever figured anything out. I wanted to be the clearinghouse, because what I was going to do was send whatever we found across the globe to Hawaii and Italy and have independent forensics examiners from two different disciplines either conclude or completely disagree with each other. That was my methodology. That's why I'm telling you, the evidence took us, we didn't take the evidence. When Mark calls me, what he realized was the ANI original certificate that was issued in 1995 by the state of Hawaii had been put on a copier at the Department of Health in Hawaii, and it was a little offset by like 1.5 degrees. And when Mark made the adjustment, those date stamps lined up perfectly. So we stopped, and I sent it to Italy, and I sent it to Hawaii, and I waited. And Italy did all kinds of mathematical formulas, and that's all going to be in their report that's going to get turned over somewhere else. And they called me up and they told me that those stamps match exactly. And in talking with Marco, I asked him, I said, Marco, look, I gotta talk to you now, not like a scientist. I gotta talk to you like an investigator. In my mind, you can't have the same corresponding date stamp in the same corresponding box at the same corresponding angles on two separate documents that if we believe the Obama certificate is real, they're 16 days apart in creation. And if we don't believe the Obama certificate is real, I have a 54-year-old copy of an original document that was created 16 years ago. I don't think you can do that. And Marco told me that he didn't think you could either because he tried and he was unable to. Waited for Reed Hayes. Reed Hayes contacts me and he tells me, this you can't do, this is impossible. Reed Hayes, who is an educator in his field, told me he tells all his students you will never be able to replicate something exactly by human hand. If it's replicated exactly, there's going to be some other kind of intervention. It's not by human hand. So now I have two document examiners telling me the same thing. Italy has a scientific protocol. They can only gauge probability by the amount of source documents that are provided to them. We only had 9 real birth certificates. I mean, you just can't go out in the street and get Hawaii birth certificates. So they were hindered by 9. Examining those date stamps, and when I tell you about the other issues in the document, they concluded that it is 1,000 times more probable that the document is inauthentic. They also concluded that if they had a greater sampling, that number would be higher, because they have concluded that that document, it is highly improbable, next to impossible, that you will find another document with every anomaly we just showed you. And I'm going to read you some of their quotes in a minute. Reed Hayes, on the other hand, Reed Hayes said, that's forgery, because that's impossible. I called Mark Galar back. I go, Mark, now that we got the date stamps, we need to start looking at the document. We're both looking at the machine at the same time. He's in Texas, I'm here. And he starts to line up the 6-1 that's on the top by the serial number of the birth certificate. And as he does that, all of a sudden, the word Oahu in the center of the page lines up. So I was like, wow, that's strange. I said, Mark, do me a favor. I want you to please go down this document and start matching up every letter and every word, because I think it's going to unlock. And that's what he does. And he calls me back, and he had found those matches that you've seen from the ANI certificate matched exactly to the Obama certificate. It's called textual juxtaposition. In other words, they are in the same relationship to each other no matter where you put them. In other words, somebody took that little X in that corner box. When I play this video again, you're going to watch it differently now. Use that as a point of reference and picked up 3 or 4 other words and moved them over. Sent that to Reed Hayes. Sent that to Italy. Italy concludes, yeah, you know what? You can go to a document. You might find a word that might line up like that. Improbable that you're going to find the number of words that line up like this. Reed Hayes. Reed Hayes is different. Reed Hayes is an old school document examiner. Oh, that's impossible. That can't happen. He goes, but Mike, I found something else. Reed Hayes discovered the little X's in 2 other boxes were identical to an X in the ANI certificate. Not only was the X identical, but the X, the box, and the word above were all taken at once because you couldn't just take the X. Reed Hayes, to me personally, said, Mike, that's like you getting a fingerprint. He said, that's impossible. Reed Hayes also focused on the signature of Stanley Ann Dunham in the Obama certificate. Reed Hayes doesn't believe that's an original signature. He believes it's been piecemealed together. And I'm going to do this. You know, I was going to read a lot of stuff to you, but I'd rather you see the video. I want to read to you Reed Hayes' conclusion this time. Reed Hayes, 40 years, a true professional. The man's a professional. The evidence noted herein is clear and convincing proof that the Obama certificate of live birth posted on whitehouse.gov on April 27, 2011 is a fraudulently manufactured document. Evidence indicates that this certificate of live birth of Johanna Ani is one source utilized in the construction of the certificate of live birth. Reed Hayes' own words, the parentheses, nail in the coffin, close parentheses, that provides the certificate of live birth is inauthentic, is the exact lineup of numerous entries on both the certificate of live birth and the Ani certificate. That's a fraudulent document. You don't get a clearer definition than a fraudulent document. This has nothing to do with a 7655 copier. That copier is irrelevant to our information. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office in 2012, twice, did not divulge to you everything we were working on, but I did give you a hint. I told you I went to Sheriff Arpaio and I said, Sheriff, there's another way at this thing. There's something wrong here. This information that we have just shared with you is evidence. We are in possession of the certificate. Now, going back to Hawaii, and I want to clear something up because I said it in 2012, and I'm going to say it again. This office, the county, was going to be reimbursed for the expenses of Deputy Brian Makowitz to the tune of $9,600, I believe. We presented a check. Politics got involved, and trying to shame this sheriff, decided not to take our check. This sheriff didn't spend the money. We were prepared to reimburse the general fund for whatever the expense was, and we had a check in hand. So I really want that corrected on the record. This sheriff held true to his word. So true, bear me out. I couldn't get a paper clip out of this office. I was lucky I got 2 letters on stationery because I had to make him sign them. But that was it. So he was true to his word. No matter how many times I say that in the media, they try to hang that on him. That was politics. We were prepared to pay it, and they refused to take our money. That's on the county. That's not on us. In Hawaii, we went there for 2 purposes. Again, our intention was to clear the document. And I am going to be really candid with you. I am not a Democrat. I am a Republican. I'm a conservative. I'm everything a lot of people hate. I would have loved to have been the guy to clear this document and take this weight off of the president, off of the country, and off of the sheriff. I could not do that. And you're faced with a dilemma because about half the country is going to hate you. The other half might think you're a hero, but you know what? That doesn't matter because the half that hates you hard. But you have to be true to your discipline. You have to be true to who you are. This is about the truth. And there were a couple times I went to the sheriff and I said, you know, Sheriff, we may find out that we're wrong on this, First thing out of his mouth, well, we're all at the press conference, we're going to tell the world we were wrong. You're right, we are. And there were a couple times I started to question this. I don't question it anymore. The only time I question it is as I'm writing up report after report, I still question, did this happen? Did this really happen here? When we were in Hawaii, Detective Makowitz and I, for the purpose of trying to clarify the issue, we did go to the Department of Health in Hawaii. Yes, they did call the police on us. Yes, they didn't want to talk to us, but we did sit down. And we sat down with Jill Nagamini, a deputy attorney general for the state of Hawaii. And I told this story once, but I'm going to tell it to you again because it's got great importance. In the dialogue that went back and forth, it was very clear to Detective Makowitz and I that this was a no-go topic for them. And in that dialogue, I proposed in the exchange to an attorney. I said to her, if I gave you a copy of my driver's license, because for some reason it needed to be displayed across the World Wide Web, and you took that driver's license and you made a photocopy of it, but you changed some stuff around, and you put it on the web, have you displayed my driver's license? Now the proper answer is no, that's an altered document. Her answer to me was, but you still have a driver's license. That was alarming to me. That was alarming to me. The next follow-up from her was, does the public have a right to see your driver's license? Which I responded, if I say I'm going to proffer it publicly, they most certainly do. And they most certainly do be assured that it's mine. Those set off alarm bells. Both Detective Makowitz and I walked out, we're walking on the sidewalk, thanking God we didn't get thrown out with the cops because they were the biggest two cops I've ever seen in my life. And we both concurred, there's something wrong here. They're avoiding what we were asking, and what we were asking was this. We already knew that they had released this verification. This verification and other verifications like it are cleverly worded to give you the impression that the verification is verifying the image that you see up here. That is not the fact. They are verifying the information in whatever you show them. They are verifying that there is a birth record on file that has this information in it. Well, when you start to study the Hawaii statutes, you realize there are ways to amend a certificate that turns the real certificate into a sequestered record in another file, and the amended information now becomes the original birth document. And that could happen 54, 64, 100 years later. So what they're saying to us is, we're not validating that image, we're just validating some of the stuff in it. Legally, truthful answer, but also misleading, because you have no way to determine, was this an amended certificate? I want to jump real quick to the birth announcements that are in the paper. I contacted the microfilm company that has them. I have them in microfilm. There is an oddity. I will grant you this. There is an oddity. In that section of the paper, those birth records from one newspaper to another are completely identical in positioning. They're identical. And in the other sections of the paper, they're not. That honestly is suspicious to me. It truly is. But the other thing is, there's been no paper ever surface. No hard copy Arizona paper from the time period has ever surfaced. We can only go by the best evidence we have, and those look good. When I was in Washington 4 times, I went to the Library of Congress, checked those out. They're in there. But here's the problem with those. They don't tell you anything. Hawaii law says that the Department of Health in Hawaii must create a birth certificate merely on the representation from anyone that a birth has taken place. It doesn't tell you anything. Somebody just reported it. So let's give that benefit of the doubt. Let's say that's true. Now you run into Kapolani Medical Center. Kapolani Medical Center we visited. I would have rather been thrown out by the cops than at Kapolani Medical Center because they told us to get out. They told us they're not going to deal with this. This is nothing that they have to do. We're a private organization, and we have no authority there, and we're not going to help you. Okay. We've gone to 2 places that could have cleared this issue up. I tried. Nobody would cooperate. We come back. We're still sitting here now with this document. We interviewed Johanna Ani twice. In both those interviews, I'm not going to go into the details of those, but I'm going to let you understand that Johanna Ani maintains that her birth certificate was in her possession since 1995 in her locked file cabinet, and the only time she took it out was at a request of a friend to show it to Jerry Corsi. Jerry Corsi does confirm he took possession of her document, but it was about 10 days after the release of the Obama certificate. Now, obviously, I'm not in Hawaii, and I can't pursue this any further. So Johanna Ani is not a suspect. There's another woman, Mickey Booth, has been labeled a suspect. She was the friend. She's not a suspect. These people that go out and say these things should really watch what they're saying. Those people are not suspects. However, Johanna Ani is still an investigative lead as far as we are concerned, because I can't validate the rest of the story. But we're in possession of the document that is a source document as far as this is concerned. I am going to play that video one more time. I think I'm just going to play it one more time in its entirety. Then I'm just going to show you the conclusion in our video, and I'm going to turn this back over to Sheriff Arpaio. But what you're seeing here is the information is taken, the stamps were taken, the X's were taken, and I've got 2 different forensic examiners concurring that it's fake. It's a fabrication. This carries federal penalties. And understand one other thing. The state of Hawaii has done everything they can to stay away from validating that image. Oh, let me back up. I went and spoke with Secretary of State Bennett back when the ballot challenge was going on. And if I remember right, he was in that challenge before we even got involved. We had nothing to do with this. And I do believe he was trying to do the right thing. But he sent a number of letters back and forth, and they kept stonewalling him. And then he got a phone call. And according to him, from Hawaii, he was told how to reword his request. Well, what that does is that takes the request and puts it in the category of a validation of a birth event in lieu of issuing a certificate, which made it easier for them to validate it. And when you read these validations, you got to read through them. There's another validation out there, I think it was in a Mississippi court case, where in the validation, it even puts the White House website address in it. But you got to read what it says. They're not validating the image. They're validating the information. And we have no idea how that information got there. Simple to understand the dilemma, because the Director of Health previously says she saw the record in a bound volume sitting where it should be on a shelf. The incoming governor can't find it. And they look for it. And now they can't find it in this bound volume. Now they find it in the state archives, half typed, half written. Well, which was it? Was it in the bound volume? Or is it sitting in a pile of papers? And then all of a sudden, it mysteriously makes its way back to a bound volume. We have no idea what's on that birth certificate. We have no idea if there was a birth certificate. We have no idea if somebody just wrote something down and through some nice legal maneuvering created a birth event. We don't know. We just simply don't know. We don't know where Mr. Obama was born, nor that was not something we're here to find out. We don't know that. We don't know if he's a natural born citizen or not. I don't think the country knows what the definition of that is anymore. That wasn't anything that we were pursuing. We're pursuing the document. So let me play this one more time for you because it's getting late. I want to show you this evidence all over again, and I really want you to sit back now, think about what I just shared with you, and see how this comes.
From the state of Hawaii. According to the dates on the certificates, these births took place in Honolulu during the month of August in 1961, just 16 days apart. The birth certificate on the left belongs to Barack Obama. The birth certificate on the right belongs to Johanna Ani. After 5 years of intense investigation, which included consultation with one of America's most respected forensic document examiners and a team of European media forensic experts, the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office has reached a conclusion utilizing forensic techniques both old and new. It is the opinion of the Maricopa County Sheriff's Office that the birth certificate on your right belonging to Johanna Ani was in fact used as a source document in the digital creation of Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate. 9 points of forgery in which words, letters, and hand-placed date stamps had been digitally copied from the Ani long-form birth certificate and pasted onto Obama's long-form birth certificate. We'll look at the first 5 points of forgery together, since they were brought over from the Ani document in one group.
I really want that to sink in. These were taken as one group. That's why relationally they are proportionate to each other. That's a key factor here.
Now let's drop out the Ani document as a background and view that again. Now let's look at the date stamps in box 20 and 22. In this case, the stamps were brought over one at a time. But as we do this experiment, ask yourself, what are the odds that 2 stamps in 2 separate boxes, stamped by hand 16 days apart, would have the exact same angle in box 20 and the exact same angle in box 22? First, we'll look at the left stamp. Now the right stamp. It should be pointed out that these stamps were looked at by 2 separate document examiners who specialize in 2 separate forensic disciplines and who reside on 2 different continents. Both agreed that these angles are identical on both the Obama document and the Ani document. Let's watch that again without all of the background clutter. It should be noted that Susan and Gretchen Nordyke were born 5 minutes from each other and have consecutive serial numbers. Therefore, their date stamps ostensibly would have been put on back to back. But as you can see, looking at the leftmost date stamps underlined in red and looking at the rightmost date stamps underlined in blue, there is no similarity in terms of the angle of the date stamps. How ironic that Barack Obama's birth certificate and Johanna Ani's birth certificate, which were stamped 16 days apart, are identical in angle according to 2 separate disciplines within the world of forensic document examination, and yet the Nordyke twins, born 5 minutes from each other, stamped back to back, don't show any similarity in angles. We've made a number of references to angles so far. The reason for that is if you're going to take an item off of one document and place it onto another, the angle is going to remain the same unless you intentionally alter it after you place it on the second document. Watch.
Here's what we think we know about that. Whoever created this document wasn't thinking about angles or relationship to other things. That was the giveaway in the date stamps. What that is telling you is no matter where you place that date, its angle of trajectory will be identical. It will be the same unless you manually go in and change it. This was one of the things that began the free fall of this document collapsing upon itself. The position of words, by using a small x as the point of reference and dragging them all over, this individual wasn't thinking about their relational positions.
When you have two separate documents with two hand-placed date stamps at the same angles, it should be obvious that a forgery has taken place. For the next example, we'll need to zoom in a little bit. Now we are going to focus on boxes 6D and 6E within the Obama PDF. Both X's were taken directly from box 6D in the Ani long-form birth certificate. In fact, not only was the X pulled over, but the box itself was pulled over, and various parts of the line on top of the X were also pulled over, according to forensic document experts.
Those little X's, one of those X's was used twice. That's why they appear twice on the Obama certificate. It was the same X from only one box in the Honey certificate. What the document examiner Reed Hayes noticed was the X was above the box, but the ink was bleeding into the word on top of it. That's why they had to take the box, the X, and the word, because she couldn't separate it. So obviously, this document was a template of some sort or a source. We're not entirely sure. I don't believe it was a template because of the positioning of these things. What they did on the date stamps, they didn't change the angles, but they just merely set them a little higher in the boxes. That was how they thought they were concealing it, but it doesn't change the angles. So I'm not sure what the document was. We know it's a source. We're a safe bet on that.
Next, we'll drop the Ani document out of the picture, except for the items that were used to create the Obama birth certificate.
And that would have been the X utilized again. Again, this has nothing to do with any kind of computer forensics that we previously encountered. This has nothing to do with a 7655 copier. This has something to do with somebody that had a knowledge of cut and paste and Photoshop and God only knows what else. But unfortunately, those items, by forensics determination, 2 different disciplines, 2 different continents have come to the same conclusion. I guess that's a meeting of science. I guess that's something you say. I don't even know. But it's like a meeting of 2 minds. They both concur. And they came to that conclusion with different scientific principles. we're pretty confident in these results.
Now let's take a look at all the items that were taken from the ID document and used to digitally create Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate. Here's Honolulu. The word Oahu. Oahu the second time. 3 different X's. And this is very significant because they would have been put in by sliding the carriage and adjusting the road. The left date stamp and the right date stamp, which are both at the exact same angles as their counterparts on the ID document, even though they were stamped 16 days apart. Doesn't it just make sense that Alvin Onaka's stamp and the April 25th date stamp were listed someplace also? Ask yourself this question. If anyone presented you with a document in your life that was this suspect, would you readily accept it, or would you begin an intense vetting? Be it a house title, a car title, a piece of currency, anything. Would you accept something this suspect if presented to you in your life? If you answer no, then ask yourself a second question. Don't the American people have a right to vet the documents that they are presented by public officials? The following experts were consulted in preparation for today's report. Reed Hayes is a court-qualified handwriting and document examiner whose business is located in Honolulu. He has nearly 40 years of handwriting-related experience. Reed is a board member of the Scientific Association of Forensic Examiners and has co-authored 5 books. We also consulted 4 Labs, a modern-day multimedia forensics team in Italy that specializes in analyzing data retrieved from multimedia files. We had 2 experts in 2 continents from 2 separate disciplines of forensics that came to one conclusion. Barack Obama's long-form birth certificate is not authentic.
I want to point 2 things out before I turn this over to Sheriff Arpaio. Here and here. The presumption has to be that the state of Hawaii did not create the PDF file because they don't create PDF files. Legally, they can't create PDF files. It's also been said by the governor when these documents were purportedly released that these were handled in no different fashion than anything else. Yeah, okay. Those 2 stamps have to have been brought in either by a lift or by a stamping themselves, like a stamper. And we actually did go out for $25. We had a Kiko's make us Alvin Onaka stamp, no questions asked. We got a Bates stamper. The safety paper background, this green background. During this investigation, I interviewed a number of different states' vital statistics directors and their fraud investigators. We identified the safety paper used. I called the manufacturer. They confirmed for me that they are the manufacturer for Hawaii safety paper. To put this in contrast, the safety paper you see on the Barack Obama certificate could actually be replicated by what's called a swatch and replicate pattern. And we did that. We're not sure if that's what happened here or the safety paper was just scanned in and used. We're not sure. However, in talking with Department of Health officials, 2 things came to light, and I'll use Arizona as an example. Arizona's safety paper, back in 2012, so maybe it's 10 cents instead of 7 cents a sheet. But Arizona safety paper has a plethora of security threads and controls built into the document, including every sheet of paper is individually serialized. So that means that serial number of safety paper has to correspond to the registration number of that birth certificate. Arizona safety paper, I was told by their fraud investigator that if you can get that for 7 cents a sheet, but on the black market, 1 sheet of Arizona safety paper costs $500 because of the way it's protected. Comparably to Hawaii, we bought 500 sheets of this particular safety paper by the same manufacturer for $52, and then I really got mad when I went on eBay and found the same stuff for $11. You can buy this for 500 sheets for $11. I'm going to tell you this, and these professionals did agree with me. The safety paper problem, the lax birth certificate protocol that's uniformly followed throughout the country is severely lacking. This document, you could not have seen it in this fashion had the safety paper in Hawaii just been comparable to Arizona's. So something that we are going to ask for going forward, and we're going to pursue this politically, is we would like to see at least a standardization of security paper for birth documents that meet at least the standard of Arizona. If not, they can come up with something better. Because birth documents, to make a birth certificate, it is insanely easy. Trust me, we were fabricating them for 5 years. A printer, some paper, a template, Microsoft programs, a couple stamps. And let me tell you one other thing. The hard raised seal on the Obama certificate that the only person in the world said was Savannah Guthrie, who was ushered into a dark room to behold the certificate and felt the raised seal. There's a problem with that. That's okay, Bob, I won't hold it against you. There's a problem with that. Our analysis team has looked at that. One of the points of fabrication of the PDF file is a clipping mask that has been manually placed around the document. It's like a border. When you remove that mask, there are 2 pencil markings under the mask that it's been concealing. Also, that document has a very unique ghosting around the letters, which we were not able to replicate exactly in all our tests. The Savannah Guthrie document, not only does it display that unique ghosting, but it does not display the pencil marks that should have been there if it was an original hard copy document, because the pencil marks were applied after the document was scanned in. Ford Labs also concludes that this document started as a PDF file, was printed out, and then rescanned, which is an anti-forensics technique. Additionally, the PDF file has no integrity to it because all the metadata has been erased. The metadata is the life history of building the document. It's missing. The document is utterly unreliable, and the document is inauthentic. We also discovered, and I'm not going to get into this because we really have to go, AP distributed White House photos of the birth certificate, purportedly that they took while they were there. Those are not AP photos. They are White House handout JPEG images created by the White House. That means the White House has the ability to create JPEGs. In those files, those JPEGs were altered by Photoshop. Why are you creating Photoshopped enhanced JPEGs when you just have to take a picture of the document and put it up on the web? This document has been created. It's digitally been created. It is not real. The biggest question is, why? So that concludes where we are in this, and I'll bring this back to Sheriff Arpaio, let him tell you where we're going from here, and we'll go from there. I'm going to shut this down for you, Sheriff.
You know, I listened to this 5 years ago. I said one thing: show us the microfiche, show us the birth certificate, then we'll all go home. Where is it to this day? Very interesting question. I don't have the answer, but somebody should have it. So I plan on turning over this investigation this month to the federal government and Congress, and hope that Congress, number one, will pass a law that presidents should be vented. Common sense. I think what's happened in the 8 years will kind of prove what I'm trying to get should be passed. Maybe some members of Congress will hold some hearings open to the public regarding this matter. You know, I kind of look at this, being a federal guy for 30 years, if they can hold hearings. I'm not trying to be sarcastic. I'm just trying to send a message to Congress. If you can hold hearings on underflated footballs, why can't you hold one on this? Can't believe it. So, and look at our evidence. Look at it. Just look at it. This is tough for me to say, believe me, all you media know me. Sometimes I get diarrhea of the mouth. But I'm telling you right now, we're not going to answer any questions. There's more sensitive information that we have regarding this matter, and I'm not going into it. So I want to thank all the media for coming here. I hope we enlighten you of what the real story and evidence is all about regarding this fake birth certificate. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was the press conference for President Obama's birth certificate. You guys just watched that live on the Fox News Now stream. Again, just to reiterate what happened here, Sheriff Joe Arpaio had this document since 2011. And let me pull up just some of the documents that he was showing during this. Again, this is Barack Obama's birth certificate, and this is Joanna Ani's birth certificate. You can see there. After much investigation, they do believe it's not authentic. The safety sheet paper that Obama's birth certificate was printed on, they said could be bought anywhere on eBay. They're now asking that the paper used for making birth certificates be more, that they have a little bit more brains into how they're printing these birth certificates and on what type of paper. They said there were 9 points of forgery that they could find in this birth certificate. They said the same date, the same angles. Let me pull up this video here. That's Sheriff Joe Arpaio. They said that they had the same date, the same angles on 2 separate documents. That's President Barack Obama's and Joanna Ani's. They said having the same angles is what really gave it away. They didn't think about the angles when they were creating President Obama's birth certificate, which they are calling a fraudulent document. They are saying this is not authentic. They used this Joanna Ani's birth certificate as a starting place to create a fake birth certificate. Both certificates had the same date, same angles on 2 separate documents. That's called textual position, where the texts are in the same exact location on both documents. They also said that the 765 Xerox copier is completely irrelevant to this. They say it has nothing to do with computer forensics or that copier. It had to have been a person with high knowledge of cut and paste, Photoshop, and much more. Again, you guys are watching this live on the Fox News Now stream. That's Sheriff Joe Arpaio that you see there. He just released new information on this investigation. He's had this document since 2011, and today he finally released the information concluding that they believe President Obama's birth certificate is fake. I want to take you to some of the photos again, if I can here, just to show you guys what he was saying during this press conference. Let's see if I've got the photos here. Okay, so let's pull this up. So 9 points of forgery. That's his full birth certificate. Here, you can see this is President Obama's, this is Johanna Ani's. This is a better picture here. When they were taking some of the information, they took it in blocks. So a couple blocks here, and then they moved it this way. They couldn't move each one separately. So everything was at the same angle as Johanna Ani's. That's how they were able to tell that it was fraudulent. And again, you guys were watching live with us here on the Fox News Now stream. If you enjoyed the way that we presented this to you guys and all this breaking news, go ahead and hit that like button on our Facebook page or that subscribe button on our YouTube page. That way, you'll always be in the know. We're always streaming live events like this from across the U.S., including today's, where Sheriff Joe Arpaio claims that President Obama's birth certificate is fake. Now again, like I was saying, the boxes from that certificate were taken as a group and copied over to the other certificate so that they were relationally proportional to each other. That's how they were able to capture it. The angles were exactly the same. And what both of those investigators were saying, the document investigators were saying, what are the odds that the date stamps, which were stamped 16 days apart, would be completely identical? And the angles are identical no matter where you place it, and that's how they believe they have figured out President Obama's birth certificate is fake. Again, almost identical to Johanna Ani's birth certificate. We do have Danielle, who's live in the field right now. Let's see what she has to say.
Obama was in fact born. He says that was never his intent to find that information out, but only to validate or not validate this birth certificate. We're going to bring you much more on this. As I mentioned, guys, this press conference just now wrapping up. So we'll bring you much more of this on Fox 10 News at 6. Guys, back to you.
Again, if you guys want to hear more information on this, tune in to Fox 10 at 6 o'clock. We're going to give you a total breakdown of this press conference, but we appreciate you watching with us. Again, go ahead and hit that like button on our Facebook page or that subscribe button on our YouTube page. That way you'll always be in the know. We'll always be in your news feed with these live events. We stream everything from across the U.S. And speaking of, we are streaming right now. We've got another live event for you guys. Donald Trump holding another thank you rally. You guys are watching this live on the Fox News Now stream. This is Donald Trump's 5th thank you rally, part of his Thank You Tour 2016, where he's going to be visiting all the states that he won during the election and all the states that he turned red. This one is in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
That it's evolution. Well, you know, we all want to change the world, but when you talk about destruction, don't you know that you can count me out? Don't you know it's gonna be alright? Alright. Alright. You say you got a real solution. Well, you know, we'd all love to see the plan. You asked me for a contribution. Well, you know, we all doing what we can. want money for people with minds that hate. All I can tell you is, brother, you have to wait. All right. All right. All right. Carrying pictures of Chairman Mao, you ain't gonna make it with anyone anyhow. All right. All right.
Well, if you're just joining us here on the Fox News Now stream, we just showed you Sheriff Joe Arpaio releasing new information on President Obama's birth certificate. If you missed it, we'll replay it for you later in the show, but we do also have it clipped on our YouTube page. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page, Fox News Now, Fox 10 Phoenix. The video section's got the full press conference about President Obama's birth certificate. But right now we're showing you Donald Trump thank you rally. He'll be speaking soon. This is live in Hershey, Pennsylvania. You guys are watching this live with us on the Fox News Now stream.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the next Vice President of the United States of America, Indiana Governor Mike Pence.
There she stood in the street, smiling from her head to her feet. I said, hey, now, what is this? Now, baby, maybe she's in need of a kiss. I said, hey, what's your name, baby? Maybe we can see things the same. Now, don't you hesitate, oh, hesitate. Let's move before they raise the parking rate.
Hello, Pennsylvania! I'm Mike Pence. I'm from Indiana. And 35 days from today, because of your support, your hard work, and your prayers, I am deeply humbled to say, with my family at my side, I will take the oath of office to serve as the 48th Vice President of the United States. And I came here tonight on a very personal level just to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. But mostly I'm here as a fellow American to say thanks to the people of Pennsylvania. Thank you for voting to make America great again. Thank you for doing your part to make Donald Trump the 45th President of the United States of America. He did it. And we have all of you to thank. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, we'll have a president who will rebuild our military, restore the arsenal of democracy, provide our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines with the resources and training they need to accomplish their mission, and we will hunt down and destroy ISIS at its source. And thanks to you, we'll finally have a president who will stand with the men and women who serve in law enforcement at every level across this country. And thanks to you, 35 days from today, we will have a president who will fight every day to put America back to work and make this economy great again. We'll have a president who will repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel and replace it with free market reforms. We'll have a president who will cut taxes, roll back excessive regulations that are stifling jobs, and we'll have a president who will repeal every single executive order signed by Barack Obama that violates the Constitution. And we'll have a president who will unleash the boundless potential of the American energy economy with an all-of-the-above energy strategy, because Trump digs coal. And we'll have a president who will put American workers and American jobs first. We're going to have trade in America, but trade's going to mean American jobs with President Donald Trump. And thanks to you, we're going to have a president who at last will enforce all the laws of this nation for the citizens of this nation and those who are here legally. We will build a wall. We will uphold our laws, and we will have a president who will end illegal immigration once and for all. And thanks to you, Pennsylvania, we're going to have a government as good as our people again. Government that works every day for the people of this country, not the special interests. We'll reform our ethics laws, and come January 20th, we're going to drain the swamp. We're going to do it. And lastly, thanks to all of you here in Pennsylvania, we're going to have a president of the United States who will make appointments to the highest court in the land, who will uphold the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and all the God-given liberties enshrined in the Constitution of the United States of America. Thanks to you. So I'm really here just to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for giving America a new president whose strength, whose vision, whose leadership will make America great again faster than you could possibly imagine. So allow me to say from a grateful heart, Pennsylvania, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
From Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. That I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. I'm here today for one main reason, to say thank you to the incredible people of Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you. This is the first time the Republican Party has won the state of Pennsylvania in almost 30 years. We made history together. You propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which the world has never, ever seen. It's true, true. Your drive, your dedication, and your love for your country pushed us across the finish line. And boy, did we get across that line, right? The patriots in this arena tonight stood up for themselves and for their families and showed the whole world that the American people still run our country. I will never forget you, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. I will never, ever let you down, believe me. What a state. What a state. Well, I went to school in Pennsylvania, right? So let me take a moment now to recognize your great congressmen in attendance tonight. They were with me from the beginning. Lou Barletta, where's Lou? Where are they? Tom Marino. And Tim Murphy. And I just see in the audience, I didn't know he was here, Jeffrey Lord. Oh, he fights so hard. Oh, that Jeffrey. It's so unfair. They stack up 7-1, but he handles it. CNN, they stack it up against him. They stack it. They are not happy with the results of this election, and it was a stampede. Uh-oh, their camera just went off, folks. Jeffrey, their camera just went off. I also want to give a very special thank you to the men and women of the United States military. Incredible people. We are in your debt, and we will never let you down. As part of our commitment to those who serve, we're going to rebuild our badly depleted military, and we are going to finally take care of our great veterans. We're going to take care. Believe me. Our defense policy can be summed up in 3 very important words: peace through strength. And we're going to get the military going, folks. And we are going to negotiate tougher deals. Do we agree? Where we get more equipment for less money. For instance, you saw the other day about an airplane. Now, I have a nice airplane, but this plane is going to cost $4.2 billion. Air Force One. I don't want a plane to fly around in that costs $4.2 billion, believe me. 4.2. Not going to happen. But we're going to work with Boeing, and I didn't order it, please remember this. But we're going to work with Boeing. We're going to cut the price way down. Way, way down. And how about the F-35 fighter? It's a disaster. It's totally out of control. Totally out of control. So we're going to get more equipment for our military, and we're going to get better equipment for our military at a smaller price. Does that make sense? Okay? Believe me. We're also going to stop trying to build new nations in far-off lands, many areas you've never even heard of these places. Okay? We're going to stop. We're going to be so strong. We're going to be so respected. We're going to be so powerful. We're not respected now. And believe me, it's going to turn. And we're going to have this great, incredible, powerful military. But you know what? I don't think we're ever going to have to use it. And that would be very, very nice. It's America first. Be very, very nice. Instead, thank you. Instead, my administration will focus squarely on the vital national security interests of the United States. And that means crushing ISIS and defeating radical Islamic terrorism. We're going to defeat it quickly. But to be a strong nation, we must also be a wealthy or a rich nation. Some people say, Mr. Trump. Now they say, Mr. President-elect. Can you believe it? Can you believe this? Just call me Donald, folks. Just call me Donald. But they say, Mr. President-elect, it doesn't sound good when you say rich nation. I say we have to be a rich nation if we're going to rebuild our military. If we're going to build the wall, we have to be a rich nation. If we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare, we have to know what we're doing. And we have to be a wealthy nation again. Whether it's building cars, producing steel, or curing disease, we want the next generation of innovation and production to happen right here in America, and right here in the great state of Pennsylvania. And I have to tell you about Pennsylvania. So, you know, they were all saying, you just don't win Pennsylvania. Everybody thought for years and years that they were going to win Pennsylvania as a Republican. They call it the bride that got away, right? This is such an important state, and they were saying he won't win it. He's down in the polls. And I didn't understand it because all of these gentlemen back here, and these are tremendous people that love you, your congressman, They were saying every yard in Pennsylvania has a Trump-Pence sign, right? And we'd go to rallies, like, look at the size of this place. Every corner is packed. Now, the press won't say it. Hey, press, turn the cameras. Show them, please. Show them. Show them. World's most dishonest people. These are dishonest people. Are any cameras? No, they're not turning. Look, they never turn. They never turn. What a shame. Very dishonest people. Very, very dishonest people. You know, the only way you know how crowd, like you take a look at this crowd, right? The only way people sitting at home know is by the sound. By the sound. True. True. That is not the sound of 500 or 1,000 people, folks. And outside it's freezing, and we have 8,000 people standing out there listening. So, but Pennsylvania is an amazing place. And I've been hearing, and I don't know if you want me, because I know you've been listening. You know, what we're doing is a thank you tour. Thank you, Ohio. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you to the different places where we won, swing states mostly, but different places that we won. And by the way, we won in a landslide. This was a landslide victory. This was a landslide. And so we went to Michigan. How about Michigan and Wisconsin? How good was that? That was on top of everything. And you know, they didn't want to call Pennsylvania. You saw that, right? Remember? It was stuck at 99% all night long. And if I lost 100% of the remaining votes, I would have won by a lot of votes. But it was stuck for hours and hours. Now, I don't know if they did that because they were so devastated at what was happening, or because they wanted to keep it going because they were making it. You hear the audience they had? The audience was record-setting, and I think they wanted maybe to prolong the evening for commercial sake, right? But it's one of those two reasons. Maybe it's both. But I will tell you, and I've been going and I've been saying this. I said it the other night in Wisconsin. And if you want, I'll give you a little recap of the night. Should I or not? No, are you sure? Okay. And we'll make this recap pertain to Pennsylvania, right? We don't have to talk about the other ones, but it is true. So I've been hearing for a long time that everybody leaves Pennsylvania thinking they won, Republicans. And again, almost 30 years, and every time they lose by a lot. So I thought we were going to win. These three characters were saying, don't worry about it, Mr. Trump. You're going to win. I'll tell you, Marino, he said, I've been doing this for a long time, Mr. Trump. I guarantee you victory. I said, write it down. He said, nope, I'm not doing that. Okay. I wanted a guarantee. But right from the beginning, they were with me. But they felt so sure. The only problem was, I kept hearing all these things that nobody ever wins, even though they think Pennsylvania. So what happens is the evening begins, and Ohio, what a great place. I had a little problem. You know, it's pretty hard to win states when you don't have the governor, right? Pretty hard. Pretty hard. But you know what? He's called. Would have been nice if he called a couple of weeks earlier. He called. He's been very nice. But we were supposed to win Ohio by 2 points, maybe 3 points. We won it by almost 10 points, right? So that was good. And you know, we got those bad exit polls. You know, they were phony polls, okay? What they don't know is what's the purpose of them doing phony polls when you're going to know the real answer in 3 hours? What are they doing? They can't help themselves, right? So we got these bad exit polls. We really thought, based on the exit polls, it was going to be a very short evening, meaning bad. And Jared, who's here, and Ivanka, they called and they said, Dad, and you got to understand, I got home from Michigan at 4 in the morning. I made a speech in Michigan where I started speaking at 12:30 in the evening. That means on Election Day. That was my 7th speech of the day. 7. And the crowds are all like this. And you know the beauty about a crowd like this? This place is packed. But there's a difference between before the election and after the election, right? Before the election, you people are like wild beasts, wild animals. We're going to win, Mr. Trump. We're going to win. They're screaming, jail, jail, prison. We're going to win. Right? Right? They're going crazy. No. They're screaming, we want the wall, build the wall, Mr. Trump. And we're going to build the wall, don't worry about it. Okay. But it is true. There's a big, I was telling somebody backstage, and now the crowds are amazing. And you know, it's hard to get a big crowd after an election. If somebody else, a normal person, came after an election, even after a victory, you'd have 15 people. People would say, we had enough, we're not going. And this place is packed. This is a big stadium, by the way. But there's something different about a crowd before the election, like when I was here a few weeks ago, and after the election. Before the election, they are brutal. They are so crazed. You're like crazed people, and that's good. I like that. And now, now you're laid back. Hey, baby. Hey, onward, Mr. Trump, onward. Right? No, it's great. It's beautiful. In other words, you've won, and you feel great about it, and you don't have to go totally wild. Right? It's much different. No, it's much different. It's different. No, it's much different. You're laid back, and that's good. This is not really exactly laid back, but it's pretty laid. So we had to win Pennsylvania, but it started off with Ohio, big, big victory. And the one I like to tell is Texas, Georgia, and Utah, right? Because they started off about 2 months before the election. Now, you just don't lose Texas as a Republican, right? You don't lose. And you don't lose Georgia, and you don't lose Utah. I don't think Utah's ever been. Jeffrey, has Utah ever been lost? Just keep saying what you say. You know what he says? He's like Ronald Reagan. That's all he has to say. It's good. Donald Trump is like Ronald Reagan. We love you, Jeffrey. This guy takes such abuse on CNN. Do we love him? I hope he's getting paid a lot of money because he deserves it, believe me. But it's sort of incredible. But what happened is they're saying Texas is in play. Texas is in play, right? Is that Texas? I said, Texas has never been in play. And then I go to Texas, I make a speech, and we have an arena that's bigger than this one. It's packed, 10,000 people outside. And I say, how can it possibly be in play? But you saw it, right? So they say, Texas is in play. Then they say, Georgia. Now, Georgia, we're supposed to win by a lot. And they have me even, right? And then they say Utah. And in Utah, they have this character. I never saw a guy like this. No, I never saw a guy like this. This guy was, like, horrible. And they said, the third-party candidate looks like he's got Trump in trouble. And my wife looks at him and says, you're not going to lose. She knows more than these dishonest people. And they knew it. They knew it. They knew it. So what happens, you know what happened because you're watching. They had a record audience, the biggest they've ever had. And it opens. The polls open. And now they're closed. And now they go on live all over the country, really all over the world. And the first thing they do, Texas has gone to Donald Trump. I said, what happened? I thought I was... And they always started off with, we have breaking news, right? We have breaking news, like, you know, about 12 seconds after the show opened. This is a state that I was supposed to be like, go late in the night. We have breaking news. Texas has gone to Donald Trump. I said, man, that's good because I'm a little worried, you know. That's why nobody believes these people. Then about 12 seconds later, we have breaking news. Georgia has gone to Donald Trump. Right? Then again, now my state of Utah, I love Utah. And I couldn't believe that I was tied with this guy. This guy. Nobody ever heard of him. Nobody. And he was saying, if he wins Utah, he thinks he can win the whole thing. I don't understand what we... I'll tell you, what he could have done is if he won Utah, except that we won by so much, he could have stopped us from appointing Supreme Court judges. That's what he could have done, all right? Bad, sort of a bad guy. So I watch this guy, and I hear that basically I'm tied in Utah. And the third one, they go, we have breaking news. Utah has gone to Donald Trump. Thank you. Oh. I would have lost Utah. So now I have these three that are like solidly, I mean, we won by Utah. Did you see how many points I won by Utah? This thing wasn't even close, like massive, right? He said huge. They were all huge. Okay, then they go to Ohio, then they go to Iowa, where I just appointed the great governor of Iowa, Terry Branstad, the longest serving governor in our country's history, 24 years almost, to the ambassador to China. He loves China. That's nice. He loves China. In fact, whenever I speak in Iowa, he goes, this is for years. Donald, would you do me a favor? Please don't say anything bad about China. So what? And I didn't, but I just appointed him ambassador to China. He's going to be an amazing representative. He likes them and they like him. They like him a lot and he likes them a lot. So now we start talking, because I was expected to win Ohio, but not by nearly as much. I was expected to win Iowa, but not by over 10 points. Nobody wins Iowa. So this is like a good story, because when my kids told me about the exit polls, which were nonsense, I sort of thought in my mind, well, I can't work any harder, so I don't feel that bad. I still felt bad. Don't worry about it. Until the real polls opened up, right? So then we go down to Florida, and we start. And we're sort of leading, and we're leading, and we're leading, and we haven't even gotten to our area, and boy, do we love the Panhandle, right? And we're leading a little bit, just a little bit. And then they go on the air, the opponents. We will win the state of Florida. The guy said, some guy, I'd never even heard of this guy. He said, we will win the state of Florida. And I said, wait a minute, I'm leading by a little bit, and my voters haven't even been caught on yet, right? He knows what I'm talking about. So all of a sudden, they have another consultant come out. They probably paid this guy $15 million for destroying her campaign, right? These consultants are the worst. By the way, you know, in the old days, if you spend less money and win, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. That's a good thing. I spent much less money. We spent a fraction of the money and won. You know, I'd have these guys saying, Hillary Clinton has spent much more money than Donald Trump. And when I say much more, I'm talking seriously. And then they say much more money than Donald Trump. And Mr. Trump is ahead by 1 point, but he hasn't spent enough money. I'm saying they're scolding me. I've spent less money and I'm ahead. No, remember this for the kids in the audience. If you can spend less money and win, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Okay, good thing. So we go to Florida, and all of our people are out saying how they're going to win Florida. And they're saying, we have no doubt. One guy said, we have no doubt we're going to win the state of Florida. And then there was a story about all the buses, you know, because they had this unlimited money. And they had buses lined up all over Florida. And you know who used the buses? My people. They got into the buses and they said, go ahead. And they were all people with the red hat, make America great again. So, because the bus driver doesn't care. He just wants to know, are the seats all full? Yeah, let's go. Well, they don't care. Thank you for those buses. So they're going to win Florida, according to her pundits and her geniuses and her pollsters. We have breaking news. Donald Trump has won the great state of Florida by a lot. Then the same pundits get on. And I could tell you, because I had a great conversation with President Obama. And I said to him, no. Although this foolish guy, Josh Earnest, I don't know if he's talking to President Obama. You know, having the right press secretary is so important. Because he is so bad, the way he delivers a message. He can deliver a positive message, and it sounds bad. He could say, ladies and gentlemen, today we have totally defeated ISIS, and it wouldn't sound good, okay? All right? I have a feeling they won't be saying it, but I know we will be saying it. But the president's very positive, but he's not positive. And I mean, maybe he's getting his orders from somebody else. Does that make sense? Could that be possible? But I said, when do you think you lost, we won? And I will say this, look, from everybody's standpoint, when Ohio came out with those huge numbers, when Iowa came out with those huge numbers, and then we won Florida. So, now the pundits go out again, and they're talking about the great state of North Carolina. We love North Carolina, right? The great state of North Carolina. So they say there's no way. You have to see how much more money they spent than us. Oh, but those buses were comfortable for our people. You have to see how much money they spent in North Carolina. And they said, North Carolina, you got to understand, I've won like everything now, right? I'm just running. South Carolina was great. So I have Texas and Georgia and Iowa and everything. Now we're coming up, and Ohio, big state. And that was the other thing. You cannot win as a Republican unless you win Ohio. Remember that? And then we won Ohio. So it's looking good. Then we won Florida. But North Carolina was our firewall. Remember they said, nope, you can't win North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. And now you see these absolutely terrible, terrible, destructive people. They're getting a little nervous. They're getting a little nervous. John King, nice guy, he's got the map. He's good with the map. But his hand is starting to shake. You know, it's got, oh my God. Oh my God, he won. Because remember they said before the election, there is no path to 270 for Donald Trump. Oh, but there's a path to 306, but there's not. So his hand is. So now we win North Carolina. And now we get up to Pennsylvania. We are just doing great in Pennsylvania. In fact, I won it twice, right? I won it twice, because I won it. And then we had this scam operation. Let's ask for a recount. We won it again. We won Wisconsin. We won Michigan. No, I love it. I hope somebody else asks for a recount because I love winning. You know, we'll win it 3, 4, 5 times. Actually, they did a full recount in Wisconsin. And I received 138 votes more. Me, I got more votes. Scam. Remember I told you it's a rigged system, right? It's terrible. And not rigged for us, believe me. The other way around. So now we come up to Pennsylvania, and they don't want to put it. But I see we're going to win. In fact, I start doing interviews, because if we win Pennsylvania, it's over, right? So now I'm doing interviews, because it's at 99%, And there aren't enough votes for them to even come close. So people are saying, you can't do interviews now. I said, why not? There's no way. There's no way. So I started doing interviews. I felt very comfortable. They just didn't want to do it. But what happened? Now you watch John King, the hand is shaking, quivering. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has won Wisconsin. Now that wasn't supposed to happen, right? Then he goes, oh, you could see he's like getting ready to throw up all over them. Ladies and gentlemen. Then they go, we have breaking news. And I kept waiting for Pennsylvania. But why wait for Pennsylvania? Because they said, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has won the state of Michigan. Now they're going, whoa, whoa. Now, Wisconsin hasn't been won for 38 years. Michigan hasn't been won for about that or longer. I mean, it's like crazy. And I love Pennsylvania, but we didn't even need you guys. Isn't that terrible? Because they waited so damn long. They took all of your glory away, right? Rob Gleason did a great job, and David did a great job. Great job. Great job. David and Rob, what a job. So now we win the state of Pennsylvania, and it's over. It was an amazing, I'll tell you what, it was an amazing evening. And the people on ESPN, sports people, they said it was the single greatest event they've ever seen. They've seen football and baseball and boxing, and they said it was the greatest. So I just want to thank the incredible people of Pennsylvania, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Incredible people. Unbelievable people. And in 4 years, we're going to win it by even more. And let's ask you something, all right? By even more. All right. Let's get back on the subject of jobs, right? Because, you know, that's what we're here for. Enough with this stuff. For years, the jobs and wealth have been ripped out of your state and ripped out of our country, like we're a bunch of babies. Foreign powers have gotten rich, bleeding America dry, because we have people that don't know what they're doing, or worse than that. And our politicians stood by and did absolutely nothing. And that is now all about to end, and it's going to end quickly. The era of economic surrender is over. You, the people of Pennsylvania, are finally going to have a champion that fights for you in the White House. Because from now on, it's going to be America first. Remember that. People talk about how we're living in a globalized world, but the relationships people value most are local. Family, city, state, and country. Local, folks, local. There's no such thing as a global anthem, a global currency, or a global flag. Do we love our flag? Do we love our flag? We salute one flag, and that is the American flag. And we're going to make sure the American flag gets the respect it deserves, all right? You know, when I watch the news at night and I see these punks burning the flag and stomping on it, and burning another one and stopping. No good, no good. We're gonna maybe have to do something about that. What do you think, yes? Patriotism will be celebrated in our cities and taught very, very strongly to our children. And that patriotism will be the foundation of our economic plan. bringing jobs back to America. We're bringing our jobs back, folks. They've been ripped away. That's why we're going to lower our business tax. We are going to lower our business tax big league from 35% to 15%. Right now, we're one of the highest taxed nations in the world, and we're going to be among the lowest, and we're going to have jobs come pouring back. We want to bring in new companies and new jobs to our shores. That's also why we're going to eliminate job-killing regulations, cancel many executive orders. Believe me, we're going to be canceling a lot, and lift the restrictions on the production of American energy, including shale, oil, natural gas, and clean coal. And we are going to put our miners back to work, okay? Get ready. Get those shovels ready. Another critical element of our jobs plan is a historic $1 trillion investment in our crumbling infrastructure. Our infrastructure is going to hell. We're going to fix our infrastructure. You know, we've spent, as of 2 weeks ago, $6 trillion in the Middle East. We could have rebuilt our country 3 times over. And right now, we're in worse shape in the Middle East than we were 15 years ago when we started, by a factor of 10. Our bridges are deficient, our roads are in disrepair, and our airports are like third world countries. I am asking Congress to support the construction of new roads, bridges, airports, tunnels, and railways all across our nation. We're going to do it. And we're going to build it on time, on budget, not for 3 times what it's supposed to cost. And we will put our people back to work in the process. It's time to help get Americans off welfare and back into the labor market. Rebuilding our country with American hands and American workers. We're going to rebuild our country. We're going to do it ourselves, folks. My administration will follow 2 simple rules: buy American and hire American. At the center of this agenda is fixing our absolutely terrible trade deals. I mean, NAFTA, you look at that, it's been defective for 20 years. It's been defective from the day it was signed. It's been defective. Pennsylvania, congratulations, because you're just about at the bottom of the pack in this, has lost more than 1/3 of your manufacturing jobs since NAFTA. Just about as bad as there is in the country. Although I must say, Michigan and a couple of other places have actually done worse. Okay, right? But you're all going to do great now because we're bringing those jobs back. America is now running, listen to this, a nearly $800 billion annual trade deficit. In other words, all these people, they work, they make these trade deals, right? We lose almost $800 billion a year. Who are these people? Any business people in this large audience? You know? Hard to believe. Almost $800 billion a year, and we never make good deals. You know, I actually said to my people today, they're going over Mexico, doesn't work. China is all-time record-setting. We're going to lose $500 billion trade deficit. All of these places, and I said, give me a good deal. You know what they said? There are none. We don't do with anybody. It's almost amazing that our country can even make it, but it's not going to make it for much longer if we don't get this thing going, okay? Now think of it. Think of it. It is so terrible. We've lost, and this one I can't even believe, I say it all the time. We've lost 70,000 factories since China joined the World Trade Organization. Now, I used to say, who signed it? I used to say, who supported it? We don't care anymore, right? You know who I'm talking about, right? I don't care. It's a disaster. It's the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. Nobody's ever lost like we've lost. All because we got sold down the river by our either stupid politicians or corrupt politicians, all right? Except for these three guys down here, they're great. They're good. A Trump administration will defend American industry, and it will defend the American worker. You've got to be defended. It will defend the American worker. Boy, did we come out and vote. You know, they forgot about the American voter. They talked about everybody, right? They're going to do this group and that group. And by the way, women, thank you very much. I mean, thank you. Women. Thank you, women. I was getting killed. These polls were killing me, the women. Donald Trump has almost no women. And then I'd come and I'd see these signs. Look at those signs. I'd see these pink, beautiful signs. We did great with women. We did great with the African American community. So good. Remember? Remember the famous line, because I talk about crime, I talk about lack of education, talk about no jobs. And I'd say, what the hell do you have to lose, right? It's true. And they're smart, and they picked up on it like you wouldn't believe. And you know what else? They didn't come out to vote for Hillary. They didn't come out. And that was the big. So thank you to the African American community. Thank you to the Hispanic community. Incredible. The Hispanic community was great. You know, they all heard the wall and well, guess what? People that are in our country legally, if they're Hispanic, they don't want people coming in and taking their jobs. They don't want people coming in and taking their homes. They want to see safety. So the Hispanic community was fantastic. And the evangelical Christians, unbelievable. We set records, right? Set records. And I shouldn't say this, this is terrible, but as a couple of our pastors, Pastor Jeffress, a couple of them, Reverend Gray, you know, how good was Billy Graham? Was he the greatest, right? Well, he's got a son, Franklin. And Franklin Graham would say, and Paula White, and so many others that say, Donald Trump may not be perfect, but he's going to be the best leader by far, right? May not be perfect. They were great. What great people. We set an all-time record in the history of elections in this country with the evangelicals, and that is really cool. And that includes what happened in the primaries. Remember in the primaries, I was going to lose to all these different states because of the evangelicals, and then I'd win by 22 points. Like, as an example, South Carolina, like Alabama, like Arkansas, like so many, Kentucky. And they were all saying, wow, Donald Trump is doing fantastically with the evangelical Christians. He's doing fantastically, but I knew. But we did even better in the general election. So we had the all-time highest vote in the history of elections with the evangelicals, right? Our goal is to bring back a very beautiful phrase. Do you remember when we were young, some of us? Some of you are so, you don't remember because you're so young already. We have a young audience. Do you remember we had stamped onto cars and stamped onto equipment, made in the USA, right? Made in the USA, right? Even the young people like it. And frankly, if it said made in Japan or made someplace else, it wasn't considered good. It wasn't considered good. We're going to bring back made in the USA. And we're going to have a lot of jobs come back. We're going to have a lot of jobs. And you know what? If companies leave and fire their workers, they leave Pennsylvania, or they leave Indiana, or they leave any one of the states we're talking about, or any state in the union, they leave and they go to Mexico or some other country, plenty of them, and they think they're going to fire everybody and they're going to have their product come right through those weak borders. Oh, those borders are going to be so strong now. And they're going to sell that product, and that product isn't going to be taxed, probably at a rate of about 35% for the people that live. And here's what's going to happen. You know, the people that write the articles, they say Donald Trump is not a free trader. No, I'm a smart trader. Okay, smart trader. Here's what we're going to do. You're going to put that tariff on. Company leaves, makes their air conditioner. Carrier was very nice, by the way, I have to tell you. I mean, what they don't know is the people that did go down there, it's going to be a little hard to sell that product back in, but we won't talk about that. But Carrier was fantastic. They really were. And I hope you go out and buy some Carrier air conditioners because they're one of the few that are left in this country. And I told the people at Carrier, you saw all the publicity that got. And we have thousands of people, families, that are going to have great Christmases in Indiana now because of that. But I told them, you're going to make up a lot because you're going to do a lot of business, and a lot of people are feeling very strong about what they did. But it's going to be that they will have consequences when they leave our country and think they're going to sell the product right back over a border, no tax, no nothing. Because you know what? It doesn't work that way for other countries. You look at what China's doing. China taxes our products going into China, big league, and they don't want us anyway. They don't even want the tax. You take a look at other countries. So when they talk about free trade, it's free for them, but it's not free for us, all right? Not free for us. So that's the way it is. But we have to be a rich nation again. And we have to be a safe nation. The murder rate in the United States is the largest that it's been in 45 years. Nobody knows that. They don't tell you that. Do you guys ever say that? No, they don't say that. They don't want to hear it. And we are going to support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. And we are going to bring this terrible crime wave to an immediate end, and it can go quickly. One of the greatest public safety threats remains open borders. I always say, there goes your safety, there goes your country. We will build a great, great wall, and we will put an end to illegal immigration. And we are going to stop the drugs from pouring into our country and poisoning the youth of Pennsylvania and every other state. We're going to stop it. We're going to build the wall. We're going to build the wall. We have to. You know, the Border Patrol, you know this, 16,500 great people, because their job is much tougher when I win, because we're going to enforce the laws. They want to enforce. They endorsed me. First time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate. ICE, the men and women of ICE. They're smart, they're tough, they love the country. They endorsed us. It's not me, it's us. First time they've ever endorsed. What does it mean? It means you have to work harder. But these are people that know what they're doing. We're going to break up the gangs. We're going to break up the cartels and the criminal syndicates, terrorizing our cities and our neighborhoods. And they're being terrorized. Just take a look on Long Island, New York, and you take a look at what's happening out there. It is really bad. And our local police know exactly who they are and want to do something about it. And they're being stopped. So we're going to work on that. We're going to get a safe country to protect our country from terrorism and extremism. I will suspend immigration and refugee admissions from regions where they cannot be safely processed or vetted. We will keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. We're going to keep them out. We got enough problems. We got enough problems, right? We got to bring our jobs back. We don't want problems. And we'll build safe zones in Syria. When I look at what's going on in Syria, it's so sad. It's so sad. And we've got to help people. And we have the Gulf states. They have nothing but money. We don't have money. We owe $20 trillion. I will get the Gulf states to give us lots of money, and we'll build and help build safe zones in Syria so people can have a chance. So they can have a chance. Ethics reform will be a crucial part of our plan as well. We're going to drain the swamp of corruption in Washington, D.C. All right? I will impose a 5-year ban on executive branch officials becoming lobbyists and a lifetime ban on officials becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. And I'll tell you what else I'm going to ban. When we have our purchasing agents giving out billions and billions and billions of dollars of contracts to the military and to all of these people where they're buying airplanes, where you see these tremendous cost overruns, take a look at the F-35 program. Take a look. And the people that gave out those contracts, give me a break. We're going to impose a lifetime ban on people that give these massive contracts out, or even small contracts. You want to work for the United States, you work for the United States. You're not going to go to work for the people that build these planes and people that do the drugs with all of the different things. You know, the cost of drugs in this country, we're about the largest purchaser of pharmaceuticals anywhere in the world. And yet we can't negotiate the price. I wonder why. You don't think it has anything to do with the drug companies. Well, we're going to open it up. We're going to face many challenges. But this is truly an exciting time to be alive. The script is not yet written. We do not know what the page will read tomorrow. But for the first time in a long, long time, what we do know is that the pages will be authored by each and every one of you and you. You, the American people, will finally be in charge again. Your voice, your desires, your hopes, and your aspirations will never again fall on deaf ears. The forgotten men and women of our country will not be forgotten anymore. Remember that. You sure as hell weren't forgotten on Election Day, were you, huh? Did you hear some of them were saying, where are all these people coming from? Together we will raise incomes and create millions and millions of great new jobs. We will repeal the disaster known as Obamacare and create new health care reforms that work for you and your family. We will reestablish the rule of law, defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, and appoint justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. We will heal our divisions and unify our country. We will be a unified country again. When Americans are unified, there is nothing we cannot do. No task is too great. No dream too large. No goal beyond our reach. My message tonight is for all Americans, from all parties, all beliefs, all walks of life. Whether you are African American, Hispanic American, or Asian American, or whatever the hell you are, remember that we are all Americans, and we are all united by one shared destiny. So I'm asking everyone. So I'm asking everyone to join this incredible movement, and that's what it is. All over the world, they're talking about what's happening here, all over the world. Pundits have said, and I mean pundits that truly dislike Donald Trump, have said this is the single greatest political phenomenon that they've ever seen. And it's about you, it's not about me, it's about you. I am asking you to dream big and bold and daring things for your family and for your country. I am asking you to believe in yourself again, and I'm asking you to believe in America. And if we do that, then all together, we will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you. God bless you. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you.
the reception. A glass of wine in her hand. I knew she was gonna meet her connection. At her feet was a footloose man. You can't always get what you want. You can't always get what you want.
Well, that was Donald Trump holding another one of his thank you rallies in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Again, he's visiting all the states that he won during the election. And you're watching this live on the Fox News Now stream. Quite a big crowd there tonight in Hershey, Pennsylvania. Looks like Santa Claus is there, all dressed up. And you can see some of the people in there are wearing the Make America Great Again hats. Some of the latest news concerning Donald Trump. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but he's having a little bit of a fight with Vanity Fair right now. Here's what happened. So one day after Vanity Fair printed a pretty critical piece about one of his restaurants, Donald Trump then kind of escalated a feud between the magazine's editor, calling him a no talent. Basically what happened was the editor at Vanity Fair wrote a review of Donald Trump's restaurant, Trump Tower Grill. So he tweeted, quote, "Has anyone looked at the really poor numbers of Vanity Fair magazine? Way down, big trouble, dead. Graydon Carter, no talent, will be out." And again, Graydon Carter is the editor of Vanity Fair, so he called him out on Twitter. This was earlier this morning, at 6 a.m. to be exact, that he tweeted this. He's lashing back because a lot of people are still writing about the fact that he's going to become president soon, but he also has all these side businesses still happening and going on, and they're saying it's a little bit of a conflict of interest. And then he went on, he sent out another tweet saying how the media wants to make it hard for him to get into the White House. He's saying, "It's not difficult for me to get into the White House with all these side businesses. I can do both." But basically what happened was they had this review of Trump Grill. It wasn't a great review about his restaurant. And so Donald Trump's been tweeting lately, calling out Vanity Fair, saying it's a dying magazine because they were writing about his restaurant. I'm trying to see what else they have here. They said the short rib burger was, quote, molded into a sad little meat thing sitting in the center of a massive, rapidly staling bun, hiding its shame under a slice of melted orange cheese. It came with overcooked fries. How can someone mess up fries? If the cheeseburger is a part of America's identity, Trump's pledge to make America great again suddenly appeared not very promising. Again, that was all written in this review about Trump Grill. So now Donald Trump's on Twitter right now, sort of ranting. He doesn't like that they said that about his restaurant. He's trying to convince the media or make it obvious to people that don't know that he has these side businesses, but he's having his kids take them over. He's having other advisors take over the side businesses while he works on becoming president. He says it's no problem. It's not hard for him. We don't really know what's going on behind the scenes. Is it difficult to be running all these side businesses and try to become president? Personally, I would think so, but some people can do it all. You never know. So that's something that was going on in the media today. Vanity Fair criticizing Donald Trump's restaurant, hitting him where it hurts, because we all know he loves his businesses, he loves Trump Tower, he loves the Trump Grill, so he didn't like that they were saying that about his restaurant today. Another topic in Donald Trump news. Yesterday we streamed for you Donald Trump meeting with all the tech leaders. I don't know if you guys saw that. We do have the video clipped on our video page. Just head to the video section on our YouTube page, Fox 10 Phoenix. You can see that Donald Trump held a roundtable meeting. Ivanka was there, Mike Pence was there, and then some tech leaders, Elon Musk, Tim Cook. I did read that Twitter's CEO was not there, and they said it might be because Twitter did not want to create an emoji when Donald Trump's campaign wanted to create a crooked Hillary emoji, And apparently Twitter didn't want to do that, so Twitter's CEO was not invited to this tech leader meeting. But that's just one reason that people were saying the CEO might not have been invited. We don't know that for sure, but that's just something that was coming around in the news today. Again, you guys are watching the aftermath of this thank you rally. Donald Trump's holding a big 2016 thank you tour. He uses the hashtag thank you tour 2016. He's visiting all the states that he won during the election and all the states that he turned red. And we do appreciate you guys watching with us. If you want, go ahead and hit that subscribe button on our YouTube page. We stream 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. Monday through Friday. Anything that's happening around the U.S., we try to stream it. Fires, shootings, breaking news. We just streamed Sheriff Joe Arpaio talking about President Obama's birth certificate. We do have that clipped. If you missed that presser, it's on the video section of our YouTube page. We clip everything. So if you missed something, always go to the video section. You can find it there. I'm going to give you guys a replay of this Trump rally in case you're just joining us and you missed it. So let me pull this up real quick and let's replay it.
Hello, Pennsylvania! I'm Mike Pence. I'm from Indiana. And 35 days from today, because of your support, your hard work, and your prayers, I am deeply humbled to say, with my family at my side, I will take the oath of office to serve as the 48th Vice President of the United States. And I came here tonight. I came here tonight on a very personal level just to say thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to serve. But mostly I'm here as a fellow American to say thanks to the people of Pennsylvania. Thank you for voting to make America great again. Thank you for doing your part to make Donald Trump the 45th President of the United States of America. He did it. And we have all of you to thank. Thanks to you. Thanks to you, we'll have a president who will rebuild our military. Restore the arsenal of democracy. Provide our soldiers, sailors, airmen, and Marines with the resources and training they need to accomplish their mission, and we will hunt down and destroy ISIS at its source. And thanks to you, we'll finally have a president who will stand with the men and women who serve in law enforcement at every level across this country. And thanks to you, 35 days from today, we will have a president who will fight every day to put America back to work and make this economy great again. We'll have a president who will repeal Obamacare lock, stock, and barrel and replace it with free market reforms. We'll have a president who will cut taxes, roll back excessive regulations that are stifling jobs, and we'll have a president who will repeal every single executive order signed by Barack Obama that violates the Constitution. And we'll have a president who will unleash the boundless potential of the American energy economy with an all-of-the-above energy strategy, because Trump digs coal. And we'll have a president who will put American workers and American jobs first. We're going to have trade in America, but trade's going to mean American jobs with President Donald Trump. And thanks to you, we're going to have a president who at last will enforce all the laws of this nation for the citizens of this nation and those who are here legally. We will build a wall. We will uphold our laws, and we will have a president who will end illegal immigration once and for all. And thanks to you, Pennsylvania, we're going to have a government as good as our people again. Government that works every day for the people of this country, not the special interests. We'll reform our ethics laws, and come January 20th, we're going to drain the swamp. And lastly, thanks to all of you here in Pennsylvania, we're going to have a president of the United States who will make appointments to the highest court in the land, who will uphold the sanctity of life, the Second Amendment, and all the God-given liberties enshrined in the Constitution of the United States of America. Thanks to you. So I'm really here just to say thank you from the bottom of my heart. Thank you for giving America a new president whose strength, whose vision, whose leadership will make America great again faster than you could possibly imagine. So allow me to say from a grateful heart, Pennsylvania, it is my high honor and distinct privilege to introduce to you the President-elect of the United States of America, Donald Trump.
From Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today, 'cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. That I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend
Merry Christmas, everybody. Merry Christmas. I'm here today for one main reason, to say thank you to the incredible people of Pennsylvania. Thank you. Thank you. This is the first time the Republican Party has won the state of Pennsylvania in almost 30 years. We made history together. You propelled to victory a grassroots movement, the likes of which the world has never, ever seen. It's true, true. Your drive, your dedication, and your love for your country pushed us across the finish line. And boy, did we get across that line, right? The patriots in this arena tonight stood up for themselves and for their families and showed the whole world that the American people still run our country. I will never forget you, and I will never, ever stop fighting for you. I will never, ever let you down, believe me. What a state. What a state. Well, I went to school in Pennsylvania, right? So let me take a moment now to recognize your great congressmen in attendance tonight. They were with me from the beginning. Lou Barletta, where's Lou? Where are they? Tom Marino. And Tim Murphy. And I just see in the audience, I didn't know he was here, Jeffrey Lord. Oh, he fights so hard. Oh, that Jeffrey. It's so unfair. They stack up 7-1, but he handles it. CNN, they stack it up against him. They stack it. They are not happy with the results of this election, and it was a stampede. Uh-oh, their camera just went off, folks. Jeffrey, their camera just went off. I also want to give a very special thank you to the men and women of the United States military. Incredible people. We are in your debt, and we will never let you down. As part of our commitment to those who serve, we're going to rebuild our badly depleted military, and we are going to finally take care of our great veterans. We're going to take care, believe me. Our defense policy can be summed up in 3 very important words: peace through strength. And we're going to get the military going, folks. And we are going to negotiate tougher deals. Do we agree? Where we get more equipment for less money. For instance, you saw the other day about an airplane. Now, I have a nice airplane. But this plane is going to cost $4.2 billion. Air Force One. I don't want a plane to fly around in that costs $4.2 billion, believe me. 4.2. Not going to happen. But we're going to work with Boeing, and I didn't order it, please remember this. But we're going to work with Boeing. We're going to cut the price way down. Way, way down. And how about the F-35 fighter? It's a disaster. It's totally out of control. Totally out of control. So we're going to get more equipment for our military, and we're going to get better equipment for our military at a smaller price. Does that make sense? Okay? Believe me. We're also going to stop trying to build new nations in far-off lands, many areas you've never even heard of these places. Okay? We're going to stop. We're going to be so strong. We're going to be so respected. We're going to be so powerful. We're not respected now. And believe me, it's going to turn. And we're going to have this great, incredible, powerful military. But you know what? I don't think we're ever going to have to use it. And that would be very, very nice. It's America first. Be very, very nice. Instead, thank you. Instead, my administration will focus squarely on the vital national security interests of the United States. And that means crushing ISIS and defeating radical Islamic terrorism. We're going to defeat it quickly. But to be a strong nation, we must also be a wealthy or a rich nation. Some people say, Mr. Trump. Now they say, Mr. President-elect. Can you believe it? Can you believe this? Just call me Donald, folks. Just call me Donald. But they say, Mr. President-elect, it doesn't sound good when you say rich nation. I say we have to be a rich nation if we're going to rebuild our military. If we're going to build the wall, we have to be a rich nation. If we're going to repeal and replace Obamacare, we have to know what we're doing. And we have to be a wealthy nation again. Whether it's building cars, producing steel, or curing disease, we want the next generation of innovation and production to happen right here in America, and right here in the great state of Pennsylvania. And I have to tell you about Pennsylvania. So, you know, they were all saying, you just don't win Pennsylvania. Everybody thought for years and years that they were going to win Pennsylvania as a Republican. They call it the bride that got away, right? This is such an important state, and they were saying he won't win it. He's down in the polls. And I didn't understand it because all of these gentlemen back here, and these are tremendous people that love you, your congressman, they were saying every yard in Pennsylvania has a Trump-Pence sign, right? And we'd go to rallies, like, look at the size of this place. Every corner is packed. Now, the press won't say it. Hey, press, turn the cameras. Show them, please. Show them. Show them. World's most dishonest people. These are dishonest people. Are any cameras? No, they're not turning. Look, they never turn. They never turn. What a shame. Very dishonest people. Very, very dishonest people. You know, the only way you know how crowd, like you take a look at this crowd, right? The only way people sitting at home know is by the sound. By the sound. True. That is not the sound of 500 or 1,000 people, folks. And outside it's freezing, and we have 8,000 people standing out there listening. So, but Pennsylvania is an amazing place. And I've been hearing, and I don't know if you want me, because I know you've been listening. You know, what we're doing is a thank you tour. Thank you, Ohio. Thank you, Iowa. Thank you to the different places where we won, swing states mostly, but different places that we won. And by the way, we won in a landslide. This was a landslide victory. This was a landslide. So we went to Michigan. How about Michigan and Wisconsin? How good was that? That was on top of everything. And you know, they didn't want to call Pennsylvania. You saw that, right? Remember? It was stuck at 99% all night long. And if I lost 100% of the remaining votes, I would have won by a lot of votes. But it was stuck for hours and hours. Now, I don't know if they did that because they were so devastated at what was happening, or because they wanted to keep it going because they were making it. You hear the audience they had? The audience was record-setting, and I think they wanted maybe to prolong the evening for commercial sake, right? But it's one of those two reasons. Maybe it's both. But I will tell you, and I've been going and I've been saying this. I said it the other night in Wisconsin. And if you want, I'll give you a little recap of the night. Should I or not? No, are you sure? Okay. And we'll make this recap pertain to Pennsylvania, right? We don't have to talk about the other ones, but it is true. So I've been hearing for a long time that everybody leaves Pennsylvania thinking they won, Republicans. And again, almost 30 years, and every time they lose by a lot. So I thought we were going to win. These three characters were saying, don't worry about it, Mr. Trump. You're going to win. I'll tell you, Marino, he said, I've been doing this for a long time, Mr. Trump. I guarantee you victory. I said, write it down. He said, nope, I'm not doing that. Okay. I wanted a guarantee. But right from the beginning, they were with me. But they felt so sure. The only problem was, I kept hearing all these things that nobody ever wins, even though they think Pennsylvania. So what happens is the evening begins, and Ohio, what a great place. I had a little problem. You know, it's pretty hard to win states when you don't have the governor, right? Pretty hard. Pretty hard. But you know what? He's called. Would have been nice if he called a couple of weeks earlier. He called. He's been very nice. But we were supposed to win Ohio by 2 points, maybe 3 points. We won it by almost 10 points, right? So that was good. And you know, we got those bad exit polls. You know, they were phony polls, okay? What they don't know is what's the purpose of them doing phony polls when you're going to know the real answer in 3 hours? What are they doing? They can't help themselves, right? So we got these bad exit polls. We really thought, based on the exit polls, it was going to be a very short evening, meaning bad. And Jared, who's here, and Ivanka, they called and they said, Dad, and you got to understand, I got home from Michigan at 4 in the morning. I made a speech in Michigan where I started speaking at 12:30 in the evening. That means on election day. That was my 7th speech of the day. 7. And the crowds are all like this. And you know the beauty about a crowd like this? This place is packed. But there's a difference between before the election and after the election, right? Before the election, you people are like wild beasts, wild animals. We're going to win, Mr. Trump. We're going to win. They're screaming, jail, jail, prison. We're going to win. Right? Right? They're going crazy. No. They're screaming, we want the wall, build the wall, Mr. Trump. And we're going to build the wall, don't worry about it. Okay. But it is true. There's a big, I was telling somebody backstage, and now the crowds are amazing. And you know, it's hard to get a big crowd after an election. If somebody else, a normal person, came after an election, even after a victory, you'd have 15 people. People would say, we had enough, we're not going. And this place is packed. This is a big stadium, by the way. But there's something different about a crowd before the election, like when I was here a few weeks ago, and after the election. Before the election, they are brutal. They are so crazed. You're like crazed people, and that's good. I like that. And now, now you're laid back. Hey, babe. Hey, onward, Mr. Trump, onward. Right? No, it's great. It's beautiful. In other words, you've won and you feel great about it and you don't have to go totally wild, right? It's much different. No, it's much different. It's different. No, it's much different. You're laid back, and that's good. This is not really exactly laid back, but it's pretty laid. So we had to win Pennsylvania, but it started off with Ohio, big, big victory. And the one I like to tell is Texas, Georgia, and Utah, right? Because they started off about 2 months before the election. Now, you just don't lose Texas as a Republican, right? You don't lose. And you don't lose Georgia, and you don't lose Utah. I don't think Utah's ever been. Jeffrey, has Utah ever been lost? Just keep saying what you say. You know what he says? He's like Ronald Reagan. That's all he has to say. It's good. Donald Trump is like Ronald Reagan. We love you, Jeffrey. This guy takes such abuse on CNN. Do we love him? I hope he's getting paid a lot of money because he deserves it, believe me. But it's sort of incredible. But what happened is they're saying Texas is in play. Texas is in play, right? Is that Texas? I said, Texas has never been in play. And then I go to Texas, I make a speech, and we have an arena that's bigger than this one. It's packed, 10,000 people outside. And I say, how can it possibly be in play? But you saw it, right? So they say, Texas is in play. Then they say, Georgia. Now, Georgia, we're supposed to win by a lot. And they have me even, right? And then they say Utah, and in Utah they have this character. I never saw a guy like this. No, I never saw a guy like this. This guy was like horrible. And they said, the third party candidate looks like he's got Trump in trouble. And my wife looks at him and says, you're not going to lose. She knows more than these dishonest people. And they knew it. They knew it. They knew it. So what happens, you know what happened because you're watching. They had a record audience, the biggest they've ever had. And it opens. The polls open. And now they're closed. And now they go on live all over the country, really all over the world. And the first thing they do, Texas has gone to Donald Trump. I said, what happened? I thought I was... And they always started off with, we have breaking news, right? We have breaking news, like, you know, about 12 seconds after the show opened. This is a state that I was supposed to be, like, go late in the night. We have breaking news. Texas has gone to Donald Trump. I said, man, that's good because I'm a little worried, you know. That's why nobody believes these people. Then about 12 seconds later, we have breaking news. Georgia has gone to Donald Trump. Right? Then again, now in my state of Utah, I love Utah. And I couldn't believe that I was tied with this guy. This guy. Nobody ever heard of him. Nobody. And he was saying, if he wins Utah, he thinks he can win the whole thing. I don't understand what we... I'll tell you, what he could have done is if he won Utah, except that we won by so much, he could have stopped us from appointing Supreme Court judges. That's what he could have done, all right? Bad, sort of a bad guy. So I watch this guy, and I hear that basically I'm tied in Utah. And the third one, they go, we have breaking news. Utah has gone to Donald Trump. Thank you. Oh. I would have lost Utah. So now I have these three that are like solidly, I mean, we won by Utah. Did you see how many points I won by Utah? This thing wasn't even close, like massive, right? He said huge. They were all huge. Okay, then they go to Ohio, then they go to Iowa, where I just appointed the great governor of Iowa, Terry Branstad, the longest-serving governor in our country's history, 24 years almost, to the ambassador to China. He loves China. That's nice. He loves China. In fact, whenever I speak in Iowa, he goes, this is for years. Donald, would you do me a favor? Please don't say anything bad about China. So what? And I didn't. But I just appointed him ambassador to China. He's going to be an amazing representative. He likes them, and they like him. They like him a lot, and he likes them a lot. So now we start talking, because I was expected to win Ohio, but not by nearly as much. I was expected to win Iowa, but not by over 10 points. Nobody wins Iowa. So this is like a good story, because when my kids told me about the exit polls, which were nonsense, I sort of thought in my mind, well, I can't work any harder, so I don't feel that bad. I still felt bad. Don't worry about it. Until the real polls opened up, right? So then we go down to Florida, and we start. And we're sort of leading, and we're leading, and we're leading, and we haven't even gotten to our area, and boy, do we love the Panhandle, right? And we're leading a little bit, just a little bit. And then they go on the air, the opponents. We will win the state of Florida. The guy said, some guy, I'd never even heard of this guy. He said, we will win the state of Florida. And I said, wait a minute, I'm leading by a little bit, and my voters haven't even been caught on yet, right? He knows what I'm talking about. So all of a sudden, they have another consultant come out. They probably paid this guy $15 million for destroying her campaign, right? These consultants are the worst. By the way, you know, in the old days, if you spend less money and win, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. That's a good thing. I spent much less money. We spent a fraction of the money and won. You know, I'd have these guys saying, Hillary Clinton has spent much more money than Donald Trump. And when I say much more, I'm talking seriously. And then they say much more money than Donald Trump. And Mr. Trump is ahead by 1 point, but he hasn't spent enough money. I'm saying they're scolding me. I've spent less money and I'm ahead. No, remember this for the kids in the audience. If you can spend less money and win, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Okay, good. So we go to Florida, and all of our people are out saying how they're going to win Florida. And they're saying, we have no doubt. One guy said, we have no doubt we're going to win the state of Florida. And then there was a story about all the buses, you know, because they had this unlimited money. And they had buses lined up all over Florida. And you know who used the buses? My people. They got into the buses and they said, go ahead. And they were all people with the red hat, make America great again. So, because the bus driver doesn't care. He just wants to know, are the seats all full? Yeah, let's go. Well, they don't care. Thank you for those buses. So they're going to win Florida, according to her pundits and her geniuses and her pollsters. We have breaking news. Donald Trump has won the great state of Florida by a lot. Then the same pundits get on. And I could tell you, because I had a great conversation with President Obama. And I said to him, no. Although this foolish guy, Josh Earnest, I don't know if he's talking to President Obama. You know, having the right press secretary is so important, because he is so bad the way he delivers a message. He can deliver a positive message, and it sounds bad. He could say, ladies and gentlemen, today we have totally defeated ISIS, and it wouldn't sound good, okay? All right? I have a feeling they won't be saying it, but I know we will be saying it. But the president's very positive, but he's not positive. And I mean, maybe he's getting his orders from somebody else. Does that make sense? Could that be possible? But I said, when do you think you lost, we won? And I will say this, look, from everybody's standpoint, when Ohio came out with those huge numbers, when Iowa came out with those huge numbers. And then huge. And then we won Florida. So, now the pundits go out again. And they're talking about the great state of North Carolina. We love North Carolina, right? The great state of North Carolina. So, they say there's no way. You have to see how much more money they spent than us. Oh, but those buses were comfortable for our people. You have to see how much money they spent in North Carolina. And they said, North Carolina, you got to understand, I've won like everything now, right? I'm just running. South Carolina was great. So I have Texas and Georgia and Iowa and everything. Now we're coming up. And Ohio, big state. And that was the other thing. You cannot win as a Republican unless you win Ohio. Remember that? And then we won Ohio. So it's looking good. Then we won Florida. But North Carolina was our firewall. Remember they said, nope, you can't win North Carolina. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. Donald Trump has won the state of North Carolina. And now you see these absolutely terrible, terrible, destructive people. They're getting a little nervous. They're getting a little nervous. John King, nice guy, he's got the map. He's good with the map. But his hand is starting to shake. You know, it's got, oh my God. Oh my God, he won. Because remember they said before the election, there is no path to 270 for Donald Trump. Oh, but there's a path to 306, but there's not. So his hand is, so now we win North Carolina. And now we get up to Pennsylvania. We are just doing great in Pennsylvania. In fact, I won it twice, right? I won it twice, because I won it. And then we had this scam operation. Let's ask for a recount. We won it again. We won Wisconsin. We won Michigan. No, I love it. I hope somebody else asks for a recount, because I love winning. You know, we'll win it 3, 4, 5 times. Actually, they did a full recount in Wisconsin. And I received 138 votes more. Me, I got more votes. Scam. Remember I told you it's a rigged system, right? It's terrible. And not rigged for us, believe me. The other way around. So now we come up to Pennsylvania, and they don't want to put it. But I see we're going to win. In fact, I start doing interviews, because if we win Pennsylvania, it's over, right? So now I'm doing interviews, because it's at 99%, and there aren't enough votes for them to even come close. So people are saying, you can't do interviews now. I said, why not? There's no way. There's no way. So I started doing interviews. I felt very comfortable. They just didn't want to do it. But what happened? Now you watch John King. The hand is shaking, quivering. Ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has won Wisconsin. Now that wasn't supposed to happen, right? Then he goes, oh, you could see he's like getting ready to throw up all over them. Ladies and gentlemen. Then they go, we have breaking news. And I kept waiting for Pennsylvania. But why wait for Pennsylvania? Because they said, ladies and gentlemen, Donald Trump has won the state of Michigan. Now they're going, whoa, whoa. Now, Wisconsin hasn't been won for 38 years. Michigan hasn't been won for about that or longer. I mean, it's like crazy. And I love Pennsylvania, but we didn't even need you guys. Isn't that terrible? Because they waited so damn long. They took all of your glory away, right? Rob Gleason did a great job, and David did a great job. Great job. Great job. David and Rob, what a job. So now we win the state of Pennsylvania, and it's over. It was an amazing, I'll tell you what, it was an amazing evening. And the people on ESPN, sports people, they said it was the single greatest event they've ever seen. They've seen football and baseball and boxing, and they said it was the greatest. So I just want to thank the incredible people of Pennsylvania, okay? Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Incredible people. Unbelievable people. And in 4 years, we're going to win it by even more. Let's ask you something, all right? By even more. All right. Let's get back on the subject of jobs, right? Because, you know, that's what we're here for. Enough with this stuff. For years, the jobs and wealth have been ripped out of your state and ripped out of our country like we're a bunch of babies. Foreign powers have gotten rich, bleeding America dry because we have people that don't know what they're doing, or worse than that. And our politicians stood by and did absolutely nothing. And that is now all about to end, and it's going to end quickly. The era of economic surrender is over. You, the people of Pennsylvania, are finally going to have a champion that fights for you in the White House. Because from now on, it's going to be America first. Remember that. People talk about how we're living in a globalized world, but the relationships people value most are local. Family, city, state, and country. Local, folks, local. There's no such thing as a global anthem, a global currency, or a global flag. Do we love our flag? Do we love our flag? We salute one flag, and that is the American flag. And we're going to make sure the American flag gets the respect it deserves, all right? You know, when I watch the news at night and I see these punks burning the flag and stomping on it and burning another one and stopping. No good, no good. We're gonna maybe have to do something about that. What do you think, yes? Patriotism will be celebrated in our cities and taught very, very strongly to our children. And that patriotism will be the foundation of our economic plan, bringing jobs back to America. We're bringing our jobs back, folks. They've been ripped away. That's why we're going to lower our business tax. We are going to lower our business tax big league from 35% to 15%. Right now, we're one of the highest taxed nations in the world, and we're going to be among the lowest, and we're going to have jobs come pouring back. We want to bring in new companies and new jobs to our shores. That's also why we're going to eliminate job-killing regulations, cancel many executive orders. Believe me, we're going to be canceling a lot, and lift the restrictions on the production of American energy, including shale, oil, natural gas, and clean coal. And we are going to put our miners back to work, okay? Get ready. Get those shovels ready. Another critical element of our jobs plan is a historic $1 trillion investment in our crumbling infrastructure. Our infrastructure is going to hell. We're going to fix our infrastructure. You know, we've spent, as of 2 weeks ago, $6 trillion in the Middle East. We could have rebuilt our country 3 times over. And right now, we're in worse shape in the Middle East than we were 15 years ago when we started, by a factor of 10. Our bridges are deficient, our roads are in disrepair, and our airports are like third world countries. I am asking Congress to support the construction of new roads, bridges, airports, tunnels, and railways all across our nation. We're going to do it. And we're going to build it on time, on budget, not for 3 times what it's supposed to cost. And we will put our people back to work in the process. It's time to help get Americans off welfare and back into the labor market. Rebuilding our country with American hands and American workers. We're going to rebuild our country. We're going to do it ourselves, folks. My administration will follow 2 simple rules: buy American and hire American. At the center of this agenda is fixing our absolutely terrible trade deals. I mean, NAFTA, you look at that, it's been defective for 20 years. It's been defective from the day it was signed. It's been defective. Pennsylvania, congratulations, because you're just about at the bottom of the pack in this, has lost more than 1/3 of your manufacturing jobs since NAFTA. Just about as bad as there is in the country. Although I must say, Michigan and a couple of other places have actually done worse. Okay, right? But you're all going to do great now because we're bringing those jobs back. America is now running, listen to this, a nearly $800 billion annual trade deficit. In other words, all these people, they work, they make these trade deals, right? We lose almost $800 billion a year. Who are these people? Any business people in this large audience? You know? Hard to believe. Almost $800 billion a year, and we never make good deals. You know, I actually said to my people today, they're going over Mexico, doesn't work. China is all-time record-setting. We're going to lose $500 billion trade deficit. All of these places, and I said, give me a good deal. You know what they said? There are none. We don't do with anybody. It's almost amazing that our country can even make it, but it's not going to make it for much longer if we don't get this thing going, okay? Now think of it. Think of it. It is so terrible. We've lost, and this one I can't even believe it. I say it all the time. We've lost 70,000 factories since China joined the World Trade Organization. Now, I used to say, who signed it? I used to say, who supported it? We don't care anymore, right? You know who I'm talking about, right? I don't care. It's a disaster. It's the greatest jobs theft in the history of the world. Nobody's ever lost like we've lost. All because we got sold down the river by our either stupid politicians or corrupt politicians, all right? Except for these 3 guys down here, they're great. They're good. A Trump administration will defend American industry, and it will defend the American worker. You've got to be defended. It will defend the American worker. Boy, did we come out and vote. You know, they forgot about the American voter. They talked about everybody, right? They're going to do this group and that group. And by the way, women, thank you very much. I mean, thank you. Women. Thank you, women. I was getting killed. These polls were killing me, the women. Donald Trump has almost no women. And then I'd come and I'd see these signs. Look at those signs. I'd see these pink, beautiful signs. We did great with women. We did great with the African American community, so good. Remember the famous line, because I talk about crime, I talk about lack of education, talk about no jobs. And I'd say, what the hell do you have to lose, right? It's true. And they're smart, and they picked up on it like you wouldn't believe. And you know what else? They didn't come out to vote for Hillary. They didn't come out. And that was the big. So thank you to the African American community. Thank you to the Hispanic community. Incredible. The Hispanic community was great. You know, they all heard the wall, and well, guess what? People that are in our country legally, if they're Hispanic, they don't want people coming in and taking their jobs. They don't want people coming in and taking their homes. They want to see safety. So the Hispanic community was fantastic. And the evangelical Christians, unbelievable. We set records, right? Set records. And I shouldn't say this is terrible, but as a couple of our pastors, Pastor Jeffress, a couple of them, Reverend Gray, you know, how good was Billy Graham? Was he the greatest, right? Well, he's got a son, Franklin. And Franklin Graham would say, and Paula White, and so many others that say, Donald Trump may not be perfect, but he's going to be the best leader by far, right? May not be perfect. They were great. What great people. We set an all-time record in the history of elections in this country with the evangelicals, and that is really cool. And that includes what happened in the primaries. Remember in the primaries, I was going to lose to all these different states because of the evangelicals, and then I'd win by 22 points. Like, as an example, South Carolina, like Alabama, like Arkansas, like so many, Kentucky. And they were all saying, wow, Donald Trump is doing fantastically with the evangelical Christians. He's doing fantastically, but I knew. But we did even better in the general election. So we had the all-time highest vote in the history of elections with the evangelicals, right? Our goal is to bring back a very beautiful phrase. Do you remember when we were young, some of us? Some of you are so, you don't remember because you're so young already. We have a young audience. Do you remember we had stamped onto cars and stamped onto equipment, made in the USA, right? Made in the USA, right? Even the young people like it. And frankly, if it said made in Japan or made someplace else, it wasn't considered good. It wasn't considered good. We're going to bring back made in the USA. And we're going to have a lot of jobs come back. We're going to have a lot of jobs. And you know what? If companies leave and fire their workers, they leave Pennsylvania, or they leave Indiana, or they leave any one of the states we're talking about, or any state in the union, they leave and they go to Mexico or some other country, plenty of them, and they think they're going to fire everybody and they're going to have their product come right through those weak borders. Oh, those borders are going to be so strong now. And they're going to sell that product, and that product isn't going to be taxed, probably at a rate of about 35% for the people that live. And here's what's going to happen. You know, the people that write the articles, they say Donald Trump is not a free trader. No, I'm a smart trader. Okay, smart trader. Here's what we're going to do. You're going to put that tariff on. Company leaves, makes their air conditioner. Carrier was very nice, by the way, I have to tell you. I mean, what they don't know is the people that did go down there, it's going to be a little hard to sell that product back in, but we won't talk about that. But Carrier was fantastic. They really were. And I hope you go out and buy some Carrier air conditioners because they're one of the few that are left in this country. And I told the people at Carrier, you saw all the publicity that got. And we have thousands of people, families, that are going to have great Christmases in Indiana now because of that. But I told them, you're going to make up a lot because you're going to do a lot of business, and a lot of people are feeling very strong about what they did. But it's going to be that they will have consequences when they leave our country and think they're going to sell the product right back over the border, no tax, no nothing. Because you know what? It doesn't work that way for other countries. You look at what China's doing. China taxes our products going into China big league, and they don't want us anyway. They don't even want the tax. You take a look at other countries. So when they talk about free trade, it's free for them, but it's not free for us, all right? Not free for us. So that's the way it is. But we have to be a rich nation again. And we have to be a safe nation. The murder rate in the United States is the largest that it's been in 45 years. Nobody knows that. They don't tell you that. Do you guys ever say that? No, they don't say that. They don't want to hear that. And we are going to support the incredible men and women of law enforcement. And we are going to bring this terrible crime wave to an immediate end, and it can go quickly. One of the greatest public safety threats remains open borders. I always say, there goes your safety, there goes your country. We will build a great, great wall, and we will put an end to illegal immigration. And we are going to stop the drugs from pouring into our country and poisoning the youth of Pennsylvania and every other state. We're going to stop it. We're going to build a wall. We're going to build a wall. We have to. You know, the Border Patrol, you know this, 16,500 great people, because their job is much tougher when I win, because we're going to enforce the laws. They want to enforce. They endorsed me. First time they've ever endorsed a presidential candidate. ICE, the men and women of ICE. They're smart, they're tough, they love the country. They endorsed us. It's not me, it's us. First time they've ever endorsed. What does it mean? It means they have to work harder. But these are people that know what they're doing. We're going to break up the gangs. We're going to break up the cartels and the criminal syndicates, terrorizing our cities and our neighborhoods. And they're being terrorized. Just take a look on Long Island, New York, and you take a look at what's happening out there. It is really bad. And our local police know exactly who they are and want to do something about it. And they're being stopped. So we're going to work on that. We're going to get a safe country to protect our country from terrorism and extremism. I will suspend immigration and refugee admissions from regions where they cannot be safely processed or vetted. We will keep radical Islamic terrorists the hell out of our country. We're going to keep them out. We got enough problems. We got enough problems, right? We got to bring our jobs back. We don't want problems. And we'll build safe zones in Syria. When I look at what's going on in Syria, it's so sad. It's so sad. And we've got to help people. And we have the Gulf states. They have nothing but money. We don't have money. We owe $20 trillion. I will get the Gulf states to give us lots of money, and we'll build and help build safe zones in Syria so people can have a chance. So they can have a chance. Ethics reform will be a crucial part of our plan as well. We're going to drain the swamp of corruption in Washington, D.C. Right? I will impose a 5-year ban on executive branch officials becoming lobbyists and a lifetime ban on officials becoming lobbyists for a foreign government. And I'll tell you what else I'm going to ban. When we have our purchasing agents giving out billions and billions and billions of dollars of contracts to the military and to all of these people where they're buying airplanes, where you see these tremendous cost overruns, take a look at the F-35 program. Take a look. And the people that gave out those contracts, give me a break. We're going to impose a lifetime ban on people that give these massive contracts out, or even small contracts. You want to work for the United States, you work for the United States. You're not going to go to work for the people that build these planes and people that do the drugs with all of the different things. You know, the cost of drugs in this country, we're about the largest purchaser of pharmaceuticals anywhere in the world. And yet we can't negotiate the price. I wonder why. You don't think it has anything to do with the drug companies. Well, we're going to open it up. We're going to face many challenges. But this is truly an exciting time to be alive. The script is not yet written. We do not know what the page will read tomorrow. But for the first time in a long, long time, what we do know is that the pages will be authored by each and every one of you and you. You, the American people, will finally be in charge again. Your voice, your desires, your hopes, and your aspirations will never again fall on deaf ears. The forgotten men and women of our country will not be forgotten anymore. Remember that. You sure as hell weren't forgotten on Election Day, were you, huh? Did you hear some of them were saying, where are all these people coming from? Together we will raise incomes and create millions and millions of great new jobs. We will repeal the disaster known as Obamacare and create new health care reforms that work for you and your family. We will reestablish the rule of law, defend the Second Amendment, protect religious liberty, and appoint justices to the United States Supreme Court who will uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States. We will heal our divisions and unify our country. We will be a unified country again. When Americans are unified, there is nothing we cannot do. No task is too great. No dream too large. No goal beyond our reach. My message tonight is for all Americans, from all parties, all beliefs, all walks of life. Whether you are African American, Hispanic American, or Asian American, or whatever the hell you are, remember that we are all Americans, and we are all united by one shared destiny. So I'm asking everyone, to join this incredible movement, and that's what it is. All over the world, they're talking about what's happening here, all over the world. Pundits have said, and I mean pundits that truly dislike Donald Trump, have said this is the single greatest political phenomenon that they've ever seen. And it's about you, it's not about me, it's about you. I am asking you to dream big and bold and daring things for your family and for your country. I am asking you to believe in yourself again, and I'm asking you to believe in America. And if we do that, then all together, we will make America strong again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you. God bless you. Merry Christmas. Thank you, Pennsylvania. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Well, that was a replay of Donald Trump in Hershey, Pennsylvania tonight, his thank you rally, which was live just a little bit ago, and we replayed it for you guys. I'm going to give you a live look of the White House right now. You're watching the Fox News Now stream. We're streaming live right now out of Phoenix, Arizona. We stream Monday through Friday, 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. We're going to take you to a video now from the U.S. Department of State, where Secretary John Kerry gives an update to the press on the efforts with respect to the tragic situation in Aleppo, Syria. Let's take you there.
What we've been trying to do with respect to the tragic situation in Syria, and obviously mostly focused, or especially Aleppo. I don't think I have to elaborate, but I'm going to certainly focus on the anger and the anguish that everybody feels, or most people feel, about the continued relentless and inexcusable attacks that have been directed at the civilian population in Aleppo, including women, children, humanitarian workers, and medical personnel. And there is absolutely no justification whatsoever for the indiscriminate and savage brutality against civilians shown by the regime and by its Russian and Iranian allies over the past few weeks, or indeed for the past 5 years. Now, the position of the United States remains clear, and I have personally reiterated that position in conversations over the past weeks, and especially over the past 24 hours, with the UN Special Envoy, Staffan de Mistura, who I talked with earlier today, who's in Paris, meeting now with Jean-Marc Ayrault, and with senior officials from Russia, Qatar, Turkey, Egypt, Saudi Arabia, and other countries in the region. What the United States is working towards, and has been working towards for some period of time now, under difficult circumstances where if some parties do not want to move in that direction, it remains very difficult to secure, obviously, a ceasefire. But what we want in Aleppo right now, which is the precursor to any ability to move to other things, is an immediate and verifiable, durable cessation of hostilities, and that includes all attacks by the regime, its allies, and other combatants in Aleppo. All combatants in Aleppo. And we've been working very hard on that. We worked on that in Hamburg in my meetings with Foreign Minister Lavrov, where we reached some measure of agreement, in fact, considerable measure of agreement, but weren't able to secure every component of what was needed in order to move forward. We want safe passage, corridors of evacuation, which we're beginning today to see perhaps take shape, but we want to see those for both civilians and fighters who choose to evacuate the city. We want full access for the delivery of humanitarian supplies to people in need throughout Syria, and with these steps, we are convinced that the killing and the suffering in Syria could stop, and it could stop very, very quickly if Russia and the regime made the decision to do so. This morning, I was encouraged by reports that after a number of fits and starts, what we worked on in Paris and then got picked up on in continued conversations, which, by the way, we were informed of by Russia and Turkey, were going to take place to build out on what we talked about, actually using the same template that we had created. There are individual ceasefires being worked out, individual arrangements with armed opposition group commanders. And it appears, for some period of time at least, we don't know yet if it will hold or where it is, that airstrikes and shelling have stopped and that the ceasefire may, I emphasize may be, taking hold. Buses, some of them, and convoys are beginning to move. And my understanding is that the first group of 21 buses and 19 ambulances reached its checkpoint at Khan al-Assal. Now, this convoy includes more than 1,000 people who are on their way to the Turkish border. However, and this is a big however, we have also heard reports that a convoy of injured people was fired on by forces from the regime or its allies. And we remain deeply concerned as well that we are hearing reports of Syrian men between the ages of 18 and 40 who have apparently been detained or conscripted into military service when trying to pass through government checkpoints, and that some of these actually went missing days or even weeks ago, and we still don't have, families don't have, their loved ones don't have accountability for what has happened to them. Obviously, these actions are despicable, and they're contrary to the laws of war and to basic human decency. Now, more positively, we have finally received pledges from Russia that it will assist in the monitoring of evacuations, that the International Red Cross and the Syrian Arab Crescent, Red Arab Crescent, will also be allowed access in order to be able to try to help with the monitoring. The UN is prepared to receive evacuees in numerous sites, and emergency relief kits have been pre-positioned to try to help people. Medical assistance is also going to be available. The government of Turkey is prepared to accept more evacuees for aid and treatment. So it appears that the necessary preparations have been made for the evacuation process that will eventually save lives, but the implementation of that process continues to be dependent on the actions of the regime and its allies on the ground. Let me emphasize, we're going to continue to do our part. The United States of America is going to continue to try to push the parties towards a resolution. As President Obama said the other day, in giving us all both his impressions as well as instructions about these next days, we're going to be trying every way we can to try to save lives and push this to where it needs to get to. To date, we've provided more than $6 billion in food, water, medicine, and other supplies to people who have been affected by the violence in the region. And let me be clear. I said it once, I'm going to say it again. What has happened already in Aleppo is unconscionable. But there remains tens of thousands of lives that are now concentrated into a very small area of Aleppo. And the last thing anybody wants to see, and the world will be watching, is that that small area turns into another Srebrenica. It is imperative that key actors step up and do their part. And I call on the entire international community to join in exerting pressure on all parties to go forward with the process that has been laid out for some period of time now, to abide by the cessation of hostilities, and to bring the killing and the cruelty, particularly starting with Aleppo, which lays the groundwork to be able to take the next steps, particularly in Aleppo. Now, all of you know that we've been engaged in a lot of talks over the period of, an extended period of time now. And all of those talks have been geared towards trying to end the war in Syria, the civil war in Syria. In September, after months of very tough negotiation, Foreign Minister Lavrov and I were able to stand up late at night and make an announcement in Geneva that we had arrived at an agreement, September 9th. And that agreement required a number of days, as everybody knows, of calm in order to indicate the seriousness of purpose, and then we were going to have joint cooperation in order to move forward. Regrettably, for a number of different reasons, Syrian troops that were accidentally bombed and a humanitarian convoy that was not accidentally but purposefully destroyed by Assad regime to start with, and then by others who joined in. It fell apart. And everybody feels the pain of the lost moment, of the lost opportunity for externalities that we did not have apparently control over. More than a year ago, we agreed on a series of steps that could have and should have produced a lasting ceasefire and direct negotiations. The process has not succeeded, mostly, in my judgment, because of the continued, constant unwillingness of the Assad regime to live by those agreements, to always press it, to always break out, to always try to gain more territory, and to go out publicly, not reaffirming its willingness to go to Geneva and negotiate, but always affirming publicly in one brash statement after another its readiness to take back the whole country, to crush the opposition, and to do everything without regard to the real underlying concerns of many people who want to be part of a legitimate government, part of a legitimate process, but fear that Assad is not going to be their leader and that he will never be able to unite the country. That's what's fueled this and kept it going. So we have arrived now at another critical point, another critical juncture. If Aleppo falls completely and people are slaughtered in that small area, it will be even harder to be able to bring people around. And it will not end the war. The fall of Aleppo, should it happen, does not end the war. It will continue. There still is the challenge of governing and the challenge of reuniting the country and the challenge of rebuilding the country. And how many countries will step up and rebuild it for the policies that are being executed today? So provided we are able to stabilize the situation in Aleppo, it is essential that we move forward at the earliest possible moment with a Syrian-led political process aimed at ending the war and transitioning to a new and more representative government. And without that meaningful transition of power in which the voices of the Syrian people are heard, the opposition will continue to fight. Terrorists will continue to be drawn to the country, and millions of Syrians will continue to be forced to flee their homes. So here I want to emphasize that every single party I've spoken to in recent days, in Paris last week, and from here in Washington this week, as recently as this morning, every stakeholder tells me they are ready and willing to get back on the path to Geneva, and that includes the legitimate Syrian opposition. It includes Turkey and Qatar and the Arab states. The only remaining question is whether the Syrian regime, with Russia's support, is willing to go to Geneva, prepared to negotiate constructively, and whether or not they're willing to stop this slaughter of their own people. So let's be crystal clear about who bears responsibility for what we have seen and what we are seeing and continue to see in Syria. We are seeing the unleashing of a sectarian passion, allowing the Assad regime, not allowing, the Assad regime is allowing. And the Assad regime is aiding and abetting. And the Assad regime is actually carrying out nothing short of a massacre. And we have witnessed indiscriminate slaughter, not accidents of war, not collateral damage, but frankly purposeful, a cynical policy of terrorizing civilians. So we believe this is a moment where the Syrian regime and the Russian military have an opportunity to make the decision to a strategic decision, I might add, for peace. One that will make it possible for a cessation of hostilities all across Syria, which could flow right out of this. Every minister I've talked to said, we're for a ceasefire countrywide. But you have to be able to deal with Aleppo to legitimize getting to a countrywide effort. In addition to that, everyone has reconfirmed to me their readiness to go to Geneva for discussions aimed at putting an end to this horrific war. So that's the only way that anybody I've talked to with any common sense and with any strategic vision says you can end this war. It will take negotiations. And they haven't taken place in all of these years, any real negotiations. But all of the parties have now told me, with the exception of what we haven't heard from Assad himself and his willingness to go out and actually negotiate in good faith and try to bring Syria back together. That is the only way to make progress towards a united and peaceful Syria that is reflected in Resolution 2254, as well as in the ISSG statements, which include Russia and Iran. So hopefully people will put actions where the words have been. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Do you have any response to reports that Putin himself was directly involved in election-related attacks? Do you think the administration should have come out before the election more boldly with hard intelligence about these attacks?
Well, look, I am not going to start making comments at this point. I haven't commented on this publicly because of the job I do. But let me say today that I'm not going to comment on anonymous reports from intelligence officials that are not identified, that have quotes around the concept of intelligence officials. I just am not going to comment on that. But let me comment very specifically on your sort of question about earlier. Folks, we sat in the Situation Room, I remember, in the White House with the President of the United States, and the President made the decision based on the input that was carefully vetted by the intelligence community and presented to everybody, that he did have an obligation to go out to the country and give a warning. And he did so. Back in October, the President authorized the Director of National Intelligence to and the Department of Homeland Security together to make a very clear statement to this nation, to our nation. And they said unequivocally that they assessed with high confidence, that's what we said in October, with high confidence that the Russian government directed compromises of emails from U.S. institutions, including political organizations, and that these thefts and disclosures were intended to interfere with our election process. So the President understood and made clear it's a serious matter. It was a serious matter then. It's a serious matter now as even more information comes out. I'm not going to comment on it further, except to say that people need to remember that the President issued a warning, but he had to be obviously sensitive to not being viewed as interfering on behalf of a candidate or against a candidate or in a way that promoted unrealistic assessments about what was happening. I think the President did that, and now we have to get at the facts, and I'm confident we will in the months ahead. Thank you all very much. Secretary.
All right, everybody. Well, that was Secretary John Kerry updating the press on the situation in Aleppo, Syria. You're watching live with us on the Fox News Now stream. This is a live look of the White House right now. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have reporter Christy up here with me discussing the latest news and this chilling weather we're getting all across the U.S. Stick with us. All right, you guys, you're still looking at a live look of the White House right now, but coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have Christy up here with me. We're going to be talking about weather and the latest news. Okay, all right, you guys. So I've got Christy with me right now. You can see our Twitter handles are in the lower third there. If you want to.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that for me.
No problem. Follow her because she knows everything about weather.
Yes, and a lot going on today. We've got local weather and obviously national weather. It's a disaster. A lot of you who are snowbirds and come and visit us just partway through the year know just how terrible it is if you've talked to friends or family. Where are you from originally?
Cincinnati,
Okay,
Ohio.
so your family's seen some of that terrible weather.
Yes.
Have you talked to any of them recently?
Yeah, well, they said it hasn't snowed there yet, but in Chicago it's much worse. And
It
in
is.
Cleveland it gets bad too, and it'll move into Cincinnati, I think. So.
And they're going to get really cold temperatures too. So I'm trying to remember what I pulled up for you guys first. It might be local, it might be national. Let's be surprised and jump in and we'll talk about it. Okay, it looks like we're going to start local. So
do you want to put this over?
Yeah, let's go ahead and pull up our graphics for viewers to see here, because of course we wonder about our home base, and we'll get to the rest of your home states in just a bit. But the big push of moisture you can see coming from the Pacific, this is making its way up toward California out of the Gulf, and this is of course much needed rain. We're talking about drought throughout the state of California, so this is welcomed, and we're also getting plenty of snow in the Sierra, which is great. But that moisture started to make its way all the way into Arizona, northwestern Arizona. See the bulk of the moisture right now. Some of that streaming though into parts of southwestern Arizona also. Maricopa County just squeezing out a little bit of of green in the far northwest corner, but this is a system that's going to potentially bring us rain tonight and into tomorrow. Looks like a 40 to 50% chance for us at this point. It's a warm winter storm, so we're not going to see a whole lot of snow with this, but even right now, just flying around the map, you can see Lake Havasu, pushing through Prescott, up through Flag, starting to see a little bit of the purple and pink on our map. That's great news. That means we're getting a wintry mix in addition to some snowfall. And then this just looks like a mess to the, regular eye, but to me, this means a lot of things. Ignore California. We've got a lot of watches and warnings, but Arizona, you'll notice all that kind of tan color on your screen. This is where we're seeing windy conditions, and we will see windy conditions as this cold front advances the next couple of days. And that's going to be in effect, those warnings or advisories, I should say, all the way until early Saturday morning. The gray on your screen, we hate to see this, particularly in the valley. This is in southwestern Arizona for tonight, but poor air quality because of the wind and the dust down there. We haven't really seen any wetting rain. So when you get the big winds, that's when you see areas of patchy blowing dust. So all the way through Saturday, once again, guys, we could see coarse particles in the air, which aren't good for breathing. Okay, here, on to the national picture. It's quite the rainbow right now, as you can see.
I like that. It's pretty.
Yes, watches, warnings, and advisories. Just a mess. This is a pretty significant pretty significant system, I should say, that's going to affect us the next several days, not only for Mary Kate's family back home, but also for a lot of people back east. All of the rain, like I mentioned before, through California, snow into Sierra, Intermountain West. We're just seeing a dusting right now, but accumulations over 2 feet in some of those higher elevations into part of the Cascades and the Rockies, elevations above 8,000 feet. Now, snow, Chicago, you knew about the Chicago weather. Do you have friends or family there?
Well, Mike there, my co-host, Mike Pace, she's there visiting family.
You know what? He just texted me earlier. He was watching our newscast from home, and I'm saying, be on vacation, Mike. Don't, we love you,
He's
Fox
so
10.
committed.
He is committed. He's tuning into us from all the way back home. They've had lots of lake effect snow, and the thing to remember here, too, with that big dip in temperatures and that just plunging Arctic air into the United States, we're going to see temperatures that with the wind chill feel well below zero. I don't know about you, but I've been lucky enough to, in my coldest environments, just be in single digit temperatures. Have you been in below freezing before?
Yes, definitely.
You have.
And I
Okay.
just was on the phone with my mom this morning, and we haven't gotten snow there yet, but she did say it's so bone chilling.
It is
cold there.
And we're talking about not only with the wind and also with the moisture in the system. In places like Minnesota, North Dakota, you could be outside for 20 minutes tomorrow and potentially get frostbite. Just from standing outside that small period of time. So this is no joke. I mean, we talk about, it snows, for us here in the valley, it's fun, you build snowmen, but this is a real safety concern for a lot of people, in the Midwest and also in parts of the Northeast.
And keep your animals inside too, right?
Yes,
I'm sure
yes.
you talk about that all the time.
The 3 Ps, pipes, plants, pets. In
Pipes,
terms of,
plants, pets.
yes, to remember. There's probably a fourth one. I'll let you invent it and come back to me later what you come back with. But those are the things obviously to remember. Yeah, if they have a furry coat, doesn't mean that they can withstand the cold.
I feel so bad for their paws. Like, you know that's too cold for your animal.
Exactly. And unless your dog's running the Iditarod and is used to that environment, I mean, even those dogs get to have, of course, appropriate shelter. But yeah, very cold out there. And we even know here in the valley, I don't know, if how long have you been out here? I should know the answers to these questions.
No, I moved here in August, so I didn't know. Does it snow here ever,
So we don't get snow here. Well, that's a lie. We do sometimes get a very light dusting. A few New Year's Eves ago, I was filling in for Dave like I am tonight. And I remember going out to the parking lot and it was snowing. And I thought, oh my gosh, Phoenix, you do get a little snow. But we do get all of those freezing temps where people's pipes burst. I'm sure you'll see some of that coverage on the morning show.
So people think Arizona's it's just desert, it's hot all the time. We get freezing temperatures here too.
We do, and the monsoon, you at least saw part of it when you moved here, but we get, flash flooding with that. There's some new reservoirs. One new reservoir opened on South Mountain recently because the flooding was so bad. These poor people get pushed out of their homes. So I digress, but we do get the severe weather here, but right now the focus on the rest of the country. And this map, and I promise I'll stop running my mouth about weather, this map gives you a real idea of just how cold we are. Take a look at these numbers. These are lows tonight. This is not with wind chill. Okay, so a lot of these temperatures are going to feel even 10, 20 degrees below zero as people are waking up on their Friday morning, their Saturday morning, already without the wind chill. Bismarck, 1 degree below. We're talking single digits for Billings, for Minneapolis, Chicago, all of these places affected by the cold for several days. And right through the Mid-Atlantic region, we're talking a mix, a kind of a wintry mix extending into the Ohio Valley. And that's bad news in terms of freezing rain, in terms of sleet. And even though through kind of the Intermountain West, we're going to see snow and it won't be as heavy at the low elevations, it's going to be windy. And so we've got kind of blizzard-like conditions. So it's kind of a hot mess out there, for lack of a better. That's my official weather label.
And I love
today.
how purple shows like that's way freezing. You're going to turn purple.
Yeah, exactly. That's maybe what that means when they created that code. If you look in, you can't see the temperatures in Canada, obviously, but they've got it worse than us. If it makes you feel any better, you know, that drop of cold air, it's coming from somewhere. It's coming from Canada. So
well, stay inside, everybody.
Yeah. And you've got the short sleeves on, just showing how good we've got it here. That it was, you know, mid-70s today, and tomorrow will still be 70s. We'll get a little bit cooler air, but hold tight. If you do want to pull out the Christmas sweater, you do want to pull out the gloves, we will have 60s, which I'm sure a lot of people are laughing at home. 60s, ha ha ha, but you know, we have limited opportunities to feel like it's cold here. You'll get that over the weekend.
Good. Yeah, it's good to have a little bit of snow and feel that holiday feeling.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
Perfect.
And if you do head up to Sedona or Flag this weekend, Flag, we're guessing maybe 1 to 3 inches of snow. It's probably not going to stick around too long because it's not going to be cold enough. But it'll, you know, if you have some free time this weekend, you can
and
zip
people
on
can
up.
ski there and stuff. It's not
So one of our big resorts, Snowball, you've got to get up there and check that out. We've got Sunrise into the White Mountains, so that'll be getting some snow this weekend as well because of the system. So yeah, we'll have more on that in our show tonight, and I'll be doing filling in for Carrie tonight. She's out sick, unfortunately, but Mark and John's on vacation, so Mark and I are the weekend team reunited from back in the day. We're going to be there tonight, you guys, updating you, of course, on our top news stories, and we'll, of course, have a weather report for you then as well.
Good, and that's at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock, yes.
Tune in, you guys, and follow Christy at ChristyXS Fox 10.
Yes,
right?
Christy X. That sounds like I don't know. This is not that kind of show, Mary Kate. This is a family program.
No, Christy S Fox 10. This is a family show.
Exactly.
Perfect.
Exactly.
Well, thank you guys
Thank
for
you
watching.
guys. We'll see you later.
Appreciate it. All right, you guys. Well, that was Christy live with us here on the Fox News Now stream, talking about those chilling temperatures that we're getting. It's almost Christmas time. Here's a live look of the Capitol building right now. Watching live on the Fox News Now stream. I'm going to take you to the State Department briefing for just a little bit, get you guys caught up on the latest world news.
Can you follow on? Yeah, he said that we want the united Syria. We want to go back to the Geneva. I assume that's Geneva 1 point.
What he's talking about in Geneva is he's talking about, because that's where the first and second round of talks had occurred.
There's a Geneva understanding that was back in 2012, which stipulated certain points to get the process going. So I assume that he's talking about that.
Yeah.
But what I wanted to ask you specifically is that if let's say when you talk about a political process and a united Syria, if the regime chooses, or Bashar al-Assad chooses to be part of this process and run in a fair and transparent elections and so on, would he be allowed to? Because you guys have committed yourselves in the past to the fact that he lost his legitimacy to govern.
Yeah, well, I think we still believe that, Saeed. And as we've said before, those are exactly the sorts of issues that need to be hammered out in political talks, is what this transition looks like and what an election looks like. And that's why it's so important to get the regime and the opposition together to talk.
So I understand, but
we're not going into this proscriptively, Saeed, and laying out what it all has to look like before they've even had a chance to talk.
Because, it is obvious that the regime, not necessarily Bashar al-Assad, but the regime itself represents a good portion of the Syrian people. I mean, there are minorities that, look to them for leadership. There's a large portion of the Sunni population, many other Christians and so on. So they would want that
kind of political entity to represent them. Will they be allowed? Should they be allowed as part of any political process that is fair and transparent?
Should who be allowed?
The regime, the Ba'athist regime of Syria.
There's no question that in political talks, should we get to that point, that the regime would be represented in that. And you can't have a political talks and to lead to a solution without the regime being represented, as they were in the first two rounds. And you talked about a large part of the Syrian population that may be supportive of the regime. Let's also talk about the much larger portion of the Syrian population that has been killed, injured, maimed, forced to flee their homes and businesses, in fact, forced to flee the country. Some 4.8, maybe more million people have been sent into refuge outside Syria. Now, one of the things that we have said throughout our discussions about what the transition process should look like and how elections ought to be held is that we believe it's very, very important that the diaspora, those that have been flung outside the country because of the brutality of their own government, ought to have a chance to cast their ballot, to have a say, to let their voice be heard. So, again, we're not going into this proscriptively by detail. That's the whole reason you want to have talks. Okay, Carol?
John, I can't help but feel like we've been here before. Do you have any reason to believe that as long as the words of the Secretary and the rest of the world fall on deaf ears in Damascus, that there is anything in the dynamics on the ground that will make this any different than what we've heard in weeks ago and months ago?
Yeah, well, certainly, I think we're all mindful, and I think you could hear it in the Secretary today, we're all mindful that that we have said these things before. We have made these same arguments. We have urged the same sort of restraint and dignified approach on both the regime and its backers to little avail. We're exceedingly frustrated by where we are. Nobody wants to see what we see coming out of Aleppo specifically. But as to your exact question on, can I predict a change? No. And I wouldn't even attempt to. But this much is clear, Carol. If things don't change, if we can't get back to discussions in Geneva about a political transition, a peaceful transition to some sort of democratic government in Syria, then the war goes on. And sadly, regrettably, we might be up here talking about another community, another city that's facing slaughter. That means more extremists are going to be drawn to Syria. It means more refugees, more internally displaced people, as well as refugees out the country, which will continue to strain the resources of countries like nations like Turkey and Jordan and Europe. And it means that the opposition will continue to fight. The civil war will not end. And I can't, it's hard to imagine how that can be seen, that outcome, those outcomes, I should say, can be seen as in the interests of anyone, including Bashar al-Assad.
Is there anything happening on the ground? Is there any reason to believe that this time might be different? Is this, say nothing or forever hold your peace?
It's not going to be forever hold your peace if we don't get to better outcomes. I think Secretary Kerry well enough that for every second that he's in the chair, he's going to be continuing to try to get a political transition in Syria on the way. There's absolutely no question about that. But I mean, I think we just have to take this, one day at a time. Now, as talking about this day, as he said to you, there has been some positive movement, and it would be remiss of us not to recognize the fact that there are buses that have moved into Aleppo to move people out. And indications are that the first to move out were those who were injured, hurt, sick, and not necessarily mobile. And they were monitored and escorted by Red Crescent personnel. So that's not, that's worth recognizing, that today we did see some people get out safely and securely. We need to see that continue. More critically, what we need to see is a cessation of the violence in Aleppo, because as soon as this ceasefire was announced just 48 hours ago, it was almost as immediately broken. So we've seen some positive steps today, and we'll just have to stay at it.
John, following up on what you said, that there will be more cities where this happens, are there any plans underway for preventing this from happening in Idlib or wherever it is that the people who are being removed from East Aleppo are heading?
Well, if you mean that we're engaging our partners and relevant parties to this conflict to try to forestall that kind of thing, yes, of course we are. I can't predict. I'm just saying that that's the logical outcome, because Aleppo's not going to be in. Even the dictator Assad said that taking back Aleppo wasn't going to end the war. Except when he says it, it has obviously a much more dark connotation there. I don't know, but what we do know is that unless we can get back to the table and try to get some sort of political transition in process, to try to offer a way through to end the war diplomatically, it will continue. And since we believe that, you have to assume that it will continue on the streets of other cities, other towns, other communities. I just don't know where or when that might be. Yeah.
The Secretary mentioned that everybody is on board for negotiations except the regime, Assad regime, and you also now are saying the same thing. But who has approached the regime? Have we talked to Russians? Has this regime rejected an offer to be on board, or is it still up in the air? Have they been approached formally through Russia? Because
of course they've been approached through Russia. We don't have direct communications with the Assad regime, but Russia does. They have the most influence on them, and yes, we have pressed upon them to press upon the Syrians to come back to the table and to try to have some kind of meaningful political transition. And as the Secretary said, they have thus far not only proven unwilling to do that, but proven all the more brutally willing to kill their own people.
Do you have any direct communication with the groups left in the small part of Aleppo?
I don't know what the status of direct communications are with the opposition fighters in Aleppo. I don't think I have that clear a picture. We obviously have contacts with and communication with some opposition groups. There are other nations in the region that are in closer communication with yet other groups. I don't know exactly how many or who the opposition are left in Aleppo, so it'd be difficult for me to answer that question.
So to clarify the position of U.S., the Secretary Kerry said that if Aleppo falls, so do you believe that there is still an opportunity for the opposition groups to hold this small part?
It would be. The Secretary's right. I mean, I think we don't believe the entire city has fallen yet, but it is certainly on the brink of doing that. I mean, we're realistic, we're pragmatic about that. And that's why, because we are where we are, that's why we've been working to get civilians as well as opposition members out of there safely and securely. I can't predict when that small enclave may or may not be taken, or what that's going to look like, or how hard it's going to be fought for. But by just about any measure, Aleppo has, almost completely been taken back.
As far as I understand, the evacuation means the fall of Aleppo.
The what?
The evacuation of these fighters and the civilians in the small parts means...
I think we're all facing the reality that that's what's going to happen. Yeah. I mean, I'm not sure I understand what the point is. I mean, I think we all recognize, nobody's looking at what's going on in Aleppo with rose-colored glasses here. I mean, the city is almost totally now been taken by the regime. I mean, we recognize that, and and the Assad regime was able to do that with the help of external actors, including Russia and Iran, there's no disputing that either. And sadly, hundreds of thousands of people have suffered. Many of them innocent people, men, women, and children. And that's why, because of where we are with Aleppo, because the situation is so dire. First of all, that's one of the reasons why the Secretary came out to talk to you directly, because of the situation that we're in right now, and because of the need to try to save whatever lives are left in Aleppo that can be saved, and to allow the opposition to get out safely with their light weapons.
The status of this enclave, is there fighting going on now, or are they being evacuated? Are they part of the cessation of hostilities or the ceasefire?
First of all, I don't
because
know.
I saw on some footage of these trucks, convoys, going through areas that is under Syrian government control and moving north towards the countryside and to Idlib.
I don't know the status of fighting in this
Right.
small area, but we have reason to believe that there could be opposition as well as innocent civilians there, and we'd like to see that we can get those people out safely and securely. What the regime will do, I couldn't possibly predict.
Because the implicit message when you say, if Aleppo falls, the implicit message is that it may not, which means that these fighters will hang on, or they will stay where they are, which is, I guess, in contradiction with the terms of the ceasefire as we understand it, right?
Again, Saeed, I don't have perfect visibility into what's going on in this small area. I mean, Aleppo, for all intents and purposes, has been taken back by the regime. We recognize that. And our focus right now is more on trying to save the lives that yet can be saved, and trying to get people out that can and will get out safely and securely to other locations, to aid and assistance, food, water, and medicine that is waiting for them. Nick?
I just want to follow on something the Secretary said. He said, hopefully people will put actions where the words have been. We've heard a lot of words from him, a lot of indignation. Is the United States prepared to take action aside from calling for political talks to halt the violence in Aleppo?
What sort of action are you referring to?
Be any action, that's what I'm asking you. Is the U.S. prepared to take action beside, I mean, the Secretary said himself, hopefully people will put actions where the words have been. What actions?
He's referring to the actions and the responsibilities that are incumbent upon the regime, Russia and Iran specifically. Those are the three parties here who have in the past said that they favor a peaceful solution, that they favor diplomacy, and have proven quite the contrary. Those are the individuals. That's where that's where the responsibility lies. That's where the failure of leadership is. Now, to your question, short answer is yes, the United States will continue to act, to do whatever we can to try to get a cessation of hostilities in Syria and get a return to political talks. And we're going to do that through hopefully the support of the international community and continued diplomatic efforts. Now, we've talked a lot. So I get the implication of your question. I understand very perfectly. The discussion of military options. And while discussions about options and alternatives always remains a live issue inside our government, those sorts of options have been carefully considered. They have been discussed thoroughly. And even at the advice and counsel of our nation's top military leaders, it has been the decision has been made that those are not options that will get us to the end we seek, either in terms of risk and resources and cost, but also to potential unintended outcomes and consequences in Syria that could actually be worse for the Syrian people. So it's not like those things haven't been thought about, and it's not like they don't continue to be thought about. But as the President said, there are no options that are better than a diplomatic one, and one that involves getting the opposition and the regime to the table to try to talk about a political transition. So I just want to be clear, and I'm not picking on you, but when you say act, we are acting. We have been acting. We have been leading. And the word act doesn't necessarily have to mean anything other than diplomacy, although it can. So we very much have taken a leadership role. It was Secretary Kerry who led the formation of the International Syria Support Group. It was the United States who led efforts inside the UN to get that resolution 2254 into place. It was the United States which tried to work this out bilaterally with Russia, and then when that failed because Russia wouldn't meet its commitments, it was the United States who fashioned together a smaller multilateral effort that we were talking about in recent weeks. So we're very much going to stay committed on this.
Just a quick follow-up
Sure.
on that. I mean, he compared it, from the podium, he compared Aleppo to Srebrenica. You have a member of, Samantha Power literally wrote the book on the responsibility to protect. Does the U.S. believe it has a responsibility to protect people in Aleppo?
We absolutely believe we have a responsibility to try to protect the innocent from slaughter. Absolutely we do. And we have been acting on that responsibility for now, more than 5 years, but more specifically for the last 18 months to 2 years to try to get a peaceful solution to the conflict. Coming from my background, and then coming here, diplomacy is action. Diplomacy is leadership. Diplomacy is a choice. And it is often a more painstaking choice. It is often a slower choice. And as I've witnessed myself being in these discussions, it can be in many ways a much more challenging choice to make, but it is a choice and it is action. And it does connote leadership. And the United States has been leading in this, very much leading in this effort. Now, Nick, to be honest and fair, and I think you could hear it in Secretary Kerry's voice, nobody's happy that thus far diplomacy hasn't gotten us where we want it to go. We recognize that this diplomatic approach has fallen short of the outcomes that we wanted to achieve, that we seek. But that doesn't mean that it shouldn't still be pursued. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't still lead and act and discuss and debate and try to get better outcomes, better decisions, better changes in the calculus of some of the parties in terms of the way forward. Because as I said, I think it was to Carol, it's difficult to see that the alternative, which is the inability to make the right decisions by Russia, Iran, and the regime, is in their actual long-term security interests. Because what happens is the war just continues, and the bloodshed continues to happen, and extremists continue to be drawn in. Just this past week, Palmyra was retaken by the Islamic State, a city that had, to great ballyhoo, had been liberated back by the regime with Russia's help, and they lost it. And I think that says something about their quote-unquote stated commitment to defeat terrorists on their own soil. So again, we believe that through our diplomatic leadership, we are acting on behalf of the Syrian people, and that we do shoulder and take that responsibility very seriously. But the other thing that I can, and I know I'm rambling here, but I want to get to the core of your question. The other thing that Ambassador Power said clearly was it's up to the international community as well to continue to shoulder and bear that responsibility. It doesn't. I'm not at all shrugging off U.S. leadership or our role. We very much are aware of our responsibility here too to continue to lead these efforts. But so too, as the Secretary said, do we need the international community on board as well. Carol.
John, when the Secretary spoke with Foreign Minister Zarif regarding the Iran Sanctions Act, surely they must have talked about Aleppo. Can you tell us what was said and if there was any attempt to somehow leverage them to
I'm really
pressure?
not. I'm not at liberty to read out specific discussions with Foreign Minister Zarif right now. Obviously, the Iran Sanctions Act and the extension was the core topic.
Is there a proper analogy to make between Aleppo and Srebrenica? Is it? I mean, how do you make that analogy? What is the yardstick?
I think, I think it's an obvious analogy to make, given the level of slaughter that we've seen, and the brutal, indiscriminate manner in which innocent people have been, in some cases, executed right in the streets. No historical analogy is perfect, but I think I can definitely see, and I was alive and remember those events as well. There are parallels in terms of the brutality of one group to another, and with sectarian lines and sectarian influences. Yes, ma'am.
This regards the situation in Iraqi Kurdistan. Senior Kurdish officials, including the KRG Prime Minister today.
All right, you guys, we're going to hop out of this real quick, give you a live look of the Capitol building. Coming up in just a few minutes, I'm going to have reporter Danielle up here with me to give me the latest information on President Obama's birth certificate. All right, you guys, I've got Danielle with me live right now on the Fox News Now stream. So your story today was probably one of the biggest talkers of the whole day.
Absolutely.
President Obama.
Exactly, yeah. So Sheriff Arpaio announced about 2 weeks ago when he was announcing his holiday posse that he was going to be having this major press conference December 15th, and today it is December 15th. So we went to that press conference today, and what he basically did was end his years-long investigation to the birth certificate of President Barack Obama. So he says, after concluding his findings and after the investigation, him along with his lead investigator, Mike Zullo, say that it is a fraudulent document, that it is not real. That's according to their findings. So
that's crazy to me.
Yeah.
Were you expecting that?
I mean, I don't know if I was expecting it or not, but there's been a lot of controversy over this. Obviously, we also spoke with Maricopa County Supervisor Steve Gallardo, and he's actually against this. He's saying that it's just one last ploy for Sheriff Arpaio to do before he obviously leaves office here in a couple weeks. So he thinks it's, something that just tried to put himself in the political limelight, and he's saying, this is a federal issue, not a Maricopa County issue, so we should have never investigated this. But the investigation started in 2011, so several years ago. So it's kind of been ongoing. There's been a few people in the organization or whatnot who have went to Hawaii. They kind of did some of their own investigating or whatnot. So their findings came out. What they found is that there was secondary sources. They were basically copy and pasting from real birth certificates to make President Obama's. That's what they're saying.
Right.
They're saying that they're
how do you say
Ani.
Ani.
So they're saying that they took, and they showed a slideshow today at the press conference. It was basically showing how everything matched up exactly. And they said there's 9 points of forgery on his birth certificate that the White House put out.
Right.
They showed a stamp today. There was like a hand stamp that was the exact measurements from Johanna Ani's certificate. They're 16 days apart, so they're saying that's basically impossible for a stamp to be
exactly the
identical.
same.
And so that's kind of some of their findings. So.
I was trying to explain that on the air after the press conference, and I'm like, I am not a document researcher, and trying to explain this is so difficult.
It is. Even looking at some of the stuff, it's kind of confusing because, some of the points move with some of the points, the exact measurements are, the way they look at things are just so
different.
And
they were saying even the paper that was printed on could be easily purchased off eBay or something like that.
They were going into a little bit of the laws regarding birth certificates in Hawaii, and some of the things they were saying is it's extremely lenient, that somebody can go to a hospital and say this person was born, and then a certificate can be made up. So I think definitely...
Well, that's nice, isn't it? Anyone can go get one.
Yeah, so they say, it's pretty easy or whatnot. So,
yeah. So what happens now? I mean, is this going to just go away, or does this become a big thing where they have to further investigate to?
So Zulo says that they're going to be sending all of their investigation, everything, all the findings and whatnot, they're going to be sending that over to Congress. So, whether Congress wants to look into this matter more or drop it, leave it, I'm not sure, but...
What do you think is going to happen? I mean, do you think that they'll look into it more, or do you think... Because even Donald Trump said later on at a rally, he said, no, I feel bad for saying that. I do believe he has a real birth certificate.
Right. So basically what Arpaio said today, as well as his lead investigator, they say the main thing that's been is the misconception in this is they were never trying to prove if President Barack Obama was in fact a U.S. citizen. They say they don't care where he was born. They don't care, Hawaii, not Hawaii, whatnot. They were only trying to prove if this birth certificate was in fact a real federal document or not. That was their only goal.
Okay.
So they say that the facts that they investigated, that they found, led them to believe that it's not. So
it's crazy, and they've had this document since, what, 2011?
2011 is when they started it. There's been, they were going through two people, two different continents, and these two investigators came up with the same conclusion, that it is a forged government document. So.
Well, you've got the best story of the day, I think.
Yeah, we'll see. We'll see what
so
happens.
You're going live very soon, so I'll let you go, but thank
9
you
and
for
10.
coming up and giving us an update.
Absolutely.
Tune in to see Danielle, and again, her Twitter handle is on the lower third, so follow her, and she'll be live at 9.
I'll see you guys then.
Great.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Danielle.
Bye, Mary Kate.
Appreciate it.
Uh-huh.
All right, you guys, and if you missed that press conference, Sheriff Joe Arpaio held a press conference earlier today talking about President Obama's birth certificate. We did clip that. It's on the video section of our YouTube page. You can head there if you want to see it. I'm going to take you guys back now to that State Department briefing to get you guys all caught up on the latest world news. But let me know in the live chat. I love reading what you guys say, your comments. What do you guys think about this press conference? What do you think about this news of Sheriff Joe Arpaio saying that his birth certificate is fake? Let me know what you guys think. I'm trying to see what you guys have said so far. Let's see. It seems like some people are calling it fake news, like maybe the whole thing is fake. Others believe the information that he's come to. Let's see. Justin Banter, copy and paste. Hey, copy and paste can be hard to do, especially when you're making a fake birth certificate. I think everyone knows how to copy and paste, but I think there's definitely some extra tools that this person used in Photoshop or whatever it was that they used to make this fake birth certificate, if the information is true. Like Danielle said, they might send this information up to Congress, and it's up to Congress to decide if they want to deal with it, if they want to investigate it further. So we will see. Let's take you back now to the State Department briefing that we were just showing you guys from earlier.
And I think we continue to believe that the PKK, which is a U.S. designated foreign terrorist organization, should have no role in Sinjar. And we regard their presence there as a major obstacle to reconciliation and to the return of internally displaced people. We urge all groups, including the KRG, to facilitate political reconciliation so that these internally displaced people can return and the traumatized communities in that region can rebuild. We also urge continued close cooperation between the central government in Baghdad and the Kurdistan regional government to defeat Daesh and to resolve any other outstanding issues between them.
So if I have represented his comments correctly, then you're essentially in agreement with them?
I think I'm going to let my statement stand the way it was. I haven't seen those comments. I was simply stating to you what our policy is with respect to the PKK in Sinjar. Steve?
Earlier today, there was a report released by the International Crisis Group indicating that Rohingya from Saudi Arabia are directing an insurgency in Rakhine State in Burma, Myanmar. We got a statement earlier today from this building referring us to that report, not taking any contention with the conclusions. The Burmese intelligence service is also telling the VOA Burmese service that this concurs with their intelligence. I wonder if you could elaborate on the reaction to this, and also if this is happening, being directed out of Saudi Arabia, do the Saudis bear some responsibility in
Sure.
looking into this?
What I can tell you is we're aware of their report, and we're actually reviewing it right now. So it would be inappropriate and premature for us to make any judgments or statements about individual findings. In general, obviously, we work routinely every day with allies and partners and friends all over the world to counter violent extremism. And the threat of violent extremism, wherever it is, and it's in many places, it's something all of us, all governments, can and should pay attention to trying to combat. But again, I'm not in a position right now to make any comment on specific findings in the report. Yeah.
John, as a follow-up to Sinjar question, there is a group, you mentioned about the PKK presence there. There is a group which is using the name of Sinjar protection units in Sinjar. I mean, they are affiliated with PKK, but there is also, you know, another group like PYD. So you see, for example, PYD and PKK, two separate groups. But in Sinjar, you see, is it same organization? You call them PKK instead of Sinjar
What I said
Protection
was
Units?
we continue to hold the PKK as a terrorist organization, and they shouldn't have any role in Sinjar. And that's our point. And our assessment of the PKK hasn't changed, and I have no updates to give you in terms of our view of the PYD as a. You know,
The thing is, they are using the name of Sinjar protection units instead of PKK. They have own flags, they have own, I mean, the organizational chart, etc., different from PKK.
What's your question?
So you see them as PKK instead of
As I said,
Sinjar protection units.
PKK is a terrorist organization. We don't believe they should have any role in Sinjar. I'm not going to get into intelligence assessments or analysis about how they may be organizing themselves or branding themselves.
Just trying to understand the two different approaches for Syria and Iraq.
I know. I think I've answered the question. Let's take a couple more. Let me go in the back here, and then I'll come to you. You'll get the last question, okay? Go ahead.
I was going to ask about Japan. The Abe Putin meeting in Yamaguchi. They agreed to start 2+2 talks with their foreign and defense ministers, and they agreed to talk about some economic cooperation between the Kuril/Northern Islands. Do you have any reaction to the meetings? Are you worried that this can erode the G7 sort of front against Russia?
Well, as I said yesterday, sovereign nation states determine their sovereign foreign policy agenda and their schedules and their visits, and we're not in a position to pass judgment on this meeting or the contents of it. I think it's for the leaders of those nations to characterize what they discussed and the tone, tenor, and whatever decisions or joint priorities may have come out of that. We believe it's important for nations, certainly Pacific nations, and both of them are, to have meaningful dialogue and discussion and improved bilateral relations. All that is to the betterment of the safety and security, stability of the region. But I'll leave it to those foreign leaders to characterize their discussions. Saeed?
I have a very quick question on the Palestinian issue. A couple of days ago, I asked you about two hospitals that were on the verge of closing down because the PA is not paying up its obligation. These hospitals to the tune of about $15 million. I wonder if you have any comment or any information on that.
We are concerned about the situation with the Al-Mutala and Al-Maqasid hospitals. In fiscal year 2015, the United States contributed $35 million towards East Jerusalem hospitals, and we plan to continue providing support, subject, of course, to available funding. And I just don't have an exact amount at this time.
Do you believe that the PA is sort of shirking its responsibility toward these hospitals?
Well, I think I'm going to leave my statement as it is. Thanks, everybody. Have a great afternoon.
All right, everybody, here's a live look of New York City right now. That was the State Department briefing from earlier today. And we're live right now on the Fox News Now stream. President Obama spoke at a Hanukkah reception last night. Two, in fact, yesterday. He spoke at 2 Hanukkah receptions. If you missed it, let's take you to that video right now.
Welcome to the White House and happy Hanukkah. It so happens we're a little early this year, but Michelle and I are going to be in Hawaii when Hanukkah begins, and we agreed that it's never too soon to enjoy some latkes and jelly donuts. This is our second Hanukkah party today, but in the spirit of the holiday, the White House kitchen has not run out of oil. Dad jokes for every occasion. I want to recognize some special guests that are with us today. There are a number of members of Congress here who obviously are so supportive of the values that are represented by this holiday and extraordinarily strong friends of Israel. We've got Justice Breyer and Justice Ginsburg in the House. We've got one of the country's finest jurists who I happen to have nominated to the Supreme Court and who's going to continue to serve our country with distinction as the Chief Judge on the D.C. Circuit. Merrick Garland is here. Thank you, Merrick. Our wonderful and outstanding and tireless Secretary of the Treasury, Jack Lew, is here. As is our U.S. Trade Representative and former BBYO President, Mike Froman. And I want to give it up for our outstanding musical guest, 613, who just did an amazing performance for Michelle and I of a Hamilton remix talking about the Maccabees and the president and menorahs, and if you ever have a chance to get the mixtape, you should buy it. Now, this is the 8th year that Michelle and I have hosted this little gathering, and over the years we've welcomed Jewish Supreme Court justices, cabinet secretaries, members of Congress. We celebrated Alan Gross's return from captivity in Cuba. We got to celebrate a once-in-70,000-year event, Thanksgiving, where we lit the menorah. That was a turkey-shaped menorah, in case you forgot. We got it. So, this is a White House tradition that we are proud to carry on. It gives us a lot of nakas. If I pronounced that right, then that was a Hanukkah miracle. Tonight we come together for the final time to tell a familiar story. So familiar that even we Gentiles know it. But as many times as we tell it, this 2,000-year-old tale never gets old. In every generation, we take heart from the Maccabees' struggle against tyranny, their fight to live in peace and practice their religion in peace. We teach our children that even in our darkest moments, a stubborn flame of hope flickers and miracles are possible. And that spirit, 2 millennia ago, inspired America's founders. 2 centuries ago, they proclaimed a new nation where citizens could speak and assemble and worship as they wished. George Washington himself was said to have been stirred by the lights of Hanukkah after seeing a soldier seek the warmth of a menorah in the snows of Valley Forge. And years later, Washington wrote that timeless letter we have on display today in the White House. I hope you saw it when you walked in. Washington assured the Jews of Newport, Rhode Island, that the United States gives to bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance. He went on to write that all that is required of those who live under the nation's protection is that they be good citizens. It's easy sometimes to take these fundamental freedoms for granted, but they too are miraculous. They too have to be nurtured and safeguarded. And it's in defense of these ideals, precisely because the Jewish people have known oppression, that throughout our history this community has been at the forefront of every fight for freedom. It's why Jews marched in Selma, why they mobilized after Stonewall, why synagogues have opened their doors to refugees, why Jewish leaders have spoken out against all forms of hatred. And in my last months in office, I want to thank you for all your courage and your conviction and your outspokenness. The story of this community and the work you continue to do to repair the world forever reminds us to have faith that there are brighter days ahead. The menorah No, they're not cynical. The menorah we light today is a testament to such resilient optimism. It belonged to Rena and Joseph Walden, a young Polish couple who acquired it in the early 1900s. When the Second World War came, the Waldens fled to France and took shelter on a farm. And they hid their Jewishness, including their magnificent menorah, entrusting it to a courageous neighbor. But one Hanukkah, they retrieved their menorah and lit it behind locked doors and covered windows. That same week, the Nazis raided their neighbor's house and burned it to the ground. Of all the Walden's family treasures, only this menorah survived. A few years later, the Waldens moved to Israel, where their son, Raphael, met a young woman named Ziva Perez, the only daughter of one of Israel's founding fathers and greatest statesmen. And I had the honor to go to Jerusalem earlier this year to bid farewell to my dear friend Shimon Peres and reaffirm the commitment of the United States to the state of Israel. We could not be more honored to have Shimon's son, Chemi, his grandson Guy, and his granddaughter Mika here with us tonight. The Walden-Perez family lit these lights when the state of Israel was new. They've blazed it in the months after the Yom Kippur War and the Camp David Accords. And tonight, Kemi and Mika will light this amazing heirloom in the White House. And as they do, we hope all of you draw strength from the divine spark in Shimon Peres, whose miraculous life taught us that faith and moral vision can triumph over all adversity. I hope it inspires us to rededicate ourselves to upholding the freedoms we hold dear at home and around the world, that we are able to see those who are